Hello, friends. Welcome to our random one-shot that we're doing. We originally weren't going to stream it, but we decided to due to a request from somebody. So, this is... Honestly, for this, we're just going to be jumping into it. You're going to see some faces that we don't usually have here. In fact, most of them. There's only 2 people, apart from myself, that will be returning for this. And yeah, so we are just going to be jumping into our story for the evening, which is starting near... We are still within Altira. We are starting in the Plazit Plains, just outside of the Plazit main actual city. There are multiple cities that actually surround Plazit in this more so to what I would say barren land. In all of these different villages, there are many people that are almost cast off from the Plazit main city, largely due to financial hardship and due to the growing populace of Plazit. It actually can't support how many people are actually in the city proper, thus why many almost small villages or outposts have been set up on the outskirts. Plazit's the lack of vegetation in Plazit is both due to a combination of unfertile ground, not much plant life, and due to the pretty extreme cold, especially during the winters that it receives. It's not too near the glacial isles located just to the north. And again, that makes for some very cold winters, if not freezing. And even summers are at best good temperatures, never truly warm. So our story is actually taking place on one of those outskirt villages just to the north of the Plazit Plains. For various reasons, our adventurers here have all found themselves in a varying sums of debt, but in many cases, large amounts, to a point that they feel that, or not only do they feel, these debts have become almost unbearable. All of you find yourselves owing money to an individual by the name of Xander, who has decided that it is time to collect on your debts. But rather than taking an iron fist approach, he has instead offered to let you take on a job. Well, offered might be a little bit of a stretch. He has politely requested, we'll say, with a little bit of an iron fist, that you're going to go on a collection job for him. So, you've all been gathered together. You've actually gone just a little bit north of the village proper that you're in. You are on the coastline of the Great Glacier Isles, to the point that the actual terrain you'd be in is the dock here is a little bit more makeshift and put together and thrown together. This is not official by any means. There is a large wooden boat that just has effectively a large plank that's been brought down to the ground that allows for entry onto the boat. You guys are with a group of around 7 to 10 separate individuals that are both helping you load the boat, and some of which will actually be going with you on this travel, whether as navigators or additional hands on a boat. Hard to kind of tell. With that, where we'll actually start, you guys are just outside the boat, getting ready to board this boat on whatever this new adventure would be, and Xander comes to greet with all of you. So specifically, one thing I will mention is, in addition to yourselves, there are 3 individuals. So Xander, in this case, he would actually be talking specifically to you. Real quick. Well, actually, no, we're going to do this in order. So, as Xander addresses you, Xander himself being a red dragonborn who has a scar that cuts down through his lip, but it actually cuts in deep enough that he's missing part of his lip, and you can see his teeth through where normally there would be scales in place. He's wearing what is actually a fine suit and even a small bow tie. He looks very out of place when you put him against all these individuals in different furs and garments. As Xander looks towards you and says, "Well, it seems that the people who will be keeping you and Bolsh company are a little bit of a motley crew, but I think they should be fine." For you yourself, Bolsh is a fellow adventurer, a fellow archaeologist. Bolsh has been long interested in the findings of both cultural and really just anything that is unknown to society. He doesn't have a specific culture that he looks into. He's a man of secrets. He loves learning new things, and he's actually told you that there might be something near the Glacier Isles that he's been interested in for a while. As you kind of look to your right, you also see Bolsh. Bolsh is a kind of more of a gruff human individual, kind of a big bulky beard, no mustache, so clean below the lip. His hair is frazzled, but if he was ever to actually brush it out, it would likely go down past his shoulders, but currently it's almost like afroed up behind him. As Bolsh turns to you, real quick, describe yourself, and what is your name?
You guys will all see a very tanned centaur with long black hair and a high ponytail, wearing a green top, armored with no shoulders, so like vesty, and she has pointy ears, very tan. And she has a shield and a halberd, like long axe halberd. Are we talking like a pony level centaur?
So you do not
like
have your equipment yet.
Oh, okay, never mind. No
I thought
equipment.
I mentioned that before.
Just
you do not have
the armored vest.
Yet.
And armored on her.
We're on that. We can't.
So are we talking about like a pony level centaur or like a stallion level
centaur?
Stallion level centaur.
And what is your name?
And her name is Paddle. I am Paddle the Paladin. All right.
Tell him that yet.
Okay.
So, as he's looking towards you, as Xander finishes his statement, Bolsh kind of finishing off the sentence. So, Paddle, that finding that I was telling you, or not finding, but the interesting idea that I had, the potential secret, I may have popped that in Xander's head, and he got us together a crew. I will say that I myself am unfamiliar, and he kind of looks to Xander questioningly, and he says, may I? To which Xander responds, yes, I will. One quick note before I leave. I know that you all have we'll call them your tricks. The items that you have all requested be available to you for this journey are being loaded onto the boat. They'll be made available to you as soon as we set you off. Can't have you... Well, some of them are a bit precarious, so we're going to have you wait until you get on board. Just so that our gods don't have any trouble.
Do we get any money?
No, but you won't lose more.
Fine.
At this point, Bolsh, going to you, kind of hearing your voice, and say, well, you sound quite interesting, my friend. Please, tell me who you are. Introduce yourself. What do you look like and who are you?
I am a tiny fairy. I look very fierce and determined, very muscular for my size. I am a few inches tall, and I have some like rune tattoos on my body, very colorful wings.
Tiny little muscle fairy. Love it.
Yeah, and a little jittery too, just
And
a little on edge.
And go.
My name is Firo. Firo? There we go. I work on that. Firo.
Firo. It's wonderful to meet you, Firo. Tell me, are you familiar with what we're going to be doing today? Any ideas?
No, not really. Just.
Oh, and he kind of like looks at all of you and he says, wait a minute. None of you know what we're doing, do we? Oh, this is going to be most fun. Then.
Some really big men just came and took me. I did appreciate being put in a jar.
He kind of like looks towards Xander and he says, I'll have you know that I was not part of that. Think of myself as a scientist. I have something that I'm most interested in, and for what it's worth. I know you asked Xander for money. While he may not pay you, I have gotten his permission that if we are able to find anything...
I told him I'd given him money. I'll win next time, I promise.
He's like, stops for a moment, he says, well, I have reason to believe there is much treasure where we're going. Xander has something else in mind for this endeavor, so any treasure we find will be
pockets too would make you lose.
All right, well, and what about you, my friend? Please introduce yourself. I feel it's going to be good for us all to at least get to know each other, as our travels will likely take us at least a few weeks.
In front of you, you'll see about a 6-foot tiefling, who is a more like darker blue, and his right horn is broken with like a cut on his cheek, like that turned into like a pretty deep scar. My name's Klaus.
Wonderful to meet you, Klaus. And tell me, do you like adventure? Are you here because
Adventure's fun.
All right, wonderful. Okay, so I'm glad we at least have someone who might be a little bit optimistic about this, or at least a few. And what about you, Mrs. You look like you feel right at home.
So my character is got pale blue skin and short white hair that's spiked on top of my head, with 2 strands coming down on both sides of my face. Just wearing typical, basic, very scuffed leather armor. It's very ratty and old. And my name is Shayris, but you can call me Shay.
Okay. Well, it's wonderful to meet you, Shay. I apologize if this is offensive, but does the blue skin do better with the cold, or you still feel it the same?
I find it most helpful when hiding underwater, but it has very little effect on the cold. I don't feel it much at all.
It's unfortunate. We're going somewhere very cold, so I was hoping that it might perhaps not be quite as cold for you, but seems that you'll be freezing with the rest of us. And how about you, sir? Is anything exciting?
Appearing before you is a looming minotaur, dark brown fur, motley and matted. He has almost calloused fists, very used to hard labor, it looks like. And he speaks, "I am Sinalo, Kinghorn."
Do we have to remember the Kinghorn part, or would Sonalo be fine for...
Sinalo will do.
All right, wonderful. Well, while they're finishing loading up the boat, let me give you a little bit of an idea of what we're looking for. So, the Glacial Isles is, and he kind of just points due northward, which, again, just to a little bit better clarify what this is effectively an island chain. You can see that it is, this would be miles out from the coast. While where you are is cold, it is not to the point of like ice. You guys are currently in the middle of summer. Looking to the north, that is where you can actually start to see they're both what appears to be, they almost looks more like glaciers than islands, but of an extreme size. Almost like if you were seeing like Antarctica from an extreme distance, but you could actually cut off parts of it. But definitely larger than you would see with most islands. With that being the case, in addition to that, just like both within the islands and a bit past it, you can tell that there is, it looks a bit stormy. As he pointed towards the Glacial Isles, he says, "So we will be venturing to the Glacial Isles, and, well, even a little bit past the Glacial Isles, actually. Don't worry. I understand that we can see a storm on the horizon, and while we likely will be going through it, we have many a good hand." And he kind of like points up at the boat where you see what appears to be a humanoid female that has large, pronounced gills on the sides of her face. And he says, "We have someone who's very familiar with the waters, so even if we are end up in a bigger storm, we should still be fine. But with that being the case, we are looking for we're looking for clues about, I guess you could call it an ancient one. There's a being, I believe, in the Glacial Isles, or at least close to the Glacial Isles. I have reason to believe that he somehow perpetuates some kind of an eternal winter in this area. Likely partly why it's cold here, if I were to take a guess myself. It's all conjecture as of now, but I think that there's credence to this. So, if we can find him, wonderful. More likely than that, we're going to be looking for an artifact. A key, if my findings are correct. There's a key to a vault, and within that vault, we might be able to find the creature, or perhaps at least the next clue. So we are looking for the key.
You know what? I'm not really partial to the cold. Can I just pass on this one?
I mean, and he looks towards Xander, and Xander just kind of like folds his arms and shakes his head, and he goes, I don't think so. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I promise. Lots of excitement, lots of treasure, lots of gold. You'll never have to worry about going on a weird
gold?
adventure again. Much gold. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Likely. Probably. Gems at least.
Like, I get the gold?
Yeah, any treasure we find, we are allowed to keep. Xander is more interested in the artifact, as am I. I personally...
What's our chances of success? Wait, actually, I don't care.
Well, I would say in the double digits.
Oh, that's better than normal.
At this point, he kind of like just starts to almost like usher you guys towards the boat. He says, "Well, introductions are wonderful. Wait a minute." And he kind of like turns around. There's 3 individuals that have been standing with you, but a little bit more quiet than you. And these individuals are wearing heavy furs and have been mostly kind of covering themselves. Not to the point that you can't see the individuals as you guys kind of turn in effectively this introductory course. The first individual, who is a human woman, has what is green hair that's kind of just falling out from the furred hood. And she kind of like looks up and she says, My name is Sophia. It's wonderful to meet you all. I also don't want to be here. This is Draven, my brother. As the individual she points to is he kind of like looks up at all of you. You notice he has, while he still looks humanoid, an exceptionally hairy face. Not like to a beard, but like quite literally to where he has hair that seems to almost just like be covering his cheeks. He's got even growing out of his forehead a little bit. It almost looks like a severe case of bangs that seem to are a bit more pronounced. And in the fur coat that he's wearing, he looks to be like extremely bulky. But he's not that tall. He's about 5 feet tall, but it almost, looking at the fur coat, almost looks like he's like a bodybuilder. Looks very massive. The last individual is another female. This is an elf, as she actually takes her hood off to introduce herself. She has what is quite gorgeous blonde hair with what appears to be gemstones kind of braided throughout her braids. Ears long and pointed, even going above her head. And she goes, My name is Eloa. And yeah. And then she puts the hood back on. And at this point, Bolsh kind of like turns to you and goes, "Oh, you must be cold already." And he calls over for one of the human hands that Xander has working for all of you, and he asks them to bring you all your own, effectively large fur coats. This would effectively be winter gear that all of you are given, as they give you all of your different gear. And Bolsh himself makes his way to the ship and kind of ushers you all to make your way on board as well. Is there anything you wish to say to each other before complying, or do you simply follow along? Or do you not want to follow along? What do you want to do?
So you guys aren't going to, like, stab me, like, in the back, will you?
It wouldn't be worth the effort, I'm sorry, little one. Flicking you would be much more efficient.
It would not be an honorable death for combat.
I mean, clearly all we need is a bottle to get you to go where we want, so.
Sophia.
Honestly, I really don't care about you, to be totally frank.
Okay, that's good.
Sophia responds to you and she's, I make no promises. As Sophia and Draven both walk up to the ship.
Draven's the
very
muscular
bulky,
dude.
very
bodybuilder.
bulky, extremely hairy individual.
I want to fly up to Draven. So, how much do you bench press?
He just like looks at you confused and goes, "What's a bench press?" And just keeps walking. At this point,
as I start checking out my own muscles, I'm like, yeah, I could take them.
LOL walks up to you and said to you, but kind of in general to all of you as well, as she's looking at you, but seems to be addressing each of you. She says, They will only do what they're told. No need to worry. As long as you're not stupid, we won't do anything to you.
I've never done anything stupid in my life.
What classifies as don't do anything stupid?
She kind of like looks up and down and she says, just think about what you did to get here. Stuff like that.
But all I did was buy a fancy staff and not pay it back.
Yeah, that's called stealing, and if you steal from me, yes, you can extort the dagger in the back.
I didn't steal per se. I just didn't pay it my loan back.
We're all going to die. And she turns and walks to the ship as well, following Sophia and Draven.
Fear not, Loa. We're on a divine mission. We're on the ocean. Let's have an adventure.
She kind of like looks back at you, and there's like visual disgust on her face as she's like, "Oh God," and walks up to the ship. At this point, Xander, flanked by two Goliaths, comes up to you. Or Xander approaches the two guys and he says, "Just so you all know, this shouldn't be overly dangerous. I'm not looking to send you on any kind of a death mission. This is simply something I believe could be most profitable, and you've proven that you're not the best at paying back debts, or are unable to. I'm simply giving you the means, and currently we're a little bit short-staffed, so I hope there's no hard feelings."
No, I understand. Lady Luck is a bitch.
Indeed she is. He points at the boat and just seems to usher someone down. And the female that you saw that had the large pronounced gills comes down off the boat. Her skin is also a little bit of a light blue. And as she gets a little bit closer, you also see her face almost comes down a little bit to a point. Not quite to a beak or anything like that, but she almost has like a beak-like feature. Her nose kind of coming off with like almost like a triangle point to it. As she's breathing, you can actually visually see her gills moving. It seems that either her gills can breathe oxygen or they seem to move in tandem with her breathing. As Xander, pointing to her, says, "This is your captain. Her name is Aurelia. She is quite kind, and if you listen to her, I'm sure you'll live." At this point, she says, "It's wonderful to meet all of you. Have any of you ever been on the sea before, by chance?
Not once.
Have you ever sailed on the sea?"
No. Oh, people have sailed me before.
"So you're giving us a bunch of passengers." And she looks to Xander and just, "Hey, not everyone that can fight can sail." She just nods and says, "All right, well, you don't have to salute for that long, little fairy. Also, I'm not one for saluting. Honorifics don't need to stay on my vessel. Well, yes, I'll introduce you to some of the crew on board. We're but a small crew. It's me, my first mate, and Garrick, our helping hand. So it's likely that we will ask you to help with some of the hands-on work. But that'll be mostly order taking. Just make sure you listen to Eric, Garrick, and myself, and we should have a fine voyage." And she turns around and also walks towards the boat. And Xander, at this point, points to one of the group of individuals who's carrying basically a little shipment. He says, "That is all the gear that each of you have requested, or has been commandeered from you in some cases. I'll have you know that wasn't my doing. That said, feel free to equip yourselves once you're on board. Just know that if you kill your captain, not only will you die before you get back, but if you get back and you're not dead, I'll make sure you are."
Oh, hey, look, it's my staff.
As you see it kind of like jutting out of one of the crates. It's not actually like sealed in the crate. "I wish you the best of luck. And again, if you are successful in this endeavor, you can all consider your debts paid. Do you have any questions for me before you go?"
No, I think I'm good.
We'll be going into some kind of ruin, right?
That depends on how well you can listen. As far as I know, you're going to some kind of ruin, yes.
Any information on what this artifact even looks like?
He kind of points at Bolsh, who currently he's already made his way up onto the boat, and he seems to be currently talking to what appears to be a satyr. And he says, "Bolsh is the one with the actual details for what you're going to be looking for. All I know is that if we get it, I have a benefactor that's willing to pay we'll say a high price for it. That's why your debts are covered. Also why if you find any treasure, you are welcome to keep it. I figured I'd confirm that for you real fast. Any other questions? Once maybe pertinent that I can answer."
Do we know what the artifact does?
Were you not listening? I believe he said it's a key.
Yes, but is it a dangerous key? There are many such keys.
If it wasn't dangerous, why would we be requesting people that can fight to go on this mission? I'm sure it'll at least be dangerous to get it, if you're wondering.
Is it at least a shiny key?
That's a good question. Again, ask Bolsh. At this point, he seems a little bit annoyed, and he's like, all right, well, it seems that you don't have any other business. Get on board. Enjoy your journey. I hope to see all of you again soon. At this point, he goes over to what is the only carriage in the even close proximity that you guys can see. You guys have gone far enough away from the village in which you typically stay that it's not even in sight anymore. Do you guys wish to board, or is there anything else you wish to do?
Of course, I'm going to.
I will board and look through the loot, the gear.
Okay, so going through, you're able to pick out your loot of your.
Can he find his loot? It's got to be at the bottom with it being so tiny. It probably fell.
As you see him going through this, he's taking like large pieces of armor and just tossing them casually.
He finds one box that's seems to be full of all of your guys, everyone else's armors and everything like that. And he just kind of flies under it and picks it up, moves the box as it's on top of a different one, and then opens it.
Looks extremely odd, being the size of his character, of his person.
You guys all board as well?
I board.
Yes.
They do have it.
Okay.
Paddle's gonna be approaching Firo, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As he's
you can go for it
shimmying on
There's-
some
you guys,
chainmail.
I assume that all of you would kind of get your gear first. So, approaching him while
Except
getting
for
gear.
Sinaldo.
Do you want to approach Bolsh before that?
Yes.
Okay. So you getting on board as the majority of everyone goes to the crates with your guys' gear to equip themselves. Zinaldo makes his way over to Bolsh, and Bolsh currently discussing with the satyrs. You walk over, you hear the tail end of a conversation. Bolsh is, well, we're going to have to sail through the ice, and the satyr just kind of shakes his head and says, this is going to be fun. Kind of looks over at you and he goes, hello, my name's Garrick. Do you need me or him? Wonderful. At this point, he turns around. You notice that as the satyr turns and starts to walk, he almost more so
Garrick?
skips. Garrick, yes.
I
Garrick
heard Eric
is
before.
There is Eric as well.
Oh.
So the three members of the crew that you guys are currently with is Arela, Eric, and Garrick. Eric is a satyr, Eric is a human. Garrick is a satyr, and Arela is she looks like a pale human with gills and a little bit of a pointed face. You're not sure what she is. But approaching him, Bolsh kind of turns and he says, how can I help you? Zinaldo, I believe, is what you said before. Zinaldo. I'm going to mess it up again.
What do we expect? Are we expecting land? Foes? Water?
He kind of looks off the boat. At least a little bit of water. Maybe a lot of water. And land, do you count ice as land?
Close enough.
Then yes, some land too. And it is likely that if I'm correct in the ancient one that we're seeking, maybe some guardians. I think, as long as we can pay, though, we should be fine.
Pay in what?
That's the question. You see, and he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a book and he kind of goes through it and he just starts to point at stuff, but without even showing you the book. And he says, according to what it says here, there's perhaps some kind of special coin that you can pay the guardians off with. But according to this, we may have to find jewels along the way. And he almost starts to go into a ramble of just listing off different possibilities. He puts the book away at one point, pulls out another one, and he says, or, according to this text, we may have to solve puzzles or riddles, perhaps even, to pass some of them. So, really, it's going to depend entirely. Kind of shuts the book. Does that answer your question?
No. But it will do.
Ask Paddle. She's been on things like this before. I don't usually venture out into the sea. Adventures to these kind of places is a little bit new for me. It's one of the reasons they're giving me so many friends, which I appreciate. And he looks up towards the upper deck where you can see the captain is currently at the helm, effectively barking out orders to Draven and Sophia, who seem to be begrudgingly listening to what she says. A few of Xander's guards are still on board, helping to get ready to set sail as well. And you guys are probably a few minutes from actually being able to set sail. Do you wish to just join back up with the group now and go through your gear? What do you want to do?
I nod at Borscht and approach the rest of the party.
Okay. So with this, as you have approached Fierro, who is seamlessly, effortlessly moving through the gear, kind of ends up just throwing a piece of your gear off to the side on the boat itself.
Oh, I'll take that, please.
I would think she wishes to speak with you, so
That's you.
she wants to speak with you.
Oh, sorry. Give me a second. I just realized we didn't set this up with any forms.
That is a little bit of a problem. While you're setting that up, so we'll say that you for now are sorting through your gear as you're kind of thinking through what you would like to say to Pharaoh. As the Xander's guards finish up helping to set sail, they all disembark and seem to make their way over to the carriage, mounting a few horses, and Xander and his crew leave the area as Arela effectively calls to set sail. The plank is pulled up, your boat starts to set sail, and you start to make your way out to sea. We're effectively going to say you approach him a few hours into this. Maybe you think of this idea later. But in the meantime, Bolsh, as you guys are traveling and just kind of like listening to the conversations that Bolsh is happening, mainly with Eric, who would be the first mate, and Arela, who is the captain, the conversations they seem to be having are mostly that of directions. You guys catch glimpses of a map that Bolsh seems to be pulling out periodically, although he's keeping it a little bit tight to his chest, almost worried that it almost looks like he's worried he's going to lose it in the wind. But with that being the case, as he's kind of pointing at it, and you guys get some visuals on it, you can definitely tell that you're at least from where he's pointing out, the known map of Altira, which I think we have on the table somewhere. You're going to be setting sail a little bit past the Glacier Islands, off that map, like a little bit to the northwest specifically. So you're going to be kind of going up. And as he continues to kind of point out and give directions, you also are able to gather that you guys are actually likely going to be on this boat for a couple weeks. You have a little bit to get to know each other, and maybe formulate some kind of plans or whatever you would like to do. So with that, at this point, we'll say a few hours into sailing, Pharaoh, you are approached by Paddle.
Hello.
So, tell me about your people. Do you guys build anything? You all looked pretty strong when you were picking up all the gear earlier.
No, we just kind of hang around.
You don't build anything. Do you like invest? What do you do?
I gamble? Mostly.
What do your people do?
We float around, and mostly in the Feywilds.
Are there any ancient ruins there?
Yeah, lots. Sometimes none. Kind of depends on the day.
How do I get there?
Oh, you don't want to go. I promise you.
Oh, but I do want to go. Always want to go.
No, you don't. You ever play a game of poker?
No.
Okay, well then this isn't gonna make any sense to you.
Does anyone want to go to the Feywilds after this?
I'm not taking you to the Feywilds.
You get a quick response from Bolsh, who's like, and then you say no, effectively, and he's like, I wouldn't mind. And he kind of goes back and continues to read into his notes.
I owe people money there too.
By the way, that Bush guy, he's fine, but I'm still better. I find more stuff than him.
Oh, by the way, how do we want to split the treasure when we find it? I was thinking something like 70-30.
No.
Arela at this point actually kind of overhears that, and she chimes in and says, I agree, 30% for you, and then 70 towards the maintenance for the ship and those that are part of the crew. The 30% is to be split amongst you however you would wish now.
How about 60-40?
Make a persuasion check. You get the first roll.
That's not good.
That's a 6.
Whoa.
How about 80-20?
Is someone with better talking skills gonna step into this conversation and save our gold?
I have this great and lovely thing back at my house that I can let you have if you just give us the original agreement of 70-30.
Or, being as they're not coming into the ruin themselves anyway, finders keepers.
Potentially. But do keep in mind, there are some costs that need to be replenished. Anything that's found
Isn't
as a
that covered
crew,
by
we will
Xander?
split. Past that, if you find it, you can keep it. That's fine.
We can use the staff as collateral.
No.
I like that, actually.
No. As like Klaus like grabs the staff and like holds it tight. This is mine. I went into debt for this.
And she smiles and she's, for now. And she goes and starts to talk to the first mate, Eric. Eric himself, just to give you a quick idea for him, is completely clean shaved, and despite what is extremely cold weather, is effectively wearing a tank top and shorts. And it looks even more ridiculous when you consider that as you guys have been sailing for a few hours, you've even gotten to like that storm was on the horizon. You've gotten to the point where it's a little bit of light rain, and it's cold enough that as you continue to sail, the rain that is on Eric's face, that kind of like on his eyebrows and stuff, you can almost see starts to like suit like a little bit freeze or frost. And he seems completely fine. No like the redness on ears or anything like that, despite appearing to be a human. Seems to be faring with the cold completely fine. As Aurelia is having a brief conversation with Eric, you didn't quite catch the details of it, but she kind of like shivers at the end of it and turns, and as she's turning, she says, "I hate you," and just walks over to what effectively what the captain quarters would be, opens it up, and goes inside and locks the door behind her. But with that,
Paddle's going to like lay down on her legs like a horse do when they lay down, and then she's gonna be like, "So tell me about anything old that you know of. Like, do you guys know of any cool place? Have you been to any old ancient ruins or adventures before?"
Would you consider the bottom of the ocean a cool ancient place?
Do you guys have like history or like carvings or?
Well, I'm sure we
Old
do, but I left when
tree.
I was quite young, so I don't remember.
That's unfortunate. If you find out any, keep me in mind. I'd be happy to come.
I doubt you'd be able to go there.
I'm sure I would figure it out. I always do.
How are your swimming skills?
Surprisingly, not that bad.
Paddle, you seem like a scholar. Do you know what we might find?
Well, scholar, I've never been called that before.
make a history check.
You do seem kind of brainy.
Based on the area, do you have any idea what kind of creatures you might be able to expect?
We're going great, guys. It's fine. 7.
You immediately think that, like, you know, if we're going to Glacier Isles, dragons. Like, white dragons, dragon turtles, and literally everything you can think about is, like, the most powerful, like, majestic, ancient creatures that you could possibly think of on the water.
There's so many creatures out there that this could be. There's something like a frost dragon. Could totally be an ancient frost dragon. I've seen those in like depictions before, usually causing mass destruction. But wouldn't it be awesome to meet one? And then
No.
it could be
No,
a dragon
we're not.
turtle. We're around a lot of water, so it could be a dragon turtle. Which we could.
Does a dragon turtle have wings?
No, that is common misconception though.
That's disappointing.
But they're massive enough. And I don't know if some can fly, actually.
Well, I mean, if the boat sinks, at least I'll be fine.
Wait, where would you be fine?
Because I can fly.
Underwater.
Why would I be
Everyone can fly underwater.
Eric, kind of overhear you guys are talking.
Why would it be underwater?
chimes in. Oh, believe me, honey, you can't fly that long here. And he just keeps walking back with his,
The
or
only one
walking
who I
past
think-
with his comment.
The only one who I think would be truly fine is Moi, who can actually breathe underwater.
You can breathe underwater?
I can breathe underwater.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna have to tell me about your nation's culture.
I told you, I left when I was young. Very tragic story. Moving on. Haven't seen my family in, 20 years?
Were you abandoned?
Kidnapped, actually.
Oh,
Oh.
so was I for this. I understand. It's rough.
I appreciate your sympathies, little man.
Well, I appreciate you guys all coming on this journey with me. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be fun.
They didn't kidnap me per se. They just threatened to snap my beautiful white staff here. Like, I wanted to keep it.
And why are you here?
Duel. I lost a duel. And he leaves it at that.
I eye the Minotaur up and down. You lost? I don't want to fight what you fought.
Draven actually approaches to you guys. This time, actually having his, having the fur hood down, and echoing how hairy he was on his face. It just seems to keep going. It's almost as if he has a mane of hair that kind of just goes back, kind of like almost like protruding out of.
I think
the
you're
fur
the
coat.
only one really prepared for this. I mean, I am prepared emotionally, at least, but and excited.
He,
You look
he kind of
prepared.
like looks off the boat. He says, "Well, it depends on what you're meaning by prepared. You're talking about the boat sinks." He kind of like starts messing with some of the hair on the side of his head. He says, "Hair keeps water. I don't think I'd stay up for very long. But as you're exchanging stories, I thought we might be able to become fast friends. I broke something. It was an accident."
What'd you
But
break?
He like starts to look around.
An expensive vase?
No. It was
Someone's hurt?
it was their leg.
Oh.
On accident.
It was an accident. And he like walks over to a crate, and as he's walking over to it, he says, "You see, I must focus at all times, because if I do not focus," and he like puts his arm on the crate and just starts to lean on it, and and the crate snaps under him. And he gets up off of it, kind of like picks a wood chip out of his arm, kind of throws it around. He says, "Then it's hard to control the weight. But I simply thought you were all shattering stories, and I thought that maybe I would." And at this point, you hear Sophia yell out, and she says, "Draven, we have work to do." And he goes, "Oh, apologies, I must go." And he turns around and he goes towards towards like the door that would effectively go down into the parlor. No, the subdeck. I don't remember what it's called, but the lower portion of the ship. And both Draven and Sophia kind of make their way to the bottom of the ship.
So is his power just being really heavy?
I kind of hope that he really focuses so he doesn't fall through the ship.
Yeah, that would be bad.
But I bet you couldn't carry me to land.
I'm not going to try.
You were
the
gambling
only
at
one
it.
who
I
thinks
figured
he
I'd
might
try.
be cursed. Was that just me?
Okay. So apart from that, as you guys continue to travel, so effectively you would continue to make small talk over the coming days, as this journey would actually take you a few weeks. You guys both would be learning you'd effectively be learning a little bit over this time, a little bit how to be ship hands. You'd be able to familiarize yourselves a little bit better with Aurelia being actually kind of a sweet, albeit very to the point person. It seems that Aurelia has, her motivation behind this is really that she is friends with Xander, and it is a favor, and it's effectively, it seems to be a favor for a favor. As you kind of have brief discussions with Eric in passing. Eric, being a little bit more flamboyant, is willing to follow Aurelia anywhere. Doesn't really matter where, as long as he's following Aurelia, that is enough. Garrick is also following Aurelia, but in much less of a devoted fashion and more of a respect fashion. Commonly, we would refer to her as the best pirate on the seas.
I don't get this person. Why is everyone fawning over her?
As you say that, like in passing to Garrick, Garrick's the one who responds to, and he says, "Because one who'd be the best pirate on the seas will typically be very devoted and diligent in her tasks."
I'm sorry,
what
did
it's
you
worth.
just call a pirate devoted?
Maybe it'd be better to say a former pirate.
You could be devoted to your trade.
Then yes, that too. As he kind of just seems to use it as a fallback.
I don't see it.
Draven is actually a very approachable person. He's actually very friendly. Seems to always love it whenever anyone kind of brings up any kind of conversation with him. He's always happy to talk to you. But almost every time, at least at some point in the conversation, he's interrupted by Sophia, who very much so seems to be a very mean older sister and very demanding of Draven. As she is given different tasks like yourselves, she seems to pawn pretty much everything off on Draven, who seems to happily comply. He never complains about any of the orders or the barking or the reprimanding that Sophia gives, and seems to just take it in stride and effectively does the responsibilities for both of them. Lastly, Elowin is much more of a pompous individual, to the point that she barely speaks with any of you throughout this entire trip. The most you can typically get for her are backhanded comments of, why would I do something like that? If you kind of ask her, you guys ask her why she would be, why is she here? Her response is more of a, and why would I ever tell you something like that? And again, just completely blows you off. Very egotistical is kind of how she comes across. But that's kind of like your brief summary of the crew and individuals that you kind of meet with as you go. Actually real quick, throughout those days, is there anything that you specifically want to try and learn from anyone, either about someone or from someone in those days? Or are you mostly just kind of trying to figure out where you're going?
What? Does anyone have any playing cards and or dice?
Yes. Draven has playing cards and playing dice. Also would be happy to play at any point.
I'm going to start betting my future earnings.
Draven does not have money. But he's willing to bet labor.
You're a beefy, strong man.
In fact, we'll even say, so I would actually even say, Sophia is also actually willing to play with you, but rather than betting your future earnings, she's betting her debt.
Ooh.
So instead of betting future earnings, she wants to bet your guys' debt.
So you get my debt if I win, and I get your debt if you win.
Portions of it, yes.
Deal.
Does anyone else want to play?
I will pass on this game.
I'm with the guy with the horns.
Bunch
I
of
already made a
boring
couple of bad
prudes.
decisions.
All right.
I mean, are we playing dice or cards?
I'm fine with either.
I would like to play cards.
All right, I'll join.
Wonderful. Shall we bet, say,
really
100
really
gold
just
of
wanna
debt
watch,
per
actually.
game, per hand?
Sorry, what was that?
She offered to bet 100 gold per hand of debt.
How much actually
debt
debt
do
did you guys even have?
See, this is where it gets to be a little bit... we get to find out. Roll me a percentage die.
Okay.
Everyone roll a percentage die, by the way. Percentage die is the 2 d10s. There'll be a d10 that has a 6, 0, 1, 0, and everything like that. And then there'll be a d10 that's just number.
8.
63.
8. I rolled 8.
63, okay.
Good roll.
If it's supposed to be low.
34.
Okay. Write down what. So everyone, I'd like you to write down or make note of what you rolled.
Okay. Can you tell me which way is worse?
Well, you're actually rolling how much you are.
Okay.
Whatever you rolled in platinum and debt.
Well, I more want a context for the video.
Oh yes. So they are rolling to see how much debt they are in. Whatever they roll in the D100 is the amount of platinum that they have built up in debt.
63.
Oh, sorry. You also need to add a 0. So you're 630 platinum in debt.
I'm at 80.
You're 80 platinum in debt.
6,300
Your 32 is 3,200 in debt, I believe.
It was 34.
3,400 in debt.
51.
5,100 in debt.
630.
630 in debt. So that'd be 6,300 gold. So that is how much debt you
We're the
guys have.
same.
Okay, Paddle, what exactly did you do? I mean,
Sophia is willing to tell
Theodore
you.
is obviously...
Sophia is willing to tell you how much debt she and Draven have combined, which is 870 platinum. So 8,700 gold.
Okay.
And then
And how much was your debt, Paddle?
Eloa will not,
Since we're just sharing here.
again, will not tell anything about her debt.
Paddle. Paddle.
I'm sorry, what?
How much is your debt?
I honestly don't know.
Bolsh is actually the one who responds. This is, I actually can answer this. I've been a little bit curious. She's been helping me on a few of her endeavors, and while I thought she was paying her way, it turns out Xander was. How much debt are you in?
510.
She's about 5,000 gold in the hole.
I have
Gold in the hole?
Well, platinum, right? 500.
So pla-
You did 1,000, okay.
A platinum is 10 gold.
10 gold.
So
Yeah.
if you're
Sorry.
80 platinum in debt, you're 800 gold in debt.
Wow. Science research must be expensive.
Bolsh kind of like looks up and smiles and he says, "Well, yeah, you have to get boats." as you,
Multiple
seemingly-
boats? Is this not your first one?
This is my first time going in this direction. I've been to some islands in the south.
And you needed a new boat every time?
Well, it depends on where you're going. It's not my boat. You rent them. I've even seen the new place, the new land, the island chain.
But wouldn't it be cheaper to buy your own boat?
That depends on how many expeditions you go on.
Damn it,
And
Bush.
the problem is you have to save up
Why
a
didn't you
large
take
sum of
me
money.
to the new island?
I didn't know you at the time.
Well,
But-
next venture you have to take me.
Oh, we can do that for sure. It's okay. Because this venture, if we're successful, should fund many future adventures. Perhaps I will buy my own boat.
Make it a yacht.
This is a good idea. Oh, no. I'll be fine with something small. I need a small crew. Most places I go, you don't have room for large groups of people. All right, really enjoy your game.
And don't
Well,
forget
you
to get the
just
rum.
build escape
You need
room.
rum for your new boat, too.
Okay, what game are we playing?
He kind of stops.
Anyone have a preference?
He just keeps going. Sophia is...
Oh, it's great to
what
people just
game
get in the
does
way.
Sophia want to play?
And they trample on all of the history of a place.
Sophia proposes a memory game.
Okay, so we're playing dice. Got it.
I thought we were playing cards.
No, she just tilted her hand already. We're playing dice.
She just kind of shrugs. She says, I'm fine with dice as well. What game do you want to play?
I mean, we're on the sea. We can just play pirates dice, I guess.
Wonderful. Draven will play. As Draven kind of comes up and pulls out his
Damn
set
it.
of dice. Okay, so for the sake of this, we're gonna do it one roll per day, and this is just gonna be a single roll. Highest roll wins, and effectively the winner would give 100 of his debt away to each player that's playing. You have 4 players playing between Draven, Sophia, and the 2 of you. So if you win, you lose 100 debt, and everybody else gains 33. Technically, you lose 99. You would lose 99 of your debt, and then the 3 losers would gain it.
So what
You guys are going to be traveling for about 2 weeks, so we're going to do a series of 14 rolls. And then you're just going to count how many times you win, and that's going to be the easier way to do it. How many times did you win?
This
How many
will be
times did
fine.
you lose? You can add. There are a few things you can use. You can use sleight of hand if you'd like to cheat. You could use. It effectively would be like a gambler roll, which would be using a dice-based check. But if you guys don't have that, as you guys don't have your own sets, it would just be a dexterity-based check. And then the last one that I would allow you to use is history, because you're keeping track of how many of each of the dice there are. So you can use history, sleight of hand, or you could just do a straight dex check, which realistically at that point, just do sleight of hand. So for the sake of this, sleight of hand or history.
I'm double checking it. Checking the mechanic. Okay.
The high roll between Sophia and Zach this round, 14.
We just do a D20.
Just a d20 and then add sleight of hand or history, your choice.
19.
So
Plus 3.
I have a thing that actually gives me advantage on sleight of hand.
What is that?
It's my cloud rune.
Okay.
While I have the item on me, I just have advantage on sleight of hand. And something else.
What I am going to do for that then
And deception checks.
is I'm going to have both of them. So roll me an additional d20 for you. This is going to be a perception check. I'm going to roll one for each of them as well, because if you get caught doing sleight of hand, you get exposed as a cheater. So roll just a single perception check.
$19 on sleight of hand.
It's a 9.
9. Okay, so if you ever roll below a 9 or whatever I rolled for my perception check, you're caught cheating.
Okay.
We're just going to do one roll for them the whole time. Okay, so you guys both got a 19, so roll one more time.
I rolled a 16.
No, you got
Oh,
19
yeah.
total.
Yeah, 19
Roll
total.
again.
Yeah.
You don't have advantage on this one because you already matched the roll. This is
Oh,
just to
okay.
see who wins that hand.
7.
I rolled a 10.
Well, you won that hand. So it's one win for you. And one loss for everyone else.
All right. Here we go again.
Go again.
Oh, God. That was pretty low, but we're good still.
21.
13.
Ooh, I didn't win that one. 11?
That's a loss for each of you.
Okay. I need to note this. Yeah.
Just track your wins. I'm tracking
Yeah.
losses.
Okay.
So if it'll be literally just whatever the total number of games minus your wins. So just mark for each time you win.
Okay.
Their high roll is a 16 that time. For the sake of this, we're going to do this 7 times. We're
14.
going to say we're just to short it a little bit.
13.
13, so that means they win again.
Okay.
19.
That's really cocked on that one. I'm going to reroll that one.
8.
19.
Ooh. Roll off with them to see who wins. They just get 1, 16.
14 on the dice.
So that means they win again.
Sadness.
Again, we're going to do the 7 times, so we're doing it 3 more times. 17.
It's a 7. Yeah.
I rolled an 18.
You win.
Whoa.
Okay. 17. They're rolling really well.
17.
19.
Malty wins. One more.
Come on, I gotta win something.
10 high roll.
7.
18.
You win again. Okay.
Gambler.
So, how many wins did you get?
Come on, one
3.
more. Just one more.
3. So you got 3 wins. So that means you go down out of 7, but you lost 4. You would go down 260 gold. So you would 260 of your gold of your debt would be gone. And how many did you win?
1.
1. So that means you would have gained in 7 rounds. You're betting 100 each time, and you won 1. This would be 6 times 33. So effectively 200, but you're 1. So you're 100 gold up in debt.
Come on,
Which
just one more
is what
time.
they are too.
Just one more.
So yeah,
I feel
you're
real good
200
about
gold
this
down.
one.
Both other parties are up 100 gold.
God damn it.
Oh, 200 down. Got it.
Yeah, so you're 200 less of that in both.
So, about that
Farrell.
ride.
During the voyage, I want to offer a prayer to Bahamut in the ballad.
In a ballad?
All right. You got a ballad you're gonna sing?
It's more like drums of war and
All right.
Oh, this is foreboding.
I was waiting for a song.
I was tempted to make him sing, but I won't. Okay, so
play a bard.
the next, effectively, what this would be is over the next 10 days. 10 days are spent gambling, discussing different, discussing different things about yourselves, like how much debt you're in.
While he was gambling, he felt really good the first day. He's like, "Yeah, I got this." And then as he he starts getting like really sweaty the rest of the time,
And then continued to go worse and worse and worse.
just tilting.
You guys learn that your Minotaur friend is for most of you, if you're not proficient in religion, just seems that he enjoys effectively playing or both playing and seemingly mimicking the sound of drums. I would say likely with some humming. For those of you, if you are proficient in religion, would actually understand what he would actually be doing. With that being the case, going into the 10th day, you guys all wake up to what is a particularly more so rough day.
Oh, it can't be worse than yesterday.
As you actually make that statement about how it can't be worse, you start to hear what is the much more apparent sounds of thunder. As you guys are currently below deck, as you guys are currently below deck in your lodging, Eric kind of bursts down into the room and he says, "Well, my friends, it seems that it's time for all hands on deck. We're having a little bit of we're going to have a fun ride today." And he just immediately goes back up. And as he has opened up the door, you guys can see there is actually water that is just pouring down these steps in like an excessive degree.
He doesn't expect me to go, does he?
As everyone starts to wake up, Sophia kind of like looking forward, she kind of like shakes Draven. She says, Draven, up on deck, please, right away. I'll be up in a moment." And he kind of like looks over, and you see as soon as Draven sees the water, he's like a little bit hesitant. And he goes, "Oh, well, my friends, it can get worse." And he gets up and walks towards the steps. Draven quickly makes his way up. Eloa does not even seem to respond. She just continues to lay in her bed, ignoring the whatever this problem that Eric has brought up to you.
Klaus looks a little like seasick from the like the thrashing that's happening, but he grabs Eloa?
Eloa?
Yeah, I grab Eloa by like her clothes. I drag her out of the bed onto the floor and then run out the room.
Make a grapple check.
Strength.
This is gonna go terrible.
Athletics is what you're going for.
Oh yeah, no, let's
-1.
that's a 3.
As you grab her and you pull her out, you like pseudo pull her off of the bed, and she's like about to hit the floor when she kind of almost seems to just like startle a bit, realize what's happening, and as she falls off the bed like onto you and pins you to the floor in what is effectively a counter grapple.
Oh,
as
that's
she kind
hot.
of like head pinned down to the floor, and she goes, "Don't touch me."
Why, hello there. I'm glad we finally got you to talk.
She stands up, kind of like straightens out what is she seems like she's trying to like straighten out like almost like a coat, but you guys are wearing those furs as it is again getting progressively colder and colder, and she kind of realizes she doesn't have it and just kind of brushes off where you've touched her.
While this intimate scene's happening, I fly up to like poke my head above deck but I don't actually come out.
As soon as you fly up to poke your head above that, you're kind of like flying up in the center of it, so you can see the water kind of pouring down the stairs.
Oh God, it's fucking hell out here.
And you think that you're gonna be fine, and as you poke your head up, like this stream of water just and it just like hits you. You like it pushes you back to where you hit the stairs and just kind of.
Sorry, everyone's eardrums about that.
You are absolutely right, Fira. The day is better than yesterday. More water.
As you are peeking up on deck, you can see Arela currently at the wheel. Seems to almost just be trying to hold it steady, struggling against it. The sails themselves are. You can see one of them is actually torn. It seems to be ripped either by the wind, is what you initially expect, but as you look at it, you notice that it's actually charred. As you can see lightning streaking across the sky. Part of your mast is actually broken, as it seems, again, either wind or, as you look at it a little bit more, maybe even lightning seems to have struck part of the ship, as there's smoke currently, even despite the rain, kind of billowing a little bit off of a piece of the mast where it's broken. Up on that mast, you can see Garrick, who currently has what appears to be like a large blanket that he's almost seemingly smothered it out with, and he's yelling something, but over the sound of what is the louder thunders, the rain again, it starts to get a bit overwhelming, and you can't quite actually hear what Garrick is saying, but he seems to be yelling and just pointing in a direction. You kind of being the first one, you as you mentioned, are kind of like the next one on deck as you're kind of getting up from being pinned.
Captain!
Okay, as Mentor makes his way up on deck as well.
I'm pretty sure. I've never been a sailor myself, but that should not be there, right?
And as she kind of like looks up at it, and she kind of like looks out, and as you guys look over the water, you notice it is exceptionally dark. Over these last few days, even at night, you've still been able to see a little bit. The moon has been at least lighting the way, and you should be going to a progressively more full moon. You should be having more visual, but you are in an exceptionally dark place where you can only see 10, maybe 20 feet from the boat itself. To the point that, again, even Garrick up on the mast is hard to see. So not only can you barely hear him, you can hardly even see him up on this high view. But again, he is still frantically seems to be pointing in a direction. You being the first one that she saw, Alara called out to you and she says, Ferry, I need you, you can fly, yes? Fly up.
Yeah.
Figure out what Garrick's saying. I think he sees something. I need to know what that is immediately. And you being the next one up, she immediately points you over towards the, effectively up above the captain's quarters. There's a section where you guys have been keeping the majority of your materials, and as you look up, so the crates have been spilled out over, and she calls out to you and she's like, you, quickly make your way up there, seal anything that can still be saved, and well, just really make sure everything is secure. And effectively, just as you guys start to come up, she continues to rapidly send orders at you. As soon as you finish a task that she's given you, she immediately starts to direct you in another way to potentially be able to maybe deal with whatever this more so severe storm that is currently happening. Do you comply and actually fly up to Garrick?
Yes, and as you notice, as I come out, well, someone may notice, it's fairly small, but you notice the rune on my sword lights up as I head out into the darkness.
Okay. As you fly up towards Garrick, and you start to get a little bit closer, like to an excessive degree,
Garrick!
the wind is getting more egregious as you get above the boat, to the point that I need an athletics check as you are flying up towards Garrick.
I'm good at these. Wait. Okay. I really need a dice tray. This is in the middle.
Right to your right, Tree. Just
I'm just gonna roll.
Dump the coins out.
And I'll just roll this. What's that? 21.
21. Despite what is strong winds, in what is an easily enough fashion for yourself, as you start to fly up against it, and being greeted by these harsh winds, you go from like you suddenly found yourself being very proud of the training that you put yourself through, as you are successfully able to come on, quite easily.
Use those back muscles. Yeah.
As you fly up to Garrick, and as you get a little bit closer, you catch the tail end of Vive, and As you fly up a little bit, you notice that as you get above the ship, it's almost as if your visual is increasing. You can see a little bit further. And as you kind of like look in the direction that he's pointing, you can see, as you look what is about 30 feet.
I also do have 120 feet of dark vision right now.
So this perturbs you even more then. About 30 feet away from you, you can just see a wall of black. And again, you're quite confused. You're familiar with the dark.
What the hell is that?
Kind of confused. You look up, maybe about 100, 120 feet up. You notice you can see just fine. You can start to see out in the night sky. You can even personally see the stars. And at this point, this is when you get close enough to Garrick that you can actually hear what he's saying. He says, "Captain, it's a wave! A giant wave! We're going in the wrong direction!" And he is just screaming this, but seemingly not making, as you realize that you are heading towards what appears to be a wall of water. Just a massive wave that is rapidly approaching the ship. What do you do?
Paddle and she.
The survivor part of me says just fly up. And just like everyone to die.
What do you want to do? You can do the survivor party. You choose.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. He's just gonna take his. He's like, you know what? My chances are better flying up. I'm just gonna fly up.
Okay, so Pharaoh, and you guys can kind of see this as Pharaoh seems to go up towards Garrick.
Oh, fuck this.
And Aurelia, kind of like looking up towards him, sees that he just starts to fly away. She's like, "What, Eric?" And she just points at the mask, and he quickly looks over to it, and he goes, "Well, hope she lives." And he quickly goes, and he starts to climb up the mast as well. In what is a panicked, roughly about 40 seconds of quickly following orders and you thinking you guys are going to be okay, about 40 seconds in is when the rest of you can see this wave. As you kind of like turn.
I have dark vision. Do I see it sooner?
You would not, which again, if you weren't so preoccupied with the orders you would have been given, you would have taken note of the fact that you couldn't see as far as you normally did. Would have made more sense. But in the heat of dealing with what is a severe rainstorm, a broken mast, you didn't notice that the reason you couldn't see far is because water was actually blocking your view. So,
Which I'm also perfectly fine with.
As it gets a little bit closer, as Pharaoh, as you continue to go a bit higher, the storm again gets much more intense, even more aggressive. I need another athletics check.
It's 15.
15. You are still able to continue to climb. You get to the point where you're above the ship. The ship has actually gotten to a point where it has sailed out from under you. As two things that you notice. One, the wall of water is more of like almost like a looped wall of water. It's almost like curved, and it seems to almost be sectioning off. Wow. Why have you put us into a rave?
Like thunderstorm.
Pick one or two of them and do it for the one or two of them if you want to do that. Don't do it for all. Keep consistent, and then you can have the flashes. But that wall is almost like more of like, it almost looks like a sickle curved in how it's actually approaching the ship with almost purpose. It's a bit daunting, but you continue to persevere, flying a bit higher as you kind of like look to the right and hear, you see a bolt of light, and you're like, that was disturbingly close, and you continue to fly higher, and then again you hear, for a moment kind of confused, and then you need to make a dexterity saving.
Oh no! Uh-oh.
6. Oh no, sorry, not 6. 8.
8 is definitely still a failure. As you're flying up a bit higher, you've gotten to a height of about 80 feet, and you're starting to think, okay, I think I can get over this.
That one missed me. There won't be another one, right?
As you kind of get to that height of 80 feet, and again, in what is you're kind of like paying attention to the sky, and then you hear like almost like a muffled. You look towards the wall. As for you yourself, as you kind of like look down, as for the rest of you, the wall of water hits the ship, just gets picked up and is effectively just tossed and shatters against the sea. It is not a kind hit. It seems that the weight that you're able to pick up as the ship almost gets carried up this water wall and hits, the impact itself is enough that you don't remember what happened. after that. For you, as you actually see that ship, as you see the ship just and flips, and as it hits the water, you almost like can see pieces of it shatter
Oh,
with
they're
your
all
dark
dead.
vision. And you're like, I made the right decision, as that kind of like muffled sound, and you look towards the water and you see what is, it almost looks like a blue light. It's kind of like floating through the water, and it seems to turn towards you as a bolt of lightning from the water just, and you take 11 points of lightning damage.
Oh, I'm still. It's fine. We're okay.
And again, in a similar fashion, as you're hit, you're feeling like you shouldn't be entirely gone, as you can feel the lightning quickly kind of make its way through your body and realize you can no longer fly.
Wait. Oh, everything's going numb.
As you also just and fall.
And lose consciousness slowly.
Indeed. With that, you all awake. You find yourselves on what is a very sad remnant of pieces of the ship you're in. The hull is now effectively just scattered and broken, but curiously, as you guys kind of like wake up and look around, you see a few other individuals. Specifically, you see all the individuals that you have at the table here, and Draven, including the fairy, who seems to have just flown off into the sky. kind of quickly taking a glance. That is way too dark. If you have cameras on, you can't have it go that dark. As you guys quickly take an assessment, kind of looking around, Pharaoh, you again, especially because you weren't in the initial hit of the explosion, you're kind of like the first one that's able to get up. Your body
so
feels achy. You still have that little bit. You almost feel like you're conductor. You're like a conductible right now, as the amount of static that you still have on yourself. You kind of are able to you touch yourself and you can almost like feel the shock, like you can shock yourself almost. As you look, you're on this. There's like what appears to be.
Let me think here.
You can go ahead first.
You said Draven was with us?
Draven is unconscious. He is one of the only people who's
But
not woken up yet.
he's with us. He's
Yes.
unconscious, but he's also the hairy man, right?
Yes.
I try to cuddle up to Draven.
As Pharaoh flies over to Draven and kind of like cuddles up under his fur. It is
much better.
very wet, but it would still work as a pseudo blanket. As you're kind of like flying over, and as the rest of you start to come to, looking at the broken hole behind you, and then kind of
As I touch him, by the way, I like static shock.
does he wake up? He does not. As you touch him, it shocks him, but it does not seem to move.
We're good. We're good.
As you guys kind of like quickly take an assessment of the area you're in, it's a bit peculiar. There's remnants of ice, and especially as you look off a little bit to the north, you can see what appears to be almost like a pseudo cave. It's like an island, but it's almost more of like a hole of an island. You can see almost what a glacier that seems to be like a snake in its design, with large pillars of ice that shoot up from the left of it, off a little bit to the left. And just in front of you, it seems that you're almost on a little bit of a reef. There's large sickles of ice that are kind of scattered throughout it, again, leading to how cold it is, probably being around like 15 to 20 degrees at this point. But as you kind of like look around, you're surprised to also see just normal land. There's sand, there's some vegetation that is actually quite vibrant in color. It seems out of place, both from the Plaza Plains where you guys were from before coming here, and then especially sailing closer to the Glacier Isles, experiencing much more of what would be ice or glacier islands and things of that nature. This small reef seems exceedingly out of place. And even the larger cave that you see in the distance, there's some like deep blues, some light greens along the entrance. The color seems off to even the ice dome behind it. Definitely seems to be more of like a peculiar area. The sky is there's overcast in the sky, but the rain has also stopped, even though you can see rain very clearly in all directions. It's almost as if you're in some kind of a pocket where the storm doesn't seem to reach. Even despite the overcast, there's even like small pockets where you can see up higher into the sky, and as you look at it, it doesn't look like the sky. There's some kind of blue. It almost looks like the deep sea, as you can see like faint images, or better said shadows, that seem to go above you throughout these clouds. giving you the idea that, again, this isn't this guy, or at least something's wrong with this guy. What do you guys want to do?
I look for all the correct in, try and get a head count.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check as you're going to effectively be going through. You're searching through a little bit of the crash itself, quickly taking a head count. Let's see how you do. Investigation. I would also allow a survival for this, so you can pick between investigation or survival.
I got a 10.
The 10 total? 10. Okay. You're able to quickly get a head count of all the people you can find. Again, it is the 5 of you plus Draven. Draven does come to, and I'm actually going to say go ahead and roll another d20. You're going to get advantage as Draven, upon waking up, is going to immediately assist you in trying to figure out what happened. He's especially preoccupied with trying to figure out what happened to Sophia.
Your investigation's here.
Yeah, he said survival.
Either one. I said you could pick between either one of them if you would like.
Wait, Draven's up now?
Yeah, so Draven wakes up, and he is assisting him in doing a quick head count.
What's he do about me cuddling up in his
Doesn't
fur?
even seem to notice. Upon waking up,
safe.
Draven immediately is, as he kind of like quickly looks
I
around.
pretend I'm not there.
Okay, you being next to him, I actually see you would actually hear him go, Sophia, bullshit. Where is everybody? And then again, he quickly makes his way over and starts to help with the quick check to find a head count of 6 individuals. You're also able to find enough supplies that you're pretty confident that if you were to use this as, like, if this is all you have access to, you guys maybe have 2 weeks worth of food before you would likely starve or start to freeze to death and start to basically succumb to the wiles of nature. Even with those of you that are comfortable with the area or the environment, maybe a little bit longer, but overall, you do not have that long here. You do still have all of your equipment, as you thank Bahamut in this case, that you guys at least have a little bit of the means to survive. And then in addition to that, you find one bag along with a book next to it. As you kind of like look through the book, it is a journal of Bolsh, and this is a bag.
What's in the bag?
In the bag is a gold coin. Which
Dibs.
I happen to mention that Borsch said we might need a coin.
You did talk to the scientist dude.
No, it's mine. Give it over here.
Aren't you
Dibs.
hiding in
Pocket
fur?
No.
As he has pocketed the coin, which you now know he has in his pocket.
For safekeeping.
Draven,
Against
upon realizing that Sophia is gone, kind of like taking a quick assessment of the area, looks towards again this almost like cave entrance that the reef that you're on, you can see that even from where you're at, seems to almost like be a little bit above the water to where you might even be able to wade through it to this cave entrance. But the cave entrance is like a good half-mile away. So if at any point that reef cuts, you would instead be left out in the middle of water, halfway submerged. Draven kind of like taking a quick assessment says, well, my friends, it seems my sister is missing, and one thing that I did find myself is, as he points down towards the sand, and you've noticed that while faint, like in almost washed away with a little bit of water that has kind of gone over it, there is a couple set of footprints, 3 sets of footprints specifically, that go towards this reef in the direction of the cave. As Draven kind of points these out, and he says, I don't think we were the only survivors. I wish Sophia would have woken me up. I wish she would trust me more, but I believe that Sophia and perhaps some of her other friends, maybe Borsch, the captain, I only can account for 3 currently, but I think our best bet if we want to find some fellow survivors would be to make our way to the cave. Would anyone like to come with me, or would you like to stay here and perhaps set up a base of operations?
Are you saying like Sophia and them already got up?
It looks to be that
And
way.
they left us?
Yes.
We did say finders keepers, and I don't know about you, but this is pretty exciting. Look where we are. Look at the storm around us.
Wait, they left us out here to die?
You're clearly alive.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Who?
Paddle.
Oh, me. Oh no.
What's your passive then? 'Cause passive could work for this. Passive could also work for this. 11?
Wow, you rolled really bad.
It's a very enthralling.
I am looking at his character sheet. Hold on. Actually, it's a 9.
It's a very enthralling landscape. As you kind of like look around, the fact that you can't tell if you're in the eye of the storm or if something is. Despite what you know about from your experience around storms, the eye of this storm seems weird. It's still your best guess, but this is weird. It's almost, again, it almost seems tropical, despite what is an odd-colored stone. going
So,
through the
my
ice.
theory about dragon turtle.
So, Paddle, do you know where we are?
Looks like the eye of the storm.
Do dragon turtles
Is
make
this
storms?
the real ocean?
Sometimes, yeah.
Or is this like a dimension?
Draven kind of like looks about and he says, I don't know about the real ocean, but that's not our ship.
What makes you say that?
As you look back towards the ship, you realize you didn't really look at it that much from before, but your ship was like a darker brown. This is like a lighter, almost like tan color. The way the masts are ripped and torn, you originally again just kind of rode off as your ship had been slammed against the water, but the hull is more intact than even from when you saw it crash. The sails look weathered with time. The holes are more so, again, they've deteriorated.
Where's our ship?
Draven's, I don't know, but I know that,
Oh my gosh, I look
that's
so
not
old.
our ship. And he's like,
Should we go check it out?
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm already on my way.
They might have treasure. Let's go.
as Paddle's like, you're like, should we check it out? She's like already trotting over, and she's like, oh yes, definitely. as Paddle, as you make your way to the ship, boarding the ship isn't like from before when you guys originally boarded, where you had that plank that came down. Instead, it's almost as if the front section of the ship has collapsed and fallen forward. And so you're effectively almost like climbing up on the rubble and the ruins of this ship.
Oh, this is perfect.
You
The
notice-
adventure already
Where
started.
do pirates keep their
as
treasure?
you're walking up onto it and you kind of like look at the ship under your feet, there's like almost like a blue mesh. It almost looks like the ship has skin in parts. And as you kind of
Yeah, I'm gonna like lean down and like go down my.
as you lean down and kind of
To,
like place your hand in it, your hand kind of like sinks into it, and it's like a gel almost. And kind of like pulling it out, you expect to pull it out, and due to the jealous nature, it have like almost like a hole where your finger was, but it almost immediately seems to grow back into place. It doesn't look like you touched it at all.
Ew.
Kind of distracted by that. Pharaoh apparently being close enough to see that with you.
I'm gonna pull out my little journal and start journaling a little.
As Paddle looks down and starts to kind of journal, as you two both responded to her, I assume you went with her, and you guys kind of like look into the hull of the ship itself. And again, the hull of the ship is also different, much more open and wide. The bedding from before isn't there, and the inside is not nearly as destroyed. There's large pillars that seem to almost like support it like it was a structure rather than a boat.
I'm
gonna
actively looking for a captain's quarter, because if this is a pirate ship, that's where the treasure will be.
Perception check.
Paddle is sketchy.
Or investigate.
You've seen.
Perception or investigation depends on if you're entering the boat.
Okay,
Investigation means you're entering the boat.
I'll do perception because I'm better at that, so.
Okay, that means you're staying off of the boat and looking in.
I want to be like
to
judged.
investigate the mouth of the case for any sort of guardian.
So that again, that's like half a mile to a mile away. So that's going to be, you would be leaving the group if you wish to do that.
I'll hold off.
15.
15? Okay, so as kind of going in order, as you guys kind of looking into the hole, again, there's many pillars that almost seem to support it that, again, leads you to almost more of like a building rather than a boat. It looks odd. And the pillars themselves, especially for you, being a little bit more familiar with this kind of environment, again, at a quick glance, wooden pillars, boat, that's not wood. That looks almost to be more of like a cobblestone. A light tan. You realize that, especially if you first realize, as you kind of like enter into the hole, you kind of touch these, you realize that this is like coral that's grown up from the ship. And what you would originally mistake for almost like mast or support beams is instead quite literally live growths from the sea that have grown up through this ship. And likely is the reason that this ship, despite what is now determined to be of a much older vessel is still keeping some of its integrity. As you look about the ship, and the coral is grown in ways to keep it together. In fact, in some places, you're even pretty sure it looks like it's kind of repaired it.
What was the original, like, can I tell what race originally built the vessel?
Make an investigation check.
I was an archaeologist. It's part of my...
Can I tell if this coral is naturally growing alongside of the wood or if someone has
Nature
guided it?
Nature check and then an investigation check. Or actually history check. Sorry, apologies for you. This would be history and nature for you. And then I'll get to what your perception check is.
12.
12? With your background, you actually are pretty sure you know what this was made by. But it's odd, is the Plazit Plains are mostly a human-dominated. Both agriculture and architecture in the Plazit Plains are of human make, dating back to what is more simplistic design.
It is not
the design of this
shiny
boat
blue one.
being much more of a, we'll say bolsterous, leads you to more so dwarven take, specifically Dualnar. Dualnar, for everyone, are seafaring dwarves.
Fascinating.
In not
Believe
only
this
that,
is-
you've only seen and heard of Dualnar vessels in books. You thought that the Dualnar were extinct.
Holy shit, guys! I'm pretty sure we just found a Dualnar vessel. Have you guys ever even heard of the Dualnar? They're only in storybooks.
What's a Dulnar?
They're like sea dwarfs. Have you ever seen something like this before?
I've never seen a dwarf swim.
I'm like furiously sketching what we're seeing.
Class like points at the ferry. Yeah, I've never seen a dwarf swim.
I don't think that's a thing.
What's your nature check?
It's 100% a thing. I know it's been
What's
this
your
theory up to
passive
this point,
nature?
but this is huge. Look at this beam. Like,
I'm sorry,
can
how do you
see
tell
the
passive?
detail?
So what's your plus to nature?
I know you have to get the
3. So your
coral
passive
or growth,
is
yes,
10
but
plus
like
whatever your modifier
underneath.
is. So 13 is your passive. I would
No.
say with your
And
background
see.
and being much more familiar with parts of the sea, I actually probably didn't even need you to roll for this in hindsight. This coral is guided. Very much so. This is not natural. When coral grows, it grows long. It does not typically
It does
grow up
grow
unless
up
it's growing
and
along
when it's growing
something.
along something.
But
Yeah.
there's no mast underneath it. Something has allowed this coral to grow upwards without having a foundation to grow off of.
If there
Is it
was,
like lava
if
tree
the
where,
coral
like,
was
it
empty,
grew
then it
over
would
and
grow
then the
over
wood-
it.
Like,
By the
rotted
way-
out.
Again, for the sake of this, there's nothing that would allow this coral to grow this way, but it has been guided. Whether or not
Hey,
something in
scientist lady.
nature is allowing it, or something's off
Maybe
about
I
the
should
coral.
call you a scientist pony.
How can you tell this is made by Dulnar, by the way?
Anyway, someone did this. I mean, after the Dolnar people that you were talking about, this is not natural growth.
Oh, this whole fucking
for the
place
ocean.
isn't natural.
You know, if you want to stay around here and meet the owners,
No, I'm looking
I'm
for
okay
the
with
treasure.
that.
No. Out of my way.
Okay, as you start to fly up, you were going to say something to her. I'll let you say it.
I was just saying it.
Okay, so as you guys are kind of like discussing and Paddle is furiously taking notes on what is this strange vessel, you're able to
What
kind of
do you
fly
think-
up a
what
little
do you
bit,
think
and again
could
you can
even
see
make
the
the
more
coral
so
do that?
the deck of the ship. The deck of the ship has it kind of cuts down into the
see
middle,
these
and
spongy
there's a staircase that goes up to where the steering wheel would be. But that is very much so long since broken. There's a large center mast that has been kind of like snapped down, and in more so a natural way also has coral that has kind of been growing up it and around it, and that seems much more natural in its design.
Treasure, 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 where are you?
There is 2 separate rooms. There is between the stairs to where the steering wheel for the ship would be, there's a door. That door is also grown over with coral, but you can definitely still tell there is one. There's also a window just to the left of it that has some kind of almost like crystallized rock that has grown over it, but pretty sure if you fly over to it, you could look into the window. And then there is another one with a door that is snapped, currently open, that looks to lead down into probably a storage area, a hold of a ship.
We'll check out the window.
Okay, as you fly over to
It's the gemmy one.
as you fly over to what you're quickly able to determine upon looking inside is the captain's quarters side of the ship. You see inside there's seems to be almost like 2 shelvings that are built into the back of the room. There is a bed that's kind of it's a bit caved in the middle, and a portrait that has been almost slashed down the middle and is folded over on itself. There's multiple chests all throughout it, a few of them sealed, a few of them opened, and then lastly a large map that is currently it's mantled into the floor, but it looks like it's been so long, like trotted over and everything like that, that it's like you can only see sections of land that leads you to believe that it was a map at one point.
Okay. So I'm going to use one of my hand axes and try to bust through the window.
Okay, so for this, I'm going to say go ahead and make an attack as you're just attempting to break the window. I would also allow an athletics using your axe if you would like to.
I mean, they're the same thing. So 17.
17. Okay, so it's not terribly hard. Despite a little bit of coral growth, it's not extremely sturdy in its ways. As you guys kind of down low start to hear, like, and you're just like, what's that? And then you hear, as you find hold and hit, in the way that it shatters. Not all the coral falls off, but like a good portion of the window kind of like shatters and falls inwards.
Just enough so I can get through.
To the point that you could fly through, but definitely not a medium-sized creature as you fly into this, what you assume to be the captain's quarters.
Did you guys hear that?
Yes, Firo was saying something about finding the captain's quarters. I'm assuming he's gonna piss off an owner and get swatted like the bug he is.
I'm looking for treasure. This man's on a mission.
I don't know if I want to go stop him
Now
though.
you need to make an investigation check, as you are now searching through the captain's quarters.
I don't mind him like taking
8.
stuff. but
8.
You don't need to break
Okay.
everything's there.
So for a second, you are looking
investigation.
through.
Sorry.
What is
7.
even better? What is everybody else doing in this time?
I'm like standing, like I didn't follow them up, but I'm like watching, making sure that nothing like follows them up behind them or comes up and sneaks up on us.
Okay, so you're still out in the reef area.
Yeah, like I'm
kinda.
still like out in the reef area, like making sure like nothing like is coming at us from.
He's making sure nothing is holding his staff.
True. I am guarding my staff.
That works. Okay.
Is
so
one of
you're-
the footprints? Is one of the footprints a pair of hoofs? Potentially
Yes.
a satyr's?
Yes, actually. One of the 3 sets of footprints that you can see is, in fact, a satyr's.
I am also going to be looking for his book or some sort of his belongings.
You're looking through the book that you
So I'm
found?
trying to find his book so I can find information.
Didn't you already find the book?
Who is
Found a
who is
book
his?
already.
Borscht.
So you have a book
Yeah,
that was
from
Bolsh's.
Bolsh.
You have Bolsh's journal
You have Bolsh's
specifically.
journal.
By the way,
I will be
as
scanning through that.
as I'm checking the captain's quarter, like as I'm looking, I'm just like literally grabbing things and just tossing the room effectively, like I'm robbing the place.
Okay, so you guys down below heard that shatter, and then within a few moments of like asking what was that, you then hear it again, like a. Yes. both,
Okay,
like,
hold on just a
tossing
minute.
and-
At least let me take a look around the room before you tear it apart.
So you're not
Finders
with him.
keepers.
You're currently down in the hole.
Yeah, I
You
know.
wanna
It's
make your way topside.
The top side, yeah.
Okay. As you kind of you have to actually come back out and crawl up the side of the ship to get up, as the normal staircase that would lead you up is effectively just completely caved in. So it's almost like 2 sections, but you can't enter them without going to the broken section of the ship. As you kind of make your way to the top, and you kind of go over, and you also notice the door is currently
You know, that was
broken
one of
over.
my most impressive feats I've ever seen. A horse climbing a ship.
True, as she kind of like jumps up
Iron horse.
in clever ways. As you go over to the window, and you can see inside what is a much messier captain's quarters than what I initially described. As you have found what is mostly old
What
clothing.
the hell, Firo?
There's you
Please,
found a.
let me look first. Hold on.
As you say that, he like looks into a box, and he's like, and then he just throws it, and you just watch his papers just scatter, as he didn't care about whatever these documents were, and just kind of like threw them behind him as the papers again just kind of
I'm going,
spread throughout.
Junk,
You also
junk,
see
trash.
on the. You also look inside and see the map as you kind of like look at the map, and you're like, this is an older map. You notice an island that's unique. And you immediately find yourself intrigued as one of the boxes that he throws hits and just tears the map.
Where's the
I'm gonna
gold?
try to bust in there and like catch him.
The window
grapple him.
itself is definitely, even so, being a centaur, even if you were to shatter the window completely, you
Oh
would
yeah, no,
struggle
go
to
into the
make
door for sure.
Okay, so you're gonna go over to the door.
Do you need
make
some
an
help,
athletics-
paddle?
This would be an athletics check to attempt to
Listen
actually
to
break
like,
down the
check,
door.
yes,
You're
get
like
get your ass
panicking.
over here. We
You're
need
like
something
panicking
done.
to get in. You're like back kicking the freaking door.
Hurry, he's ruining it.
So you could both make individual athletics checks to try and break down the door in the captain's quarters.
Can I do something other than athletics?
That depends. How do you want to break in?
Let's see.
No, not check. Tell me how you would break
I know, I'm
into the
thinking
door.
about my options with my character design.
Okay. For now, make an athletics check as you're trying to kick down the door, and Clara comes up.
Shay.
Shay, sorry. Shay, I apologize. I wrote it down wrong. As you're going and you're just kicking it, Shay comes up, and she seems much more analytical in how she's kind of like looking at this door.
Dude, I'm so weak, I can't bust that thing.
Is she gonna just help me? Do I get advantage?
Are you
then?
proficient in athletics?
No.
She cannot. By the way, you can only assist
I'm rolling
someone. This is a personal rule. You can only assist someone with a check if you
Oh,
are
dude.
proficient in a
Makes
check.
sense.
Oh.
I'm gonna.
while they're all
I tried
screaming, by
kicking
the
it
way.
and it's not working because I got rolled an 8.
I
so I'm having a rough
use
time.
a
But I pull
cantrip
out my pick
Druidcraft.
from my Miners Explorer and I start to try to
Start to chip away at it.
chip away
No,
at
I'm
it.
trying to make a money
Okay.
sound. by
And then
the
I
door
hand
so
the
that you
shovel.
can run through.
Wait, where's the Minotaur? Sinaldo. What was his name?
You can only use sensory effects.
Sinaldo.
As you kind of like call out and you quickly trot over to the side of the boat, and you see that he's currently just outstanding in the sand.
I'm trying to think of a
and
nature
he's
sound that would be
reading some
the
kind
sound
a
of
book.
gold.
I'm sure that is actually probably fascinating, whatever you're doing. But Sinaldo, come up here, I need you.
Put the book.
Look to her. She's talking to you.
I set the book down or in my bag, and just jog over to you. Be like, what is the?
Ram into the boat door. I tried. I don't really have anything
for
to
my
ram with, but
dash action and do like my gorging rush.
All right. So go ahead and make an attack. So you're gonna roll a d20. It should be on your thing. As long as you don't roll a 1, you're gonna hit the door, and then you're just gonna roll damage.
yeah, roll.
I rolled a 3.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. It's like, you're gonna hit the door if you don't
Doors.
get a 1. So roll
That's why I
damage.
avoided the door.
1d6 plus your strength modifier is what I believe it should be.
It's 1d6 plus 3.
5
Plus.
5.
Plus 3.
plus 3, so 2 plus 3.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's all right. 5 health is actually exactly what you needed to do. As kind of combining with where you had been chipping away at it with the pickaxe, as you make your way over to a wardrobe and you open it up and you excitedly see a pouch for the first time. First thing that might actually have something in it. As you go to reach for it and you just hear the door behind you just. Yes.
Now catch that damn fatty!
He just rams through the door. You like kind of have to stop yourself before you kind of like trip over the bed frame as it was just in
I
front of
first
the door.
opened the pouch.
As you open the pouch, much to your glee, you see gold, silver, and gemstones inside.
I close up and I fly out the window.
Roll me a d6.
We catch him?
I will be catching.
There's 3
trying.
of us.
We are trying to catch him. That was
Okay,
the
so
goal.
that'd be athletics because you're trying to grapple him. You're going to have to make an
Okay,
acrobatics
so I rolled
check.
a 4
Or
on the
you-
d6.
You rolled a
Nat 20.
4.
The Minotaur caught you.
So athletics you can use athletics or acrobatics because you're just trying to contest the grapple as he's trying to catch you.
Oh wait, I'm on the wrong character. Hang on.
I would say that he's the only one
Yeah,
who'd have a chance to
athletics.
do this before he would actually be able to fly out of the boat, though.
That's a 20.
Fly to the window.
I got a nat 20 and my athletics is a plus 3.
So as you go, you are caught, and you weren't really trying to dodge, as you're really used to being able to just fly away.
yeah, just, like,
and
force
just
the
break
hands open.
away. And as you kind of get caught, and you're just like in like kind of like that arrogant kind of way, you're just like, as the Minotaur just fully just like kind of grasps you and really locks you in his grip.
I'm just like death gripping on my money.
The room is definitely scattered.
Look at the
map.
he did. It's
the
so
map
much
is
damage
not-
for something so tiny.
The map is not only torn, but one of the things that he's threw was a bottle full of a liquid that is now spilled and is now filling the room with a little bit of almost like I think like a rotted smell. It's almost like to an alcoholic point, but a bit closer to like rotting juice.
It's more fermented.
Yeah, very fermented alcohol. It's a strong sense on the map. As
I tried to get that off.
as you kind of like quickly try and save this map to the best of your abilities, you notice, Klaus, as you've actually been kind of standing watch, you've been mostly kind of like looking towards the cave, making sure nothing's coming to the sea. You hear this rocket, and then you kind of like look over, and you swear you see someone at the wheel of the ship steering it, and you're just like, what? And you kind of like blink, and they're gone.
I like grab my hands, like rub my eyes like really quick and be like,
Nope. I'm good.
must have been the wind.
Okay.
I don't know. Just,
I ask, what you do, little man? And then I call behind me, what do you do?
He trashed Paddle's precious room. Yeah, that.
I found treasure. Finders keepers.
You didn't have to trash the room to do that. You are strong enough to have control.
I did. I controlled where I threw everything.
I don't think you did.
this is not controlled. Do you see how much damage you did to this map?
I set him out.
It was already all broken.
Let him go!
It was all junk anyways.
He's brought you outside of the room and kind of like set you down. She says, "Don't let him go," and you've been set outside the room.
I don't fly. Like I kind of fly to like a railing, and like do inventory.
Okay. Well, you can check what's in your bag as you fly over and you start to look through it.
Oh, Papa. Yes.
Color code them to precious stones for that. With that being the case, as you guys start to, for you, I'm gonna say sleight of hand to try and fix or clean up this map.
I put on the bag pouch, kind of like a backpack.
Okay, as you like, even for a moment, despite your strength, as you pick it up and just due to its size, you kind of throw it and it's just like, that was just kind of just throwing something around the size of you and just a little bit unprepared for it in your glee and excitement for the coins you have found. As you do, and you kind of like look back towards the room, you
Do they
look
do,
and
like,
you
photographer's
swear you
tools?
see someone walking down the steps, and then in a similar fashion to Klaus, as you kind of just like, what? And you look again, and there's no one there.
I'm like, almost grabbing my weapon.
Where'd it go?
Little paranoid about your gold there.
No.
Put my sword away.
Photographer tools?
No, so you're effectively doing a mending check, but
Yeah, but photographer's tools are like meant for maps, yeah. Like
You know what's
You're
funny?
cleaning.
Measuring, though.
and measuring and
This
stuff,
is to
yeah.
clean the map because you said you're trying to clean up and repair the
Does
map.
anyone have the mending cantrip?
Nope.
So yeah, I'm gonna say that this is gonna be sleight of hand for this.
Okay. Sorry, is
The warlock.
I'm a warlock.
It's kind of a wizard.
No, wait. No, so sorry. One thing I'll change. I will say you can do cartographer's tools. So you can have your proficiency because you are working with a map, but it's gonna be a dex-based cartographer's tools rather than, I believe, wisdom.
10.
10. He muffed it pretty bad, but you're able to save a good portion of it. As you kind of like look at this map, you first notice that in almost the center of it, you notice you can actually see that larger cave, the ice portion of it. The green and blue rock in front of it is where the map again seems to go into a slightly faded out portion. And then you go down a little bit further than that to where your island currently is, and this is actually where you notice that you actually probably could have seen some. In fact, there was writing here, but this is where he had spilled that liquid. The writing is blurred and torn in a way that's going to be next to impossible to put back into a way that you can actually read. That said, you are able to pick out a word or two. As you kind of like look at it, you're able to pick out the word cave, which isn't terribly surprising to you. But the next word that you find is permission. Permission seems to be in the middle of the sentence too, but you have no luck making out what might be coming after that.
If we wait until tomorrow, I can mend it. I didn't think I'd need that spell in the midst of a falling chip, which
Fine, I go after
actually
the
would have been.
documents next.
As you go and you look towards one of the documents and you look at this first document.
Wait, I should have had mending.
As you look at this first document and you start to read through it, this one just seems to be a ledger for a boat. It seems materials for a voyage, likely a longer voyage, which is a little surprising just because you guys didn't find any kind of merchandise or materials inside the ship itself. As you kind of get to the next piece document, which seems to be some kind of a job, this paper is again worn with time. It seems like it's been almost smeared to a point that you can't really read too much of it at all. But that said, as you're reading it, you see the word again, permission. But then as you blink, the word changes to seemingly it seems to be referring to a crate of grains. And kind of confused, you like look at the word again, and you're just like, no, the word is never there. And just like, well, that was weird. Okay, well, I kind of woke up in a weird place. And you keep reading again. You go to the next paper, and the next paper is titled "Permission." And again, you see it, and you're just like, what? And then not, you don't even blink this time, but it just seems to disappear. Like you lose focus, and it's gone. And the title of this one is instead what appears to be effectively an order from somebody, or a shipment order specifically. And kind of confused again, you kind of go a little bit more down the page, and then you see the word "not," and then again quickly disappears. You find yourself amongst the order once again. And then as you kind of confused, you almost get to the point where you're no longer reading what you're looking at. You're looking for words that disappear almost.
That disappear, yeah.
You make your way to the next page, and then you see the word "denied," "unworthy." You actually start to get a sense as you look through these papers, and then you stop and you start to look around. You look towards the captain's cabinet that he had opened. There's a symbol on the captain's cabinet, but the symbol for a moment is instead seems to be a face that's looking at you. Seemingly, it looks to you and kind of like looks to the rest of the room, and then looks back with almost like a smirk, but like an angry one. And then you kind of like refresh, and instead you're looking at the symbol of what appears to be a captain's hat with a sword running through the top. It was never a face.
Is anyone good at magic?
I can detect magic. Does that count?
Or curses?
I ain't got nothing on curses. You're the paladin. You should know curses.
That's very much of
I'm just out there counting my gold
triggered something.
repeatedly. This felt really a lot in there. I just keep recounting it.
Okay.
I gather up.
So are you like counting it and then adding it every time you count it, and then you're like, it's this times this times this, and that equals this and this.
Like planning my future gains with it from gambling.
Okay. As you guys are trying to figure, mostly Paddle is trying to figure out what might be going on in this room.
I'm mostly just looking at the disaster and watching her be enthused.
Okay.
I see that she's doing weird things, but I don't know what she wants.
I try to find any correlation from anything in the journal to the map.
Okay. As you kind of open up the journal and start to look through it, there's a couple things that you were quickly able to learn from before you were called. Of Bolsh seems to have been his notes are largely varied. The first bit that you were flipping through seems to be almost like records of previous adventures. He has gone through and he's explored effectively different sections of land. The one that there's the largest section on seems dedicated to a place called the Crystal Scar. But apart from that, Crystal Eye. Apart from that, that is actually probably a good half of it, and that's mainly what you had gotten through. As you kind of like flip past this larger section dedicated to the Crystal Eye, you find yourself in what may be closer, what you would assume would be closer to this, as you start to find notes related to an ancient being of ice, which kind of was what you were hearing a little bit earlier. That means that he believes causes perpetual winter. And a ship that was lost at sea that last sent a report for this. They sent someone back who gave a report stating that they believe they found an island where it may live, or at least it may be connected. And they intended to go back on a second voyage there, but they never returned on the second one. He's been looking for this ship, the Dawn Treader specifically. As you continue to kind of like quickly flip through this, you get to the next section where in his notes referring to this ship, it seems that the captain had the only key that would allow you to enter whatever this cave was. He hid it in his quarters. As you kind of like look about and you quickly go back to the note about the Dawn Treader ship. You find what appears to be like a small drawing of it, and realize that that ship is very familiar to the one, or similar to the one that you're currently in.
I believe the ship is a dawn treader. It seems this island
I like draw a name above the drawing I've been doing.
might be home to the avatar of eternal winter, it seems. And there's supposed to be a key somewhere in this room, perhaps.
Does it lead to more treasure?
Yes.
Okay, let's find it.
I start going back to the room. I start tossing it
as
again.
you come
As
back
soon as
to the
you start
room,
tossing
Farrell,
it, like she like grabs you and like little too hardly, like little too much strength. You sit.
Are you going to find the key?
Better than
Anyone else can find the key.
as she says, anyone else can find the key.
As long as I get half.
You are. I'm gonna cast detect good and evil based on all that as.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and mark the spell as cast. I need to read this real quick, actually.
Because detect is that an actual spell or is that
It's an
the
actual
paladin
spell.
feature? Which one's?
It's an actual spell.
Okay, that one's the actual spell. I forget what the other one is. What's the paladin feature?
Okay, as you cast it, protect from good and evil, is the one that you're thinking of. As you cast that spell, and kind of a little bit in preparation for it, and getting ready to look for this key, you immediately get a ping. Right next to you, in fact, as you kind of like stop and turn. With this spell now cast, you can see what appears to be a transparent silhouette of an individual who's wearing what is a nicer tunic shirt that is but cut off at the bottom. It's torn, almost to the point where it's like the bottom he has no legs. Instead, it's just clothing that is torn and hanging. You see the face, it's actually a fairly dignified individual. A little bit of stubble, but in like a thin line, obviously well kempt. Despite the transparent nature, you can definitely tell that perhaps in life, whoever this individual was, cared about his look quite a bit. You can see what appears to be multiple different symbols of even likely what appears to be like embroidery around the edges of what is kind of like a flared button up above the tunic itself. As you kind of quickly glance over to him, and almost in response to you saying, because you said someone else will find it, and then kind of cast a spell, and he said, as you said, someone else will find it, and then you kind of like look over and see this individual, and he says, no, they won't. Almost in response to that, while you don't notice this immediately, you standing out on the outside of the ship, hear a and kind of like turn and look. One of the larger chunks of ice on the ground that you had seen seems to almost like and break. A leg seems to sprout out from one side, another from the other side, as what appeared to be a larger section of ice instead suddenly becomes almost what appears to be a spider-like creature of ice, as it kind of like quickly takes an assessment, and this happens in a very quick moment as it looks towards you and just crawls towards you. As you guys need to roll initiative.
For
Anybody else
clarification,
see it because we're inside the cabin?
for clarification purposes, was the ghost or the shade or the specter or whatever you want to call him a dwarf?
The ghost is a dwarf.
You would have noticed that, or you should have.
For sure.
Okay. Everybody roll initiative.
I feel green.
10.
2.
Hold
Whoa.
that thought. Okay. We do initiative a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
we
fine.
do.
So we kind of do things in groups. So effectively,
Green or
how we do
purple?
our initiative is
Green.
if the monster's turn is between us, like
I bounced
first group
it
will
out of my ring
go,
before.
monster will
I'm
go,
rolling
second group will
so
go.
terribly
After
tonight.
that,
I'm rolling
as long
low
as there's,
attendance
no,
the
as
entire
long as there's
night.
nothing in between the players,
Put that under, and then that mast falls on the other side.
His computer's in the way. It's fine.
But yeah, so just to finish how initiative works is effectively, we have monsters go, then players go. Players can really go in any order. So,
Okay.
But
don't.
he'll tell us like what the initiative is to beat for the monsters,
For the sake of
and then
this-
people will go either before or after the monsters.
You guys didn't pick out minis, did you?
We did.
Give me all minis.
However, I need to
Place these.
put mine on the base.
Get it throughout. This is you, right? So you would actually be in here. You guys are technically in this room. I'm just putting you guys on top of it because it's going to be
I'm way
impossible
smaller.
to
I'm
represent
way
you.
smaller than that, but
You are not this big. Also, that is such a small section to be attached to it. It's fine. It's fine. And then,
Oh, it's so pretty.
technically, you are the only one who can see this. But this guy is also technically in the center here. But again, I'm actually going to just put him here so that we can see him because it's slanted a little bit hard. And then lastly, or sorry, you're not up here.
Yeah, I'm down at the bottom.
Kayla's in there.
I am in there. I'm just getting a base for mine.
I kind of have you out here.
See, it's me and Draven down there.
Indeed.
there we go. Now we can see the map.
There's my last one. One of the single ones on the ship. Easy. And then for Draven, I'm gonna use this guy for now. Actually, yeah, I'll just use this guy for now. Okay.
This actually turned out really pretty. I actually really like it.
Hey.
It does look really pretty.
Where's the monster?
They're the little blue guys.
Oh,
I thought they would be.
Bigger?
No, they're literally like, they're like crystallized sections of ice that you originally mistake for
What are you talking
ice.
about? They're huge.
No, they are quite literally tiny as well. We just don't have actual tiny minis.
We do have tiny.
Tiny minis that are blue and I can use for ice sculptures.
Oh no. Not that many. No.
All right, now let me roll for them.
I like it, Kayla. It turned out really good.
19. Did anyone beat a 19?
Nope.
I got to 4.
You guys were not entirely prepared for these things to act then.
The person who was watching didn't even roll that good.
I'm
Well,
just standing there looking.
Not necessarily. It's simply that you kind of like heard that and it's like it moved and there was the one in front of you. You kind of got ready to act as in the one right up behind you just.
All right, well, find the key, guys. I'll just wait here patiently.
And then I'm going to put him here.
What's that noise?
As you ask what that noise is, and then you and so Paddle and Pharaoh being the kind of closest to the door as she was working on the map, as you kind of have her, as she kind of had set you down right next to her. So you're like, "What is that noise?" And you turn and you see this again like spider-like ice creature just up to the door. I'm just gonna roll odds evens.
Ah, shit.
This is gonna be attacking you, and then there's gonna attack on the two of them as the enemies are going first. I believe it's only a 9 to hit though, so I believe that misses you.
I have a 14.
11 to hit you.
Ah, miss.
Last one on, I almost called him Zachary. The last one on Draven is a 13 to hit, which does hit him. And Draven takes. Oh, sorry, that's supposed to be a D4.
Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if this counts, but when we were unconscious, did we get a short rest?
No, you did not.
Okay.
And Draven takes 6 points of ice damage and is already looking rough.
6.
Yes. Both of you are missed. And then lastly, I keep wanting to call you Kalmia because we're out in the sea. Paddle, for you, as you are, as you're
She's
looking
got a
over
doggy
and you
paddle.
see this,
Except for it's a horsey paddle.
this ghost-like apparition. This ghost-like apparition looks towards Pharaoh, who had ransacked the captain's quarters, and reaches out and effectively just seems to try to touch him. You cannot see this, by the way. The only person who can see it right now is her. And then that is a 21 to hit you. Which I assume hits you, yeah? Pharaoh?
Yes.
21. Okay. You take 4 points of unrecoverable necrotic damage as you feel a extremely cold sensation. For you, that almost seems to cover like a whole portion of your body. It's like your upper leg to like just under your arm as your whole torso goes from what was a kind of a bit of a biting cold from before to like a freezing cold, like to the point that it burns. As you look towards where you felt this, and you can't see anything. You can see the ice thing behind you, but it missed you. You dodged it. As you're a bit confused what actually hit you. With that, it is now your guys' turn.
Now, who rolled initiative?
Oh no.
No, we just
No,
go
so
now.
it's just so we changed how initiative works.
Oh.
It's all of you guys go together. So basically, the first person who knows what they want to do goes first. The only reason you roll initiative is did you beat the monsters? So I rolled a 19.
You
So
can
let's
also,
say
like,
2 of you rolled a
roll,
21
do a move
or
together.
above a 19. Everyone else didn't. The 2 people who rolled above me would go first. Then the monsters would go. Then everyone else would go. But in this case, the monsters rolled 19, so they just go first. Then you guys go. So it's
All right.
effectively alternating
So
between you guys and the monsters.
I would like to swing my great sword at the spider creature.
Okay. As he
think
pulls
it's
out
more
his
like a
small
crab.
toothpick.
That's a 7.
7 to hit. 7 does not hit.
Yeah, sadness.
As for how that actually works, by the way, is you fly down, you bring down your great sword to actually land and find contact with it. But due to the fact that this ice seems to be almost slightly melting as well, you hit and it slightly chips, but the blade just and there's almost like a splash of water as it seems
then-
to deflect the blow.
And then I'm going to go ahead and use my bonus action to use Second Wind, so I can recover 1d10 plus 3 health.
Okay. Not gonna lie, the moment you said you wanted to try and fly above the storm, I was like, wrong move, Sparky.
You can make something that's for a fight in the captain's quarters.
Ugh.
Because doing that on that.
Well,
is
I
gonna be
get
tough.
5 health
It is
back.
gonna be very rough to do that.
I was thinking like the tissue box or something. Just doing it like right here. This is the captain's room or something.
All right, that's it for me.
Okay. Oh, actually, I have an idea for that. Who knows?
Oh yeah.
Kalmia, by the way, you
Hire-
not Kalmia. My gosh, throwback. Paddle.
Hire the risers.
No, that's not what I wanted.
The risers are over there.
He didn't want a riser. But you should have been saying something after he got attacked by a spectral dude that none of us
Very
can
submitted
see.
again.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
There it goes.
am I right next to the ice dude?
That's too big. You are within 5 feet of him. You can quickly make it to him. Make sure you like your idea. Listen, you pick this up and then you put it down.
I did because it's not quite level.
5, 6,
It's
1.
slightly off.
This is fine. This is fine. For the sake of the captain's quarters, we're gonna
Is
use.
this?
Sure.
That'll be flat.
Well, no, I was still gonna do it like this
Oh, that's
because it also
5, 6,
encircles
1.
the room.
6, 5, 9, 5, 6, 1.
Oh. You are not a large creature. You are a medium creature. We're gonna use this guy, who's also a minotaur. We're gonna say that this little trap door is
the
where the
door?
door is that leaves.
Come here.
Missing. That's not Kalmia.
it's-
See, you did it too.
I'm working on it.
Twice.
Trying to make it so this character or this model will stay on a base.
All right. Who knows what they're doing next?
Let's see. What is the range on this?
If you know what you want to do.
I'm gonna cast Arms of Hadar.
Okay. Is it which saving throw is
It's strength.
Strength saving
They had to
throw.
beat a 13.
13.
4. Definitely fails. And I assume you're hitting the one next to you, yeah?
It's anything within 10 feet of me.
There's currently only
Yeah.
one in front of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
I was just making sure it wasn't.
3.
3 damage?
Is that
Is that
3D?
necrotic, I assume?
Yeah, it's 2. It's necrotic.
3d6. You get one more.
Oh, is it 3? Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
because it's naturally level 2 now.
So 6.
All right. As
They also can't take a reaction against me if they failed. They can't take reactions till their next turn.
okay, it definitely failed, and it looks like it's falling apart. The ice starts to break. It seems that there's some kind of magical essence that holds this thing together. And as the necrotic energy from your arms, Radar, as it reaches out and almost seems to wrap it, the portion that wraps seems to break off, and it is starting to fall apart. Effectively, would be considered bloodied, which just
I
means
would-
that it's under half health.
I would also like to move away from it.
Okay, and it failed, so it can't take reactions. Where do you want to move?
Let's just go over. Yeah.
30, so that's as far as you go if
you wanna
use your full movement.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
I know this is probably a stupid D&D question for people that play D&D all the time, but ice cannot be poisoned, yes?
I mean, it potentially can.
Okay, I
know.
try and poison spray the ice ball. Or the ice crab.
Okay, it's a dexterity saving throw, yes?
Constitution saving throw.
1.
1d12 of poison damage.
Go ahead.
7.
7. Okay, as you poison spray it and you just kind of the green mist kind of spreading over it, it does start to deteriorate the ice, but it is not quite as effective as you would typically expect poison to be.
It has resistance to poison! Guys, the ice crabs have resistance to poison.
Okay, so the 3 of you have gone. What do the 2 of you want to do?
Have I seen the captain's name on anything? Like signed or anything? When I was going through those
You
papers?
see a captain's symbol on the ghost that you're looking at.
Well, I know, but like, when I was reading any of the documents, did I see anything that had his name?
You did not
A
find
name.
anything in the short amount of time you had before that actually happened that had his name. One thing you do notice, is you are the only one that can see him though, is he's reached out and touched Pharaoh. He does have his other hand seemingly faced up. Like he's holding something or something's missing.
Like an orb or like?
No, it's like his hand. Think like someone's holding their hand out to you, expecting something. So he's reached out and touched, but he's keeping his other hand face up, like he's expecting to grab something.
You can't see anything, Firo.
Is there anything that they could, like, he would put in his hand?
What do you guys want to do?
We don't even know there's a ghost there yet. You haven't said anything.
Well, she knows.
Yeah,
The
she
captain's
does.
here, and he's pissed. You shouldn't have wrecked his stuff. You can take stuff, but you don't
I'm
wreck
fighting
them.
You guys got to
hiding a
do
thing
your
right
turn,
now, so-
or we're gonna take
yeah.
super long on this. What do you want to do?
Okay. I'm gonna. How close is the ice crab?
So currently, this is what
He's
we have.
within, like, 5
He's
feet.
5
You
feet
can
away
hit
from
him.
you. This is what I'm using for the captain's
I
quarters.
don't know what you're talking about.
There's a little...
The captain.
All I see
Move
is
it
this
right there,
creepy
let's
ice
just
crab
see it.
thingy.
Just like out in this corner. And then
I
I'll just
will-
have you guys move it.
Unarmed strike it.
Okay, so you want to move up to it. And you're gonna
Yeah.
punch it.
I don't think ice crabs can be
Punch him in the
captains.
It's a D20 plus your. It should just say what your unarmed strikes plus is. Roll a D20 and then add that.
Okay, nat 20.
Oh, crit.
Okay, so we do special critical rolls. So the way that it would work, your unarmed strike is at a D4, I assume.
I think so. Yeah, D4.
Okay, so the way that we do it is instead of doubling your dice, you're just gonna do 4. You're gonna whatever your max dice roll is, and then you're gonna roll and add to that.
Okay.
Do you have
another
an?
D4? Mm-hmm. 4.
So 8 plus what's your plus?
3.
So it's 7
So
plus
it's
another
11.
7?
No, so the critical
It's
doesn't
4
double.
plus 3.
You double the dice. You don't double the number.
No, you don't double. You don't double anything with criticals. The way that a critical works,
Yeah.
so the way that we do it, so let's say you do a D4 damage,
It's
you just
D4
instantly
plus
get a
6.
plus 4. If you do a D12 damage, you instantly get an additional plus 12. So it does your max dice roll on top of it. So in this case, you rolled a 4, so you do 4 plus 4 plus whatever your modifier is,
Okay.
which
So
is
it's
3 in
11.
this case. which is 11. Okay. As you're like, guys, it's resistant to poison. The Minotaur just walks over and just shatters it against the floor. It is dead. No.
No, not tossing. It's very.
Put her inside and then give me the little blue guy. He's
It's
dead.
a little. It's not very stable. Oh, he's already fallen. Yeah, it's not very stable.
He just shattered him. So you used 5 feet of movement. You could move, and if you have any bonus actions you want to do, you can do that.
There's not another crab.
Not as far as you know.
Not in this room.
And I can't see the ghost.
You cannot.
Look for
You
something
didn't
that.
scream out or yell or do anything too. We have no idea you're under attack even.
True.
I think I can't do anything else.
I mean,
Heard the attack, maybe.
I do.
Now with the ones that we
okay.
had.
So as he shatters it, he's like,
Oh, thanks for that.
it's dead. What do you want to do?
We're here to learn and find the frozen creature, which I assume you were also looking for.
Who are you talking to?
Is there something you need that's to prove that we are?
She's lost it. We came here together.
Permission. Do we need something? What do we need to do to gain permission?
As you ask the creature a question, it seems wholeheartedly fixated on Pharaoh.
It doesn't like you. I need those coins.
No.
Fine, you died to the ghost. That's fine. I'm gonna look around the room a little more and put things back in. I'm gonna start putting things back in order.
Okay. As you kind of pick up one of the crates and move it over to try and start to reorganize the room, it does seem to kind of stop and look over at you for a moment before fixating again on Pharaoh. Okay. With that,
I'll be looking for some kind of object or a small thing that would go inside the captain's.
so what I'm going to say is go ahead and make an
as well.
investigation check then.
I mean, ultimately, I'm
For your
just gonna
turn.
fly away.
It's sort of standing better.
Oh, finally a good roll. 17.
17. Okay, so as you effectively spend your turn investigating through the room, as you're kind of quickly cleaning up and looking through things, you do actually find a note related to the captain. Now that you actually know you're looking for something in that, effectively looking for something related to him.
There we go.
The captain of the ship's name was Thalion. Thalion was effectively a treasure hunter. Throughout his travels, the thing that he prized the most was a specific type of gold coin. Typically, this gold coin can only be so it's not your typical gold coin. It is embroidered with a specific stamp. It almost looks to be like it almost looks like a tic-tac-toe board on it with additional runic symbols on one side. The back face of the coin would typically vary, but this specific coin between Thalion and his crew became like their number one sense of currency. And in order to buy, if you ever wanted passage on Thalion's vessel, or within anywhere that Thalion was effectively anytime he was in charge or on any kind of mission, the price was a single gold coin per individual for entry. That is the only thing you're able to find. The specific gold coin, again. Okay. With that is what you spend your turn doing. At this point, as you go to Draven's turn, who does call out, he goes, friends, we have a problem! As due to his yelling, you realize there's probably more outside. As he's going to attempt to hit the one that is in front of him, he pulls a short sword from his side, as that is what he has. And he misses entirely. As he gets a 7 total, as he pulls out his short sword and just kind of and just goes right above it, as this is a very small creature on the ground. And he goes, and I'm not good at fighting little things. As he is not going to move because he is still engaged in combat. So that is going to be the end of Draven's turn, and that is going to bring us back to their turn. I'm going to start with, again, the ghost that is near you, that is once again going to attempt to reach out, and
Bad touch.
that's a 17 on the die. Okay, you are going to
Bad
take
touch.
an additional 3 points of unhealable necrotic damage. As again, you feel the cold sensation starts to grow, and to the point that not only does it start to grow, the sense in which it's growing is it kind of like starts to go on part of your fingers, and you attempt to move the top of your pinky and realize you can't. The sensation in your hand is also leaving, almost like the ligaments are dying.
I still can't see this thing.
You cannot. But you definitely are sure that something's next to you.
Stop chasing me!
Okay, with that, the two ice creatures. We're gonna go
She
first
did
off
say that the
for-
captain's here and he's really mad at you.
Indeed. That's a 15 to hit.
Yeah.
What?
And then
She hasn't
it's
told
actually
me
a
anything
6
else
on
really,
Draven.
though.
So the one on Draven's going to miss, but the one that's
I'm
hitting
waiting for my
you...
next turn. I talked too much already.
Wait, wait, did
Ooh, it's going to do max damage.
Oh, Sag.
So max damage for this thing is 8 points of cold damage. As we are now back
wait.
to all of you.
No, that's
I will-
I'm not close enough.
how far away is that?
So you are currently here. Each square that you move is effectively 5 feet. So you
Okay.
are about 5, 10, 15, 20,
You can move 8
30,
squares
40,
normally
45,
without
50.
using anything else.
You are 50 feet away with 20 feet of difficult terrain moving across a broken ship, which equivocally means you're 70 feet away.
Okay, I will use my dash action.
Okay,
Get
so
to the nearest crab.
go ahead and give me the Minotaur.
I assume the blue one like actually moved up to me to attack me, or did he use a projectile?
Is it?
Yes, he moved up to you. No, he moved up to him. Heal that damage.
Okay.
So you would be 70 feet away, so you're 10 feet away. So
Is he out?
Yes, Draven is dropped. As he calls out, I'm bad at fighting little things. The second one
no.
runs,
He
sprints
has-
up, skitters up to him, and just kind
Higher.
of, and both of them kind of
I
like
should be
crawl
able to
up
make
and.
70.
He has 40 feet of movement.
Oh, apologies.
He's
You are able to make it as they
And
seem
I
to.
goring rush him.
Ooh, nice. Go ahead. You would still see, because technically they did it on their turn, as it needed to move, and it would have moved to him. You would see them kind of like, as Draven calls out that he's bad at fighting tiny things, the second one seems to ram into his leg, kind of collapse sideways, and they both kind of skitter over top of him and
What the hell?
clamber up on top of the body.
He
Another
crit
nat
again.
Is that 3 20s for you in a row?
That is 3 20s for him, yeah.
Well, there you go. It's not just an
Glad
A.
one of us is rolling good.
Right? 6.
Yeah, it's a 5.
So another death.
Yep. As the one rams Draven's leg and collapses him to the floor, and the second one seems like to skitter up on top of him, almost like they're gonna start to. It seems like your first initiation is like they're gonna eat him, but then you realize they're made of ice. So you're not quite sure what there is. You don't care though, as you just hit it and and another one shatters and goes flying.
Fragile little things these are.
Yeah, fragile. That's what this is. Okay, so that is. Sorry, one more time. What is your name?
Sinalo. Sinalo.
Zanalo.
Sinalo, not Sinalo.
There
I
we
have
go.
sight of
Okay.
the other one, like where I'm at, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to Eldritch Blast it.
Go ahead. Roll to hit.
Eldritch Blast.
That's a 10.
A 10 just misses.
That's sad.
As you send your Eldritch Blast, and again, it's not as much that you miss. You're actually fairly good at your craft. So when you hit, the ice is much sturdier than you would normally think, as it and hits and does not quite.
My dice rolls are carrying over from me playing Pathfinder. I can never roll on that either.
Unfortunate. Would you like to move?
No, I think I'll stay where I'm at.
Okay. 3 of you are the people who have turns left. So what do you want to do?
I'm still waiting.
Wait, me, huh? Paddle.
What do you say?
So, he likes those gold coins I think we saw earlier. Did you get any of those?
There look like there's like 3 gold coins. One looks different than the other ones.
Give him the one that looks different. The one that does one have like a cross or a tic-tac-toe board on it?
Think of it as a dual cross. 2 crosses. next
Dual
to each other
crosses on
almost.
it?
I mean, there's technically 2 with crosses on it and 1 without. But I assume it's supposed to be the one without. In this case,
No, it's the one.
No,
with-
it's the ones with crosses.
if there's 2 of them,
You need to pay your way.
But there's 2 of them.
Just give him one.
okay.
As you reach into the bag and you kind of pull one out, you can now suddenly also see the captain, who's, as you see him, his hand is currently clasped onto your shoulder, and you can see that almost like that dead sensation is kind of growing out from that. As you hold the coin out and kind of like drop it into his hand, he immediately lets go of you. The damage is now healable, but you are still hurt.
Oh, okay.
As he looks down at his hand and he clasps it, and then he looks back to you, and you are the only one who hears this. But to you specifically, he says, "Passage for one, granted." And then just and seems to fade away. He fades away for you as well.
Well, that worked.
He said it was only for one.
Find more coins! I take one.
Kayla takes the other one.
That was
You
my
actually
action.
have coins. Okay. You two both have a turn. We're technically still going. There's one left. And it was called out that there's one left as well. So you guys do know that it's out there.
Actually, for the rest of my turn,
I have to
because all I
action.
also did was hand a coin over. I assume I have more I can do.
Yes,
Item
so that would
action.
effectively count that as an item action.
Okay. Since there's still stuff being fought out there, I will fly out
70 feet away.
through the window.
Sorry, it's 50 feet away if you don't, because you can fly over, so you're not dealing with the difficult terrain.
Yeah, I mean, I can only move 30 feet, so I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'll probably just dash and kind of get in the center of everything.
Okay, give me.
But I'm just flying. But I'm still flying above, so.
I also am action dashing
I'll
out.
say I'm
but,
like-
it's gonna do me tons.
I'm probably.
I can't get
15
that
feet
close.
up.
You have how much movement?
30.
Okay, so you would be 10 feet away.
And just to be clear, I'll be like 15 feet up. So.
Okay. What are you doing?
I was talking and I'm still searching around the room for a coin.
You can go ahead and make a new investigation check.
Wait a second. Can I do this? Okay. What's the? So is there only one? Or is there more?
There's only one left.
6.
6?
Could
Don't find nothing other than what
could
you've already
I-
found.
Could I instead move 30 feet and pull out my blowgun and shoot a little dart?
Yeah.
Just. I don't expect it to actually do anything,
Go ahead and roll to hit.
and it's going to be with disadvantage because I'm assuming it's over 25 feet.
It is over 25 feet.
Okay.
It's exact.
I gotta find the.
Yes, because you'd be flying.
+5. So 15.
15 does hit.
Okay, so it does 1 piercing damage. And technically it has a poison, but I don't know if it's gonna
This
matter.
thing cannot be. It cannot fall unconscious.
It can be poisoned though.
It can be poisoned.
Okay. So it still needs to make a saving throw. I believe it's a 13 con.
It's a 17 on the die.
Okay.
Okay, so it takes the 1 damage. It is so. This is the one that he hit, as that was the furthest one away.
You
So
s-
it is.
all you see
again,
this is
it's,
little-
it's breaking apart. But
You see this like tiny little blowgun, and it's like a splinter. It just gets shot at it. You can't even see it. You're like, what are you
it hits. You do notice the ice seems to slightly, almost like melt in its vicinity, but that's it. Okay, with that, that is the end of all of you, and Draven needs to make a saving throw, which he failed.
Raven's going down.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get close enough to help him.
I will actually tell you guys that he failed that with a natural 1 as well.
Oh no,
He's bleeding out.
not Draven.
It means that he failed 2 death saves. One other rule that we play with, just so you guys know, if you go down and you fail a death save, you keep your death saves through life. The only way to reset death saves is a long rest.
So similar to Pathfinder.
I don't know if that's a thing in Pathfinder or not.
So that helps me understand that.
Okay, with that, it is its turn again. It is going to attempt to attack you, as you are now the closest.
Okay.
It also can natural 20, apparently.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
What comes around goes around.
Oh shit.
I guess so. Okay, so base roll. That's max damage die as well. So that is a total of 14 cold damage.
Oh, that hurt.
Okay.
shit!
Normally its
didn't
max
feel good.
damage is 8, but
Just eviscerated this man.
True. That's a scary ice spider.
Like, these things are fragile. As it like claws and starts digging its way into your chest.
apologies,
My fur is a
Kayla.
little redder.
He just beheaded something.
Tiku's beheaded.
I have been beheaded.
Yep. Tiku's head just popped off. Okay, with that, it is back to your guys' turn.
I'm gonna walk up and do a medicine check on Draven.
Okay,
Try and help him.
You approach and you're going to attempt a medicine check. So it's a 10 to stabilize.
Oh. Sorry. He's fine.
17. Okay, so you have stabilized him. He still has 2 fails, but he is now stabilized.
I'm gonna shoot an Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
Yeah, my Ring of Fire is my golden zone.
21.
Must be rolled in here.
Definitely is. Go ahead and roll damage.
What's the damage on Eldritch Blast? 1d10.
Yes.
This is the d10, yeah?
Yes.
Yep.
6.
Okay, that is enough. Is there any spectacular way you would like your Eldritch Blast to kill the last one?
I'm gonna blow off its other arm.
Okay, so as you shoot it and it's kind of like falling apart, the from the one side where you hit it, it's already kind of like breaking apart, and the second side, especially due to the fact that the dart that it hit slowly started to deteriorate it, is you're able to find that exact mark. Is you're kind of looking, and it's like that splinter really did nothing. As a blast from clouds just hits that same spot and just. And not only does it take the arm, but a large portion of the chest also seems to and just shatters and breaks apart.
Glass cannons. They might be.
And with that, you guys have successfully dealt with whatever these weird icicle creatures were. The floor is back to yours.
What the shit were
Draven
those
is unconscious.
things?
Can I perform any healing on him as well?
I will.
Oh crap,
Do I
Draven's
know
down.
that he's down? Oh, okay. Now I know.
There you go. You know the Draven's down. If you don't have healing built into your kit, then no. You can use a medicine check to stabilize him, which was done already. He is stabilized. But currently you'd have to wait for him to wake up, which I rolled for to see how long it would be if you guys are not able to heal him.
I can heal him, but it takes spell slots and stuff.
That's the only way
Is
we're
it
gonna
worth
get
it?
healing. Yeah.
That's the only way we're gonna get healing right now.
Is it worth using it on Draven? I'm actually going to turn the fan on. I'm pretty hot. I don't know why I said that into the mic. Very important note for everyone. I need a fan. I'm dying.
I wish we had more fans.
So funny.
So do I heal this guy? Do I do it?
It's up to you.
I have no healing, so
Go for it. Draven's great.
we're Draven.
I want to start taking a short rest myself. I don't know if I'll actually get
You're
one.
also kind of beat up, huh?
If you guys want to take a short rest, just mechanically, I will tell you that Draven would come back within a short rest. You'll never take longer than a short rest to wake back up if you're knocked unconscious, because you would heal the amount
How
of
long
damage.
is a short rest?
An hour.
Same. I feel like our centaur friend would like to keep exploring anyways, so.
I'm down.
Well,
We
as
need
I
to
am
find
also
more
in
coins.
full health, I'll go help her look for gold.
I'm gonna join
And
our
more
fairy friend over
information.
here in resting.
Okay, so you guys elect to take a short rest, which during that short rest time, it sounds like the two of you have or decide you would like to continue to investigate, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so both of you go and make investigation checks. This is going to be for over the course of the hour.
Don't fail me now.
Oh man, one good roll. The rest of the night, it's terrible.
11.
11 and
Two.
2?
Oh my gosh, you're a useless investigator.
Start feeling back in my
So
I'm not all that
what
great,
this is
but-
Paddle is very, very fascinated with the captain's quarters and is just continuing to search the captain's quarters in hopes that she eventually will find some. but it seems that
she's
there
really
isn't
just
any in the captain's quarters. But
studying?
she's just like only in the captain's quarters. As Clara is like, okay, she's got the captain's quarters. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna search
She's
through.
getting like
for-
obsessively distracted about like reorganizing the place back to how it was.
I'll
And,
say
like,
that during that time, you're
documenting and,
also
like,
able to
reading.
reorganize the captain's quarters as well. Sorry, one more time. What did you get?
Reading and like
You got
figuring
11.
out
Okay.
and like drawing.
So as you go through and you explore
architecture
through
stuff.
on the other side, going into like that hold where the door it was broken that he had seen earlier, going inside there, you find what is the remnants of food. It seems that whatever the kind of food that was here was either eaten or has deteriorated to a point that it's almost like unrecognizable. But in the hold itself, you don't really find anything worth noting, but it leads you to the conclusion that there's no materials in here. So if there are any materials, it's likely out here. So then you venture out onto this kind of like reefal coastline is what I was going to say. But that's not right. As you venture out, you start to search through there. You search through some of the crates and barrels that you can actually see on the map. And you yourself are able to find some stuff. Go ahead and roll me a d6.
2.
That is the only pouch that you're able to find that has any kind of coins inside. Apart from that, you are able to find a few other things. You find an additional journal that is more of a log. That seems to be a log of the crew of the Dawn Treader. It is more so like reports that have been put into this that you can easily tell are written by different people. The first report is that they encountered a mysterious storm and eventually ended up encountering a giant wave that capsized their ship. Surprisingly enough, their whole crew was found together. They were very surprised everyone made it, and everyone seemed to wake up on the ground outside of the ship. Next report is they've been exploring here for a while, and it seems that some of the ice has the ability to not gain sentience,
Animate.
but gain, animate. That is the word I was going for. It seems to animate. And they got to the point where they always had someone on guard watching the ice. Secondly, and funnily enough, if you guys would have started by going through this, the third entry, they've started to encounter what seems to be ghosts of individuals that have been here from before. In fact, in the third report, some of their friends that had passed, as it had been months since the previous report, they swear they were starting to see. And they started to ask for passage, referring to some kind of a ferryman. It almost reminded them of some mythological gods that they'd heard of, where you have to pay the ferryman to get to the afterlife. But didn't quite line up, but they knew their friends came asking for coins, and until they elected to give them some of their coins, they would continue to harass them, in some cases even causing people to freeze to death in conditions that they should not normally. Last entry is the captain has passed away. Per his request, we are going to bury him with the ship, and we are going to make our way inside. Here's hoping that we can find something to save us all.
Guys, we are on the road of the dead. Let's continue.
Sorry,
I
can
would
just pay
share
the ferryman
all
to
of the-
ferry me across? Oh no.
Woken up from a short
I will share
I don't
my
want to
findings.
You don't
die.
sleep during a short rest. It's literally just like, think that you're literally just freaking exhausted. You know, and one of us will just go sit on the couch, but you're awake.
Got it.
That's
Well,
like
and
a
you're
short rest.
bandaging your wounds and stuff. Like, imagine like you're doing a little bit of like first aid to yourself.
And how does the healing work?
So you're level 3, so you have up to 3 uses of healing die, and you can heal. You can roll 1 healing die plus your Constitution modifier for a short rest. You can use as many as you want. You can use 1, 2, 3. You should only have 3 until your long rest. I believe your healing die as a fighter monk. Yes, it's going to be a D8 plus your Con modifier, and that's how much you'll heal every time when you use. You can use them one at a time.
Use one
One.
for now. Well, you can decide to use another one after you see it, but you heal too.
I'll be using that. I feel like 4.
Well, that
But I wanna be fully health.
So you rolled a 2.
So it was a 1.
So you get
So 4.
I did.
Oh, so
Oh, I need to roll for Draven.
You know, it is kind of odd.
Ooh,
Overkill.
Draven is max health.
yeah.
He recovered well from his short rest.
All it did was knock him down, took the breath out of him, and then he was
Very
bleeding
sad.
from crab leg stabs.
Oh, he's still very hurt. As you look like
I used
he's-
2 hit dice.
Okay, she used 2 hit dice. He used 2 hit dice. Who's the third person that was resting?
He's not using hit dice.
I'm not using hit dice. I wanted to rest because I want my spell slots back.
Warlock
That's
things.
fine. Okay, so both of you used 2 hit die. I think D&D John Beyond tracks that for you. But,
It does.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, Draven used his 1 hit dice. Draven is not as strong as you guys.
Oh,
There you go.
But with that, as you guys finish the long rest, you're able to find a little bit of stuff. Oh, and in addition to that, amongst the wares that are scattered throughout this, you do find what is some kind of it's a sword.
Ooh,
And but it seems to
shiny.
have it seems to have runes on it.
Strap it on. Wait for
The sword,
later.
strap it on. You notice that as you take it, the sword itself was a little bit off-size. As you strap it to your back, it immediately seems to and grow into like a full-length sword. Perfect sized for you.
I like this knife. Hey, Warlock, what does this say?
In addition to that, you do find 2 rings that also have some kind of runes on them. I'm not 100% sure what they do, but you have found a couple rings too.
Okay, I bring my cool findings to the Warlock and I say, look, what's it say?
would I be able to read them?
Make an Arcana check.
$14.
14.
Hey.
You're confident they're magical. Upon seeing the sword that is readjusted, the sword is, again, it seems to be a magical blade. Hard to know if it does more than just size to the shape of its wielder, which could be a unique attribute in of itself. The runic words on the rings leads you to believe that they are magical in nature. However, you do not know what they would do. There is other stuff that you find, just nothing that would be relevant.
So, in the journal and everything, does it describe the coins that they were asked to pay the ferry with?
That same description that she found of the captain's love for coins.
So, when the captain was searching for coins, by the way, did not kill me at paddle. Kind of brainstorming with paddle a little bit over here. So the captain is in love with these coins, and the whole pirate group or sailors or whatever are searching for these coins. They come to this glacier isle for whatever reason to think they will find more. They get caught in the wave and wash up on shore, and now these specific coins are being used to pay the ferry. So they found the source?
They said that maybe, but
Because they said that they were paying the ferry for souls that had been there from before, because souls that were being there before were harassing them, but they were asking for the same type of coin that the captain was obsessed with.
true. There was also that or Bolsher's theory that we need to pay the coin to get entry. How many coins do we have? Do we have enough for everybody yet?
I hold 1.
I have 1. The fairy already gave him 1.
Actually, we might, if we're just counting the 6 of us in this group.
Well, we need 1 for
We
Draven
might
as well.
also need 1 as a key.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. Short rest over. What shall we adventure on into the glary, droomy cave?
We need 1 more, don't we?
As you ask that, and kind of like looking in the direction of the cave, especially as you pointed it out, there's someone swimming that you can see away from the cave.
Who is it?
As you kind of like
And anybody
quickly
tell who
take
that
an
is.
assessment. You, I would say you would be able to see them, as one of the things that you found in as you're going through things was a spyglass. As you look through the spyglass out towards the sea, you can see Eloa, who seems to be swimming away and seems frantic. As you see her face, she's panicked. Her face, part of her face seems paled, and again, it almost looks like dying skin, as her cheek is sullen and swollen, and her right arm seems a little bit limp as she's mainly swimming with one arm. And she's swimming away from the cave entrance. She's likely been swimming for a bit, but you just hadn't quite noticed it yet. She is swimming towards you guys. It's probably take her a while to get to you, though.
Mr. Minotaur, do you want to go help her?
Wait a minute,
Funnily
can you
enough.
see her, though?
I
I mean, she would point it out.
might
yeah.
be the one to go help her, technically.
I do not feel inclined.
Maybe this is just me being paranoid, but don't mention the coins to her. Not yet. See what she says.
We're still waiting. We still need one more
We
coin,
still
right?
don't know where Draven's sister is. And if they all three went in that cave in that direction all together and she's the only one coming back, that is not the best.
Draven, have you found a coin yet for yourself?
And Draven is kind of like looking about, and Draven is the one who seems the most intent, and he's actually starting to posture, walking towards the reef. Likely, he seems more inclined to help her. He kind of goes back. No, madam, I have not found one as of this moment, but I think that maybe we should help her.
I will definitely go help her. I was just making that comment. And then I'll go dive in. Go
He
sleep
actually,
with her.
right before you drive, he actually asks and gestures if he can see your spyglass. As you kind of hand it over to him, and he looks for a moment, and he goes, "Wait, we might be too late." And she just gestures and hands it back to you. You kind of take it and you look through it. You watch as she's kind of like looked back. Her swimming has stopped a bit. Her right arm has completely stopped moving. And you can see that her mouth is moving like she's talking to somebody. And then
I want
within a
to
few
try and
moments-
lip read what she's saying.
Make a perception check. I'm going to say with disadvantage unless you're proficient at lip reading.
I have insight. No, I'm not.
You could see like how like what her
So make a perception check
what
with-
her feeling is like.
With disadvantage?
You could insight if you're trying to insight like the meaning, like what's the mood behind it. But if you actually want to know what she's saying, you're going to be perception.
Can I do both?
I would say yes. Perception with disadvantage, insight at normal roll.
Okay. Oh gosh, I have no idea what's going on. That is
reading
a
lips is not
6 on perception.
You're definitely not able to lip read. Now let's see if you're able to kind of get only any kind of an emotion with just an insight.
Insight would be a 16.
16. You're not able to read lips, but you are able to get what is started as a like very clear panic that moves within a few moments to a confusion to then acceptance. And I'll say that you're able to get one word just because it's very recognizable. You get one word, which is how, about halfway through. But as the panic goes to confusion, which then goes to acceptance, you watch as the dead skin and like the coloration on her face seems to and cover over as she sinks beneath the water.
I'll still dive in there and try and pull her out. I mean, even if she's dead.
Okay, so you dive into the water, start to swim towards her. You go ahead and make an investigation check. You do not have disadvantage or anything, as this is a preferred terrain for you. 6. As you're diving and going to, again, it's like a half mile out, so you're still like a good like 2,000. As you get to the area where she sank and start to look around, you're not able to find her body. However, you do see some other things under the water. Firstly, you're able to confirm, being underwater, that reef does go all the way to the cave entrance. So that would be a walkable. You'd be wading in the water. You also notice that while not incredibly close to you, there are big silhouettes in the water. As you kind of like look off and you kind of like see something moving. And then you see an additional thing that is, again, extremely large, like whale size, to like extremely large shark to getting on whale size for some of these, to the point that the underwater life seems impossibly large. And at first you're just like, there's odd creatures down here, but then what leads you to that it's just large is you kind of looking over there, and then you look back towards the reef and you just see what is a fish that you're familiar with. It almost seems to resemble a trout, but it's like 9 feet long, extremely wide. Its eyes look almost more intelligent than a normal, and it seems to look towards you, and its vision lingers on you for a moment before turning and just continuing to swim away.
I try and talk to it.
What do you
I
say?
say, can you show me where she fell?
Make an animal handling check.
I actually can talk to sea creatures that can swim.
Go to make an animal handling check.
Yeah, emissary of the sea. Oh, 18.
18. It as it kind of like turns to swim away, it stops and looks back towards you. And then it seems to look towards the reef, the coral. And as you're kind of like confused, and it kind of like swims and turns towards pointing at it. And then turns and starts to swim away, and you kind of catch the meaning that it's speaking about the coral, and so you glance towards the coral, and then you do see her. As she sank, it seems that somehow she's made her way over to the coral, and in what is an impossibly fast growth, the coral has almost grown like a cage over her and is swallowing her into that reef, into that landfill walkway.
Okay, I want to go over and I want to investigate her, whether or not she has anything on her, coins or pouches or whatever, and also see if I can see it, how she died or anything suspicious, I suppose. I mean, obviously it looks like necrotic damage, but...
So as you quickly make your way over, quickly taking an assessment of her, you are able to gather a couple things. She had a dagger on her. She also had a small pouch of coins. This is specifically 17 regular gold, not the other coins. 17 gold, 13 silver.
So,
And
how long
then,
do we wait?
I would be.
lastly, in one of her hands, there is what appears to be a fur,
well, something ate her.
a piece of a fur coat, like it's been ripped.
Or the ghost things like drowned
Do I
her?
recognize whose it was?
Make a history
Wait.
check.
I mean,
While
killed her
she's doing all
underwater.
this, can I be looking on the beach for another coin?
I normally don't have to, like, explain that.
6.
6. You don't remember who it was. You know it's one. I will say that you know that it was one of the members of the crew, or not one of the members of the crew, one of the people on the boat.
Yay.
But you don't know whose it was. You know it's not any of yours, as none of your coats are ripped.
Well, I'll bring it up with me if that's it.
Okay, you're able to take it and bring it back. In far as why she died, all you can tell is necrotic. Like 100%, her body seemed like it almost seems like she died of old age at an exceptional rate.
Which is extra weird for an elf. 19.
Okay, before I really...
19. You're pretty confident that you have found all the coins. You're able to go through and find a lot more of what she found. With a 19, you do find something buried though that she did not find. As
Oh
you,
shit, buried treasure!
You're not wrong. As you go through, you find a chest. It's about this big that has been buried.
You're good at this.
What were you saying you do?
I was just going to say, well, while I'm coming back, I mean, this is quite the distance. I'll be waiting for them to come. I mean, I'll keep moving back, but...
Cool.
Move, people. Let's go.
As you make your way back over, effectively she would come back to the dock with you guys. You found your chest. You kind of quickly check it. It is definitely locked. It has a small keyhole.
Anyone good at picking locks? Anyone have a lock picking set?
I can try to smash it.
It's like-
it.
kind of what I'm thinking.
Sure.
No, I'm gonna get my halberd out and try to pop it. Pop the lock.
Okay. Go to make a athletics check.
Smart. Leverage.
22.
22. As you take your halberd, and you're just like, I could smash it, and she just kind of quickly brings it down and effectively just clean cuts the lock. It even takes a little bit of the chest off due to the strength by which you actually hit it with. But with as it kind of like chops into it and opens up, as soon as you break the lock, the chest enlarges a little bit. As you're a little bit confused, you kind of open it up, and inside you find a pair of boots and gloves.
Warm?
Sorry, one more time.
Warm. And is there 4 boots?
So there's just a single pair of boots and a...
What human shape?
She has 4 feet.
The Minotaur shape? Or the fairy shape? Or does it have to go to one of those two?
seems to be humanoid in nature.
I don't know.
They are not
I-
hoof boots.
Being
I
a sim.
I
man
attempt to put on
of
the
life.
gloves.
Sorry, what?
I attempt to put on the gloves.
You can't put on the glove.
Your whole size.
I just like
As he kind of
literally
like
shove my
flies
hand
over,
in one
and
of them.
you kind of have it, and you're looking inside. He flies over, and he kind of slides his hand into one of the gloves.
Hits his whole body.
No, as soon as he gets his hand inside the glove, just down to his size of his hand.
That's what I thought.
So it's kind of like the sword.
Magic.
And Kayla pulls it off his hand and puts it on hers.
No, they're on my hands. I'm not letting go.
Only one
Gloves of
one.
swimming.
How did I figure this
Ability
out?
of flight.
Wow, this little fairy is kind of an asshole. And I hand the boots to the you,
me?
whatever you are.
I'm a Marmac. I'm technically a Triton, but
I don't really want to
I
swim
put on the
though.
boots, I suppose.
Okay, go ahead and equip the boots of speed.
I'm
prefer
also going
not
to
to
put
be
on
in
my
the
2
water.
rings.
Okay. You have
I try to take off the glove. Does it come off?
it does not.
Shit.
Oh.
Ah, shit! It won't come off.
Serves you right.
Teach you to ninja
You're a
loop.
destructive little
I was just
fairy.
feeling magical. I didn't realize I was like cursed.
The
Okay.
one that destroys things. Maybe the gloves will help you at least know not to put your palms
No,
in
now
things
just
that you
destroy
shouldn't.
things in the water.
The rings that you just equipped, by the way, you can equip these two. So a ring of regeneration and a ring of free movement.
Do those come off?
So nice. Those are nice. Yes, both of those are really nice. Well, freedom movement is really good. I don't actually know the regeneration one.
It's not coming up. Do I have to add it?
You shouldn't have to.
Ring of free action.
Ring of
there we
free
go.
action. Yeah.
Is it a ring of free action? That seems more overpowered than a ring of free movement.
It should be a ring of free movement. Let me double check real quick what it's called.
You
So she
regain.
typed in free movement and saying it.
Oh, it doesn't do anything to action. It is a movement thing.
Yeah, it's free action.
It's
All
called
right,
free action,
cool.
but it is a free movement thing.
They must have renamed it recently.
Then
I think
yes.
it's than that.
Go with that.
Does anybody else wish to head
At
over
some
to
point.
the cave?
At some point.
We're done with our tasks here.
Draven does speak up.
I've been waving you guys this way the whole time.
Myself, yes.
I think we should find the rest of the.
Oh, by the way,
So one person.
she was being eaten by the coral. This is very obviously not normal coral.
Oh, you said swimming and climbing, right? Gloves.
Yes, gloves of swimming and climbing. I think I said gloves of swimming, but
The things that are most useful to someone who can fly.
I mean, the swimming.
this is not my fault.
I need to climb, guys.
Quick note for you, just to get you to know this: any kind of magical glove or boot or armor will always magically fit itself to whoever puts it on.
Oh, That's,
Even if she has 4 feet?
Yes.
I was aware
Any kind of
of
magical
this.
item that is a boot, glove,
I'll show you later.
will magically suit itself or fit itself to you. It's just, that's
didn't
fair.
realize they
I was
were
just letting you know
magical.
that is a thing.
They look like human boots. I handed them to one of the humanoids.
Okay. What do you guys want to do?
Wait, so when I
Where's
equipped
the
the
cave?
rings, I figured out what they were, but when I equipped the sword, I did not.
Correct. Technically, no, just don't worry about it. Yeah, yes. The answer is yes.
Is anyone so problem?
But yes, I will tell them all about what
Only-
happened when I found her body.
Okay. She recounts to you.
Oh, does anyone recognize whose jacket this was?
History check.
Group history check that you cannot participate in. The group average you'll need to beat a 15.
Draven.
Got 15. Exactly.
Maybe 2. Go ahead and roll for good.
Gosh, this is so bad.
I rolled a 14.
15.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
plus one.
the plus no
No, for the second time it's-
the plus was the 14.
Sorry, what?
I rolled a 6.
I rolled a
I saw
14.
the
6?
Yeah.
You wait to waste is plus 4.
Yeah.
It's a 10. You got a 6? What did you get?
That's an 11.
Oh.
Paddle?
15.
15?
11.
11 and 14?
14.
You know it. Nope. It is not recognized.
Well, we know it's not
Everyone
Eric's
has an idea on whose it was.
Well, it's not
Do you know
mine.
it's not Eric's?
because Eric was just wearing
Borst,
shorts.
Is it?
Sorry, what?
True.
It's not Borst.
You don't know?
It's not hers because she was.
I'm not saying
wearing
it's
hers.
not one of them. I'm saying you guys don't know who it would have been.
She
In fact,
grabbed
you know
it
it
off
was
someone.
someone from your guys' crew.
It is either the captain or the sister or the other crew dude. Garrick.
I mean, it could have been the.
So I hate to
Boris-
point this
Boris-
out, but we only have 5
Boris?
coins.
Do
4
we have 5 coins?
4 coins.
It is
How many coins do you
by the
have?
way. It's BOLSH.
Enough for some.
Bolsh.
I mean,
Enough for some.
I guess we could try to go.
She has a coin. He has a coin. He already paid one, so we only need 3 coins.
I think we only have 2. Well, it's if we want to bring him along or not. I think someone has to stay behind.
Draven says, why do we think someone needs to stay behind?
We gotta find more coins anyway. There or back. Let's go.
I'm saying it doesn't
I
seem like
already
they'd
looked.
be safe here anyways, because he got asked for passage while we were here.
Yeah, I think he's gonna come with us. He's gonna die here, but alone
We don't have
anyways.
enough coins. I've told you guys we
Yeah,
don't need
but
a coin.
what is he gonna do? He's
Yeah,
gonna
but he's
get-
not safe
The
at
ghost
the
tried
boat
to kill me
either.
while we were here.
Bolsh. Or sorry, not Bolsh. Draven says, don't worry, my friend. I will not take one of your coins, but I still need to find Sophia. So if you don't mind, I will take the risk and make my way.
Yeah, it's a risk either way.
Yeah.
I can respect that.
Okay, I will say I will give you coins. But if you lose it, you're scuffed. You ain't getting another one from me. Coins.
Set it somewhere else, just because I have other stuff back here. That is the
Draven's
coin you
coin.
gave to Draven. As you give it to him, he actually kind of bows his head. Thank you, my friend. If I find one, I will be sure to return the favor.
And we go to
No
the cave
reason
to speed
to
things up.
die.
Okay. So with that, you guys proceed across this land bridge. As you guys are moving and effectively wading through water, apart from yourself, you guys all do need to make Constitution saving throws. That is some cold water, except for you. So sorry, the 2 of you don't, the 3 of you do. Draven also does. Go ahead and roll for Draven.
Well,
20.
Lissa doesn't,
You are
right?
good.
Because she can swim.
I also have cold resistance, funnily enough.
That's why you don't.
I rolled a 10.
10. Okay, that is a failure.
Stop making me roll for Draven. I'm gonna kill him.
Holy crap,
Yeah.
kiddo.
That is a failure. What you got? Constitution saving throw.
He should not be demerited by my failure.
15. 15 is a success, so only you and Draven have
Teach
failed.
me to dump con.
You are now freezing. As a result of this, you have disadvantage on any athletics so any strength and dex-based check you will have disadvantage on until you have found a way to heat yourself up and no longer be freezing. And if left freezing for too long, you will eventually find yourself struggling to stay awake. You will start to lose consciousness. The length by which you can stay awake while freezing is determined by your Constitution modifier in hours.
It's 0.
And then it's 1 hour before you will find yourself starting to fall unconscious due to freezing. Actually, I'm not going to tell you guys what Draven's is. You don't know. Both
Draven, you good?
as soon as you guys actually make it to the cave entrance, both Draven and Klaus are very visibly, the cold is getting to them worse than the rest of you.
Yeah, prestidigitation.
Nope.
As they're both just a bit cold. Draven, as you ask him if he's all right, Draven's,
Should have taken the book.
I'll be fine.
I think you might want to light a
I'm not
fire.
meant for these cold environments.
Movement is the cure. As you guys kind of crawl out of the water into the entrance of this cave, one thing you do notice, you kind of saw this a little bit from before from the island, but being much closer, having progressed past this, you guys can see that off to the left of this odd or almost misplaced cave, there is like a chain of ice that seems to just go and loop with a large ice pillar in the middle of it. It again almost seems both designed, but you notice, especially yourself, so this actually be both Paddle and you, as you guys are the ones who inspected the mower, Notice that the ice is also actually the coral. It's just been frozen over. Seems almost like it stopped growing after it froze. I don't know exactly why, but that's the best impression you get. Last thing you get, and you kind of get this, is you kind of jump off in the water, being a little bit curious, kind of like look in. You notice that ice, despite it kind of like peeking through the water right here, as you start to look around, you realize that that ice like kind of wall that it is almost seems to box the area. It is almost like you are in an ice crown, or an ice circle, I guess I should say. Just odd observation you're able to notice. But with that, you guys enter into this cave, which immediately looking into it is a little bit of winding. As soon as you enter into the cave, you guys notice there is what appears to be it effectively looks like a skeleton. It is a skeleton with wares. You can see like bits of the arm, which is how you know it is actually someone who would be dead. It's got a helmet on that almost kind of reminds you of like a samurai helmet in most Japanese culture, kind of down to a point but open in the front. Wearing pieces of armor, but piece of it seemed to be gone. That's where you can actually see the skeleton. What is typically an armored chest plate has holes where either the armor has deteriorated or perhaps been broken at some point. As you guys kind of approach forward, Draven taking the forefront, unless you guys object to it, as he is currently the most focused on going in further.
Draven, no offense, but you should probably hang back.
Draven kind of stops as you see the skeleton. He says, "If you guys are willing, I would never ask someone to go first. That is."
Yeah, you're looking a little rough there, buddy.
He nods. He says, "Thank you, friends. If we all make it out of this, I promise I'll make it up to all of you."
Would you like a fire?
So with that, give me marching order. You guys get to pick where Draven goes.
Funnily enough, I would be probably one of the people in the front.
I just need general.
I would put
front, mid, or back.
I would put
How wide is it?
Draven in the middle.
Front?
It's wide enough. You guys can go.
I'm probably more towards like the back.
I'd be in the front to
So
like
more towards the back, more
explore.
towards the front.
Front, middle, and Draven in middle, and then back.
Yeah, I would prefer to be like front middle, but yeah.
You could literally just be like one shoulder.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true.
so effectively
Yeah.
what it's going to be is the three of you are kind of in the front, then you and Draven, and then you in the
Yeah.
back is kind of how I have this set up.
Actually, you know, or who's in the front?
Us three.
The three of them. You don't have to have there's enough room that you
I'm gonna
can
hang on the
have
Minotaur shoulder.
All right, so you're kind of up, so and it's kind of like the group of four of you, then you and Draven a little bit towards the back, with you kind of flanking behind Draven, boxing.
I'm also occasionally like looking behind us to make sure like nothing's.
Okay,
coming
go ahead and make
behind
an
us.
active persuasion roll as you guys are moving inwards.
Perception.
Yes, sorry,
Persuasion
for
Yeah.
perception.
That's a 1.
Okay. You're actively looking. Mm-hmm. But you're also noticing that this cave is kind of cool.
Definitely rolled a 1.
The color scheme is again not like what you've seen, especially because with the coral that you've been seeing, having that more of like almost like tan color, the sand reef, the stone in here is like a blue and almost seems to the algae that's in it, as this cave is very wet for what it's worth. The algae seems to have like this glowing green nature to it. It's definitely definitely an interesting design, and that is what you are mostly
It's
focused
very
on.
beautiful. I'm so captivated by it.
Yeah.
I do have a tinderbox if we have wood to warm us up.
Okay. That is actually something that's worth noting. As you
Do
guys
they?
are entering into this cave, it is getting darker and darker. So
gonna
without a source of
offer-
light,
Draven my torch.
I was like, let's skip, but it's supposed
I
to
have dark vision. I want to be in front of them so that they're not ruining my dark vision.
okay.
I don't.
Draven is happy to accept the torch and start to and just effectively being your torchbearer currently.
Say it just has like. I guess it has like dry cloth, but
We'll
not
hand
actually
another
wood.
torch to.
I don't need torch. I have dark vision.
I'm handing it to you for warmth, not
Oh,
for dark vision.
will a torch warm me?
It'll I would say that it would like
Take the edge off, probably.
it would help.
It wouldn't make you warm.
I'll say it will delay the time by an unspecified amount.
Okay.
It's specified. I'm gonna roll it. I'm just not gonna tell you what it is.
I mean, I figured.
I'm gonna
My
also
beautiful
look
coral
for
map
anything
looks so much better in blue light.
while we're going,
Yeah,
as this is kind of becoming.
I said my beautiful coral map looks so much better in regular light.
True. True. I mean, to be fair, it's not even on screen right now.
I know.
Okay. That color looks terrible on the cameras, just in case you're curious.
It doesn't surprise me. It was an awful color.
It looks
The blue helps out that she just did.
helps out a bit. You'd have to like kitty corner it though. You'd have to do that one too. Okay. As you guys get ready to progress in a little bit more, kind of looking to the right, inspecting this
Doing like weird colors.
this dead skeleton, you notice this skeleton also has his hand held out in a familiar fashion to you, and there's a blade in his other hand. As you guys kind of like stop right before looking at him entering into the cave, that is the only thing noticeable about him. Is I assume you guys just continue to move in, or does anyone want to inspect him?
I know this sounds really crazy, but I asked the skeleton, "Are you the ferryman we must pay?"
It does not respond.
I wonder if you can pay him
During
for
this
that
time.
weapon.
I also want to be searching for any trace of a guardian.
Okay, so I would allow you to also make an active perception roll. Those are the only two that can happen, though. Is where it up to the top.
16.
16. Okay.
I do want
have
to
not seen him as
investigate
yeah,
the
but
skeleton.
you're keeping an eye.
Do
out.
I-
Sorry, one more time.
I do want to investigate the skeleton.
All
See
right.
if I can figure out how he died or his ribs broken. Or
Okay.
What's he holding?
For the sake of this,
Freaks it.
he's been dead long enough. This isn't medicine. This is an investigation.
I
Lots of
would
investigation.
like to inspect the weapon itself.
That's a bad dice.
Okay. Grabbing the weapon, it's much easier to inspect. The weapon itself is a scimitar. Worth noting, as you grab the weapon, it shrinks down to your size. You kind of like place your hand on it, and then it shrinks down.
My
Noticing a
investigation.
trend with the weapons here.
My investigation is 17 this time. That's not horrible.
Okay. With a 17, you know that he's been dead for a really long time. As far as how he died, there are many different ways that you can see that he potentially died. There's a hole in his armor. If that was a blow, that could have killed him. He could have died from freezing to death, looking at your friends. As you look to him, and he's kind of like, the way that he's kind of hunched over leads you to believe that it's likely that he didn't die and like get hit and die. He likely had something happen, moved to here, like hit the wall and slid down. So he could have died from a wound. He could have starved to death. There's many options that you can think of. Impossible to tell with however long this thing's been dead.
Is there anything else on him other than the sword?
He's wearing kind of broken armor.
Is it? No necklaces. No weird
This
things in the dirt around him.
Oh,
Nope.
Alright. Rest in peace.
Okay. Is there anything else you guys wish to do with him?
Well, being my vaguely weird self, I kind of want to give him to the ocean. Because the ocean is the best. Does anyone have any opposition to me putting this guy to rest in the ocean?
How about
I'm
it?
pretty sure we have to give him the coins. Just throwing that out there before we like do anything else. Just you know.
Okay. I put a coin in his hand.
Okay. As you take the coin, you place it in his hand, and as you kind of get ready to give him your coin as well, thinking that, this is the ferryman. As soon as she places the coin in his hand, the actual bone of the skeleton just, all the armor just falls into a pile.
I
on
pick
the
up my
floor.
coin.
Your coin is gone, disappeared with him.
Oh.
My coin is gone!
Good ticket.
I know, but I figured we could all to give the hand.
This sword isn't really my speed. Does anyone need it?
And again, for you hear faintly in your ears, you're the only one.
Oh! Guys, I figured out what I did! I need another coin, funnily enough.
I don't have any.
Gosh dang it. You're welcome, dear soul. Moving on.
Okay.
The coin is needed.
Indeed. As soon as you say you need another coin, Draven gives you back your coin.
Oh, no. I will find my own, thank you. You keep that.
So you do. Draven says, "But you did find your own. It was this one. I also can."
And when
find
I
my
get
own."
started to be attacked by horribly necrotic ghost thingies, you can give it back then. Whoever gets attacked by necrotic ghosts can use it first.
He seems upset with this idea, but he complies. Okay, so as you guys continue to make your way to this cave, you find yourself in this almost kind of like winding path for a while. As you continue to progress, with your perception check, as you continue to look for the Guardian, you've not seen the Guardian, but as you guys continue on this path, and continue, like 2 hours into this,
Does this ever
you
end?
see a stone that you've seen before.
Did they
And then
pass
like
out?
2.5 hours in,
That's a good question.
you see the stone again.
Did they pass out?
I think we're literally going to hell.
What gave it away? the ferryman of dead souls?
I thought it would be warmer.
Not only is it not warmer, it's getting colder.
Oh, that's great for me.
Can you check for Arcana?
Okay, guys. We might want to take a minute and stop these two from freezing to death. Because I'm pretty sure they're going to pass out.
Does anyone have any magic to create heat?
I have a
If
tinder
someone
box.
can make wood, we have a tinder box.
Nope. I left my spawn wood spell at home.
Spawn wood spell.
Draven kind of chiming in himself says, don't worry about me. And as he says it, you can tell that
Dude, you're literally going to die.
he's
What? How?
losing a bit. But
How are you going to save your sister if you literally keel over and die?
You look
Wait.
more blue than the fish person.
We have torches. Those have wood.
No.
How many torches? Well, no, like there's actual wood for the torches, right? Like that's
torches
something-
are on
How many
the chest.
torches would I need to put down to make an actual fire?
a good portion.
I have.
It is worth noting, though, as you look at the torch, do you realize the torch typically only burns for 4 hours? But it's just as bright as it was when you guys entered.
I have 13 torches.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Hiya!
8.
I have
If you wish
10,
to make a,
but they're the size of toothpicks.
if you want to make a torch fire, I'd say you could consume 8 torches to
Okay.
make a temporary fire.
8 torches consumed. Warm yourselves.
100%.
Okay, so effectively what this would be is you'd be taking another short rest while consuming 8 torches to make a temporary fire to end the effect of the freezing. You would be able to end it for both you and Draven.
While they're
8
taking
torches.
a short rest, I want to see if I can figure out the magic that's making us go in circles.
I do not wish to rest here. It feels strange.
But if
my
we keep
gosh.
walking, me and
We
Draven
got
will
attacked by a
collapse.
giant tidal wave. And then we got in a crazy storm. And then we're attacked by goats. Yeah, of course it's strange.
So,
What part of this is not strange?
does anyone understand what we need to do here?
I am trying to figure out the magic spell. How about you help?
I start,
I'm just gonna-
I start swinging the sword around.
Go get warm.
I like sit next to Draven, like next to the fire, trying to warm up.
As you sit next to Draven. You guys are...
Yeah. Yeah.
Pharaoh just starts to kind of swing. You're starting to go through and make an investigation check. As again, you're using a lot of investigation today.
I am trying to figure things out, okay?
Oh,
5.
5. As you look about, you're like,
The red one is not.
this isn't the sea. This is rock. I don't like rock. That's pretty much where you're at.
frozen coral. It's still sea.
With that, about like 45 minutes into this rest, of effectively what was a short rest to get rid of the freezing condition, you guys hear something. Sounds like fast footfalls.
Something's coming.
On guard.
could be the ice spider things again.
It seems to be coming from behind you. As you guys all quickly pull out your weaponry, prepared for a fight, rounding the corner in a bit of a sprint, the sweat kind of trickling down the face, frozen onto him as well. You see a familiar tank top with Eric running around the corner. His right short has been ripped to the point that you can see, like, it goes up a little bit to the upper portion of his quad. As he kind of like runs up and he kind of like stops and looks at each of you and he goes, "Are you real?"
Are you?
I think I'm real.
How long have you been here? What is,
About 45 minutes.
5 hours? Approximately?
Well, depending.
Probably?
No,
Wait. Do you mean in this spot or like in this area?
in this cave.
Oh,
Oh, about 2
hours?
hours and 45 minutes.
3 hours?
No. And he like quickly he sprints back around the corner. And
I follow him.
you kind of as you fly around and look down the corner, he's not there. You're looking down a little bit of a corridor. He absolutely should be there, but he's gone.
He disappeared, guys.
Within
We
a
are
few
in?
moments, you again hear footfalls, and Eric rounds the corner down the hall from you guys, and just he's like, "What is wrong?"
How long have you been here?
He kind of looks at you and he says, "Oh, I'm glad to see all of you again." This,
Are you okay?
How long was it since you last saw us?
he stops, trying to think. This is half a day, maybe.
Sounds about right. I mean, assuming that he's one of the ones that walked off. So we
No, he just left us.
Oh.
You saw him 6 seconds.
Oh wait,
ago.
wait. Are we talking about how long he just? Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Would you explain to me why you're running around like a chicken with its head cut off?
You also as you ask him that, you notice he's got a fresh cut on his knee. The sweat that was on his face before is gone, but instead he has almost what appears to be like a burn scar of how it looks like almost water ran down
As
his
if
face.
the
and
sweat
burned
was
him.
frozen and then
and
ripped
then
off.
and left for too
got,
long and then
freezer
ripped
burn.
off.
Or
As
frostbite, I guess.
with a little bit less hurry, he kind of just walks over towards you guys.
You look pretty cold. We have a fire.
He looks towards it and says, "Cold doesn't typically bother me." And the energy that he had when he saw you last time, it was almost a moment of excitement. And he almost seems more defeated now. He does still sit down by you, by the fire. And looks and says, I'm glad that at least all of you have seemingly found each other.
Have you seen Sophia, the captain, or your other mate?
I saw all of them when we first came in here.
Would you again explain to me why you're running around like a chicken with its head cut off? You
was
seem really
looking-
excited.
I was looking for the captain, and when I found you all, after not seeing someone for so long, I thought that perhaps I might have ended it or found at least a way back to the beginning. But I can't, and I don't have the means. He looks behind him and he says, "And I was running because you can't stay stationary for too long. Have you not seen them yet?"
Oh.
No.
Are you talking about the ghosts?
I never saw them.
I'm not sure ghosts is the word I would use, but they're almost as if they're, I don't know, maybe they are. They're like elemental specters.
I pull out the book and I'm like, the souls of the dead that are seeking fairy.
Do they freeze you?
Yes.
Do you have
When
a
they,
coin?
at this point, he kind of rolls up his other pant leg, and you can quite literally see a handprint. That from the handprint, the fingers are kind of bled together, and it seems to have grown out in what is effectively a dead portion of skin on his leg. As he says,
Have you found
Yes.
any coins with crosses on them?
"No, I haven't myself."
Oh, sorry, you're fucked.
I just look at the fairy.
I'm just telling you how it is.
In this,
Give the man some hope.
As you kind of ask that, he turns around, and you can just see the expression on his face just drops. And kind of looking, he says, and at this point, he almost seems to forget that you guys are there. He goes, "You know, I didn't mean to do it."
Oh,
And then
guys
you
took
watch as
something.
from his neck, the skin just and seems to die as his eyes seem to just roll back.
Oh, I didn't think it was gonna happen now.
And the skin quickly grows, and Eric passes away.
Oh, now I feel a little
To
bad.
do it.
Last words he heard was, he's fucked.
Draven, at seeing this, now being a little bit warmed up, kind of approaches up to him and quickly does his own medicine check. And Well, in case we were in the air about it, he is definitely dead. As he kind of like grabs him and lays him down near one of the walls.
We can give
Kinda
him
looking
to
at
the
his-
sea too.
What happened to him?
Necrosis? Is that not obvious?
He looks down and says, is this like what we found before?
I'll look up and see if he looks the same.
He kind of like looks down towards him. He reaches into his pocket and takes the coin and places it in his hand. And Eric also seems to. His clothing hits the ground. You hear it clang as whatever his gear was hits the ground and disappears. Give me Draven's coin.
Okay, so we're definitely ferrying dead souls if they're dead, but we can also pay passage for ourselves, for the living.
Not to anyone, though.
True, it has to be
Figaro.
to a ghost, it seems.
Your passage was already paid for. Can you scout? Maybe the cave tricks those who haven't.
I guess I could go ahead.
I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure his passage has been paid for?
He said passage for one.
At least for me.
But what happened to him?
He just kind of disappeared.
Like they did?
I mean,
Good point.
Did
Sort
you
of.
perhaps pay for his passage?
oh, that money. He just jacked my coin.
Draven again looks down and he's. Well, and he starts to go through the belongings of Eric, and he finds an additional pouch. As the claim hit the ground was a pouch, he gives it to you as you give him a coin. As he actually just kind of hands it to you as you're next to him. He's like, "Hey, have this," and then he continues to go through his belongings. He also finds what appears to be a small. It's almost like a.
Hey, Draven! We have more coins. And for you.
I need one too.
You are still
As
theoretically
far as
fine.
we know, you already paid.
As he continues to
pretty sure
inspect
that
him,
ghost stole
he
my
also
coin.
pulls out a note. And upon grabbing the note, he just reads it to you.
Just, I gotta say one thing real quick. If you can hear me, if I die here, I'm coming for you. I'm getting my coin back.
As Draven reads this note to you, he actually says first, this appears to be in order. I think it might be from Sophia.
Oh, now what she
It's
wants?
instruction. It's telling him to progress backwards through the cave, see if he can find the entrance, and has an additional note under it just in case someone else finds it. It seems they found the cavern, but they didn't acquire the key.
What is this?
It
thing?
says
There was.
she said that effectively beware is I think what this, and it kind of shows it to you. The word is like hastily, almost like it swerves off, like almost like whatever she wrote with had been dragged off.
Did Paddle
He
say something
seems a
about
little bit
key?
concerned at seeing that. And says, Sophia is usually much more direct and well versed than this would go. But, and as he points to one of the letters, he says, I am confident this is her, as she's the only one who writes in this exact way.
So we
She
need to
must be
find the
very
key.
freaked out.
He kind of like looks forward. Do you hear that? You guys all start to listen. Other than just the cave itself, you do not actually hear anything else.
No, nothing.
He stands up and says, I think we can continue now. It's
What?
I don't know. we've gained permission?
Well,
Interesting.
He just seems absurdly confused.
What was that Eric
test
said
you.
about we didn't mean to, or something along those lines?
It is what he said just before he died.
Yeah, which means that's implying that they did something.
On accident. On purpose?
Accidentally on purpose?
I can tell.
Well, let's get going.
Moving forward.
I stay close to Furo.
Okay, so you get very close to him. You guys continue to follow this cave. You continue to follow this cave for a bit, and now in about like 5 minutes from this point, you reach more of like an opening in the cave. There is a couple things in this cave. The cave itself is almost what you saw from the outside, where it seems like there was almost like a dome. It seems that you found that inner dome, but it took you way longer to get there than it should have. The room itself is fairly open, and apart from, so effectively directly in front of you and off to the left, you can see that there's a large section of ice that seems elevated, much more than above the rest of the room. Over to the right, you can see what appears to be a small camp. There's a tent. Part of it seems to be a little bit torn. There's what appears to be the remnants of a fireplace that is long since been burned out. And there is almost like a makeshift desk where some pieces of ice have been moved over. There's a couple pieces of paper on this makeshift desk, and another individual who is on this point, he's actually slouched over on the desk, or on this makeshift ice desk, I should say.
What do the papers say? What was he writing?
As you make your way over to this and you can kind of see the individual, first thing you notice, the individual is wearing a very familiar fur coat.
Torn one?
It is not torn, but it is familiar. That is disturbingly close to looking like one of the cloaks that you all had.
What was he writing?
Wait,
Who was
he?
it?
As you look at the writing here,
The he?
two things. One, especially you, kind of like looking at it, you recognize this writing. It's familiar in design. This is more notes written by Bolsh. Kind of like quickly scouring through the notes at the top. First note is, he says, well, I believe that I'm stuck in some kind of a time loop. I originally entered with myself, Arella, Elowen, and Garrick. At some point as well, I did encounter Sophia, but and at that point the note trails off. The next note says, well, it's been some time since my last entry. By my count, at least a few months.
oh shit.
I'm starting to think that I'm not going to make it out of this cave, but I would at least like to make some kind of a log of my findings to help those that may find themselves here. It definitely seems as if the dead find themselves wandering these halls. I met with Garrick. The one coin that I had in my possession, unfortunately, I left at the door, or on the ship is a better way to say it. Garrick, I couldn't help him pass on, and it seems that the debt is not quite yet paid. I doubt I have much longer. But I'm happy to say, no long-lasting grudges do I hold. So, I should be confident in saying that I will not harm anyone else that proceeds. It seems that the coins can pay, or the life of the one that they seek. And again, the note ends there. The final entry that you're able to find, and there is like brief notes in the middle of it describing different aspects of the cave, and I'll go over a little bit more findings. But then the last note you see is, well, I've lost most function, but I still have my hands. I doubt I'll move again from this spot. Whoever it is that comes next, especially if it happens to be you, Paddle, I hope you do not find yourself trapped here as well. It is close. I've seen it. I did not have the key. But I think if I could just get a little bit closer, if I could have passed the trial, perhaps I could have found the way out and ended this blasted loop. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for the good of times. And that is the last note. Apart from that, the other entries seem to be effectively more so logs. These are not all by him. The words that were written definitely seem to be by him as comparing to his other notes, but the entries apart from that seem to be findings of some of the iced, they called them ice critters. Ice critters seem to activate when you get too close to something. Exactly what it is, they're unable to determine. Their best guess is whenever you get close to something important, one of the secrets. The other note that you find is that the cave loops endlessly. You seemingly cannot make your way out without passing the trial to finish the cave off. And then the last note is that the ice pool can be entered if the key is found, but we do not know where it is.
Paddle, did you mentioned something about a key, didn't you?
Paddle's gonna come up and search him for any keepsakes that he may have had on him.
Okay. As you quickly go about and search his person, you find the first thing that you find that is definitely something you'd be interested in is you find a healing potion. Doesn't seem to have drank it, but it is still on his person. You find that his weapons are rusted to a point that they are unusable. He had a dagger, as well as a short blade that, when I say short blade, I mean like a very small blade that he kept hidden
Switch
in his,
knife kind of thing?
kept hidden in his sleeve. But again, both of them have long since been exposed to weather and rusted beyond the point of usable. And very much so gives you the idea that they've been left in nature for like years. Past that, he has a quill and he has a container of ink. The ink has long since been frozen over, though. The only other thing you notice, I would say, he seems looted. Seems like this is what was left. You can see that there's a portion of his, of the cloak where likely like a coin purse or something would have been, where it has been ripped. There is
Like a triangle rip, like the rip of the cloak we already have.
This rip does look a little bit different. It's more of like a coin purse was tied to like a loop, and someone just ripped it off, and so it like ripped the loop, not like an actual torn portion of the fur cloak.
I will approach and place the coin in his hand and say, "I will return this to you."
You just place a coin in his hand. He's again in a similar fashion to the rest of them. Seems to.
Paddle hands her coin to.
As you place the coin in his hand, you hear in a whisper something different, just the thank yous. You hear, "I did not deserve this. Please don't find yourself in my situation."
Paddle hands her coin over to
And you guys are left alone in this room. What would you like to do?
I hand it back.
Do we see any other like signs of like movement around the place, like where anyone else would have like walked?
You should kind of like take a quick assessment, make a survival check as you're trying to see basically signs of
Life.
Signs of life.
I will
Yeah.
accept it then. Thank you.
19.
As you start to, you kind of like make a little bit your way about the room as they've been inspecting this small area. You notice that on the north side, there's the remnants of a previous campsite. It seems more recent than Bolsh's campsite as well. The camps. So when I say remnants of it, the reason I say remnants is because it's been iced over. As you get to this side of the room and you look into it, there is what appears to be again the remnants of a fire. There is what appears to be a sleeping bag, as well as another seemingly skeletal individual that is about 2 feet under the ice, which is why you didn't see it right when you walked in.
Under the ice.
Yes, like ice has filled up this section. Worth noting, the way that this area is, it almost looks like it was dug out like they almost went deeper and then set up this camp, and then it filled back up, is kind of the impression you get, simply because the ice looks different past that 2 feet.
Like
It's not as clear.
Like it looks more fresh rather than
Yes,
old.
the ice that is frozen over this, effectively this dead individual, is it is much newer. You're easily able to tell with the 19 survival.
Is this individual also wearing a coat?
Yes, this individual is also wearing a fur coat. You notice two other things as well. There's something inscribed in the ice on the wall, right near this, right above it. And then that larger, where the ice was elevated into like a kind of a platform, just kind of like where you were going over and you looked inside of it. On that, or in that almost, it almost looks like you're looking into a pool rather than just looking at the top of ice. And you can see home. You can see the village that you originally came from. To the point that when you're kind of like looking at it, you can even see individuals walking around in it.
Am I able to read the writing?
As you go over to the writing and you look into the ice, it's fairly simple. It seems to be a scratch note. The scratch note says, "I will not let them have me, even if I have to bury myself alive. No one will have anything. I will take it all to the grave." And then effectively says, "Get fucked," at the bottom of it.
Yeah, I get it.
Do I see any other like distinguishing things about the body in the ice besides the coat?
For that, go ahead and make a perception check, because you have no way to get to it, so you're just looking at it to see if you might be able to determine who this would be.
If they were frozen in the ice while buried
That's a
alive,
10.
they would not be a skeleton. They would be preserved.
Mhm.
You can't tell who it is?
It's a 10.
10? You can, actually, with a 10, as this person is preserved. Thankfully. Someone you didn't care for too much. It is Sophia.
I go get Draven.
Okay. As you go grab Draven and bring him over. Do you say anything to him, or you just tell him to come over?
I tell him to come over and that I need to show him something.
Yeah. So Draven is kind of like looks over, gesturing to you, and says, I'm gonna go over with him. Apparently there's something over here I need to see. Quickly makes his way over.
Oh, I wonder what it is.
As he gets there, and he looks down and sees it, and he goes,
I put my hand on his shoulder as he's like looking down, saying, "I'm sorry."
I didn't want to believe it, but I kind of knew this happened already, actually.
Hey, share this.
And he
went out
seems
on
to
our
sigh
own
deeply,
terms.
and then just seems to look off to the right, towards the wall.
What's over there? Nothing? Or
As he looks over, he definitely doesn't seem to be talking to anyone, but he does say, and you being close, and you guys can all kind of hear it. He doesn't seem as quiet. He says, "You know, I always did my best. Unfortunate, it wasn't good enough."
Oh no! Don't do it! Don't look at the light!
I'm gonna pulse detect good and evil till my next turn.
Okay. As you pulse it, he is definitely looking at an undead.
Is it Sophia?
Who is it? Do we recognize them?
As you, with your spell, as I've kind of been interpreting this a little bit differently and letting you see him, you can see, and it is Sophia. And so with him kind of like looking back, he's been looking back towards the entrance, and she seems to be like slowly following, and she seems almost like freezing. Her hand is still held up, but you can tell that like she's shivering and almost like limping.
Going towards the entrance?
No, she looks to be looking towards Draven. As you kind of like look over, Draven notices that you see him. He says, "I actually saw her a long time ago when we were still in the caves. I just didn't want to believe it. I thought maybe by saying it out loud it would make it come true or something of the nature. I do think I understand now, though." He, again, just at this point seems wholeheartedly focused on Sophia, who's coming towards him. He says, "You only can hear them if they are seemingly attached to you. They seem to carry out unfulfilled wishes, grudges, maybe. She's mad I wasn't able to save her, as I promised I would.
Why didn't she wake you up? If she wanted you to say
Your sister was a very confusing woman.
He just kind of shakes his head and says, she seemed mean, but she always did her best to make sure I was safe. She probably wanted to make sure everything would be okay first. I don't know. I absolutely would not have let her enter the cave if she woke me up. So perhaps that's why. And at this point, he just kind of sits there. And he actually sits down and kind of goes cross-legged. Well, I don't know what to do now.
Does anyone have a coin?
He has a coin. No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, help her pass.
But does giving it to the ghost act different than giving it to the body?
No, not.
As he kind of
Oh,
at this point, he kind of like looks up, and kind of like a general question each of you, and he says, "Do any of you know any dead?
Any dead at all?
One that would have business with you?" You can think of a few.
Oh, it's a long list.
I do read a lot
can
of
also
old
think so.
temples. Maybe they got mad at me. I don't read like him though.
There's a lot of people who hold grudges.
Why'd you take some of their Bibles?
I wouldn't say anyone in person, but people can be jealous anyway.
I have some dead friends who were killed by a beast, and I ran away.
At this point, he's just kind of like looking forward. He takes the coin that you guys gave to him, and he flips it over towards you. As he flips it over towards you, and he says, well, if I'm not mistaken, it seems that this is a place where you settle debts.
That wasn't his coin.
My bad. Yeah, this is everyone handing me coins, my bad. Sophia is getting like dangerously close to him as well, for your information. This is.
It only lasts 6 seconds, so.
No, well then you.
I only
never
saw
mind
that
then.
she was coming towards him. Yeah.
Are you sure that you don't want to give this to Sophia?
He looks and says, I think I know what she wants. And I don't know what I would do without her anyways. You see, not many people are friendly to one like me. At this point, it's the first time that he actually kind of, he takes his fur coat and he pulls off his fur coat. And you see what is, the reason that his shape was so off is he effectively looks, he looks deformed to an extreme degree. This individual is actually human, which your kind of first impression based on the hair and kind of how it went back gave you the impression that it was like just like an extremely hairy race or something like that. But as you look, like his neck as it goes down seems to like arch backwards to where it almost kind of gives a curve to where his head is. His shoulders are kind of like cut back into what is like a unproportionately large torso into what is a bit smaller of legs. It seems fur was kind of propping out his legs. His kind of like as you look into his right arm, which again just initially what seemed just exceptionally large is actually instead just kind of like extremely pronounced in the section of the shoulder, and it effectively he looks like an extremely disfigured human, and that is part of why he looks so big. But then in addition to that, he seems to grow hair at an extreme rate. It is less fur, and at this point you can see from the matted hair that you saw on the kind of the back of his head, it grows out in that same way. I always let my fur, as I like to call it, grow thick, as most people assume I was imposing. But truly, I'm not actually that strong. And again, kind of like looking forward, you assume, looking at Sophia, and he says, "She was the only reason I was really sticking around anyways."
That's a really weird way to think of things. I was nice to you.
I said there's no reason to go.
Make a persuasion check. We're just going to roll for this.
15.
15. What you got?
Oh, you said both of us?
Persuasion.
This is better than mine by a lot.
Okay. Still kind of enjoying. So it's effectively doing that as a joint test for you guys. He pauses for a moment. And says, "But what business do you have with me after this?"
You can just be a traveling companion. You don't need to be strong to have a friend.
And we already knew you weren't strong.
I'd look at the fairy. Shut up.
He actually chuckles a little bit.
Hey, I saw what happened with the crabs. Those things fucked his shit up.
Say, I'm not very strong in the strength department. Sure, I have magic, but I had to make a pact with someone to get that.
He considers for like a long moment. He says, "You would all let me travel with you, despite," and kind of like looking at himself.
For sure.
Very clearly, seemingly like disgusted with his own.
I would even teach you how to
If
train.
you compare your wonderful personality to his craptastic one, it's not any less of a deformity.
So there's, sure, you might be different than us, but aren't we all a little different here? We have a centaur, a minotaur, a fairy, a fish person,
And tiefling.
and I'm a tiefling.
He again kind of like takes assessment of the group and he says, "Perhaps I could try that."
I offered the coin back to him.
He takes the coin, still not moving, or he takes the coin back. And after considering, he stands up and he actually takes his hand and actually holds it forward and seems to almost like clasp rather than just kind of setting it down like you guys have done. And as he clasps, you still watch as his hand, the skin seems to deteriorate for a moment before his grip kind of goes. And he kind of like looks forward and then just like looks up. Well, it seems I perhaps can live for all of you until I decide to live, or how to live for me. And at this point, he actually makes his way over to the camp, and he sits down very close to where Bolsh was sitting, and he kind of covers himself up with the fur again, looking back, going back to what is almost that more bulky, almost imposing look that he had.
Do I notice anything happen to like her body in the ice?
As you
gives her
look
the thing?
down, it is, yes, very much so. The clothing is still kind of frozen, but it does kind of like seem to,
Okay, so it does function the same way then, as giving it to the body,
seems to.
or at least appears to. Yeah.
Wait. You just get rid of mass inside of that. That's a super vacuum in there. Sorry, science.
Yes,
We have magic. What's science?
Here you go. The ice also cracks a bit.
There we go.
You hear what is a slight gasp of air as it fills in. We'll say that's even what drew your attention to look down there. But yes, with that, you are again left to your own devices.
You need a key.
In that moment, as you kind of say that, and you guys have kind of been moving around this cavern a little bit, and you're like, we need a key, and you look towards the, you look at the ice pool that he had worked at and saw his home from before, and you see all of yourselves in the room, but you see there's a pedestal in the middle of the room. And on top of the pedestal, there seems to be, it almost looks like some kind of like tear or droplet, like a frozen one.
I grabbed the air. Where it is.
You guys watch as you watch as Shay. There we go. Shay kind of like reaches out. She starts to do this for a moment. Then you kind of like look over because you need to walk towards the middle of the room, and Shay kind of moving about, and then seems to grab and suddenly has what appears to be a large light blue crystal in her hand.
Guys, it was
That looks like a
hiding in
key.
the mirror.
It's kind of a base, goes up to almost like a teardrop, but like a kind of a spiral top to it.
That looks
A
expensive.
little- it would also be hollow.
Don't touch
No.
it, fairy.
I wouldn't lose it.
I don't care.
I promise.
I grabbed it. It's mine.
Great at cards. Fuck those dice from earlier. I'm sure they were loaded.
You lost for like
They
Bullshit.
said it was in the
2
pool.
weeks.
They said the key opened the
I
pool.
won the
didn't
first time.
It was like an ice pool, I believe, is what the note said. Or
The
an
ice pool
sheet.
that just showed me where the key was? Or a different ice pool?
Well, there's some kind of trial. So
Did the note happen to say? I don't remember. I think you were the one that looked at the note. Did the note happen to say where the like sheet or pool was in the room?
Did not.
Is there
Paddle,
only
did
one
you read
ice pool?
anything?
Did you kind of like go through and you look at all the different ice pools, or sorry, you look at all the different areas in the room? You did not. However, the ice that you were looking at from before is now just ice. In addition, when you look at it, you can no longer see your home.
Now we need to find the ice pool.
Do we see any like door or anything in the room? Well,
There's
like
the
on the
cave
other side.
entrance that you came
Yeah.
in from, but other than that, no.
So it just looks like a giant dome
magic?
to us.
detect magic.
I do have a detect magic spell.
We'll say as a. I'm suddenly just forgetting names. As Paddle comes up to you and asks, like, detect magic, you can see something in the ice there near.
Oh, wait a minute.
As you look inside of it, you see what you would describe as something majestic. You see what is almost like a zoomed out view that somehow you can like suddenly feel yourself pulled into to what is originally almost what is like a large sea area where the water is like slightly frozen. There's tendrils of ice that seem to all kind of grow out from what is a larger ice orb in the middle of it. And as you kind of like focus on it, it almost like feels like you can go into it and you can almost zoom into this. And in the center of it, as you get closer to it, you do see that there is seemingly a hole there. And then almost in the next moment, you're now suddenly inside this large ice structure, and you see an ice elemental, the likes of which you've never even heard of. Just from like the air that seems to emanate off of this, implying the extreme cold that's on it. The area around it literally seemingly just freezing, like as it seems to move inside this, what is a very large ice ball. When I say very large, we're talking like 600 feet across. And the entire area around it seems to freeze, and while it does kind of break behind it, everything in proximity to it seems to be completely frozen over. It's almost like there's like a different area inside this ball. It almost gives you the impression of a prison. And also, when I say that it's the likes of which you've never really even heard of, most ice elementals you see are like medium to large stature. This thing likely stands at like 50, 60 stories tall. It is very much so gives the impression of like the ice giants from Hercules, like an ice titan. But it seems trapped in this large, again, spherical structure. Just seems to be almost like moving
With-
about inside.
In the spherical structure thing that I can't say the word. There's a gem key.
So it almost seems like a section that was you almost magically seem to understand that it is a door, a locked one, and there is a section for where you can place something.
So, what are you staring at?
As
That is the largest.
As you ask that, and you find your way over, you look inside and you see a cave full of gold.
Oh shit!
Like there is gold, platinum, diamonds, gems strewn everywhere.
How do we
And
get
straight
there?
dives to the ice.
As you kind of like as you look at the cave and then you look off to the right, like as you kind of like inspect it in a similar fashion, you almost can feel like you can go into it. And you, like looking about in the cave,
Or try
you
to
can
go
see
into it.
This is an open-ended cave. This is just like a smaller cave that is just like a cutout full of treasure. And there's even a boat right outside the cave. You can actually see out into the outside as you kind of like look off to the side of it. You can see there's like sea. Like you could easily just load that up and take that boat.
As I like approach to try to go through it, I'm like,
Wait.
As you touch it, you also kind of like looking around, you realize that you also find a door in the same sense. It seems like like this ice spherical door and has that same kind of circle symbol on it.
This looks too good to be true. I think this is a trap.
I see the creature.
wait,
It looks
The
like
creature?
a massive element.
I see gold. A
We
ship.
always see gold.
So is it showing us what we
I
want
mean,
to
okay,
see?
more than normal.
They approach the crystal lake.
So I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't know exactly what you would want to see. Where do you want to be right now? Where did you what
The creature is
Where-
trapped in a.
does
I described the scene I saw.
Zanolo. Where does Zanolo want to be?
He's picturing another minotaur who
A hot female minotaur.
no
Or an old grandpa minotaur.
Wait.
middle-aged. It is his rival per se, somebody he wants very much so dead.
Oh.
Okay. So as not thinking about that initially, as you walk up to the pool, what you actually see is you see an arena. You see an arena full of what is like roaring crowds, seemingly fans. You're familiar with this arena, actually. It's the arena of Zinderhold. One of the most prized ones. Only the most elite fighters can actually step in this arena. Effectively, this would be the dream of any gladiator that wants to be something worth their salt. Not only do you see this arena, you're actually the only one who sees yourself in the arena, standing proudly over the corpse of said rival. And again, you almost in a similar way feel yourself kind of like pulled to it before you also feel that ice. And you also see that section where there seems to be a slot where you can put the key, or put a key to open this ice wall.
So just throwing this out there. We don't know how to escape, technically. Is this the artifact we were looking for? Did we ever ask what it looks like? We would ask that during the trip, right?
I don't think they knew.
no.
I don't think they
They
knew.
said they
did.
don't know much about it. They couldn't even tell us what it did.
As you ask what you could possibly have done, or like what you could do, and you look at it, you see something else. The prison has shifted from what would be like an ancient prison, the discovery of which would make you famous. It instead shifts to you see all of you on a boat, out back at sea. Enough gold on board to pay off all your debts. It almost seems as though you can shift your want when looking at this portal, but all of them seem to require you to place the key.
So we have to want the right thing.
But me and her don't see anything anymore.
As you look at it again, you see something different.
Okay.
There's the one that you see, you now do see the same village again. But now you see it with you walking with all your friends who had died. Laughing and going about adventures in the way that you previously used to joke about. Having a group.
I think about the artifact, and then I look at it, like wanting to find this artifact, and
You actually see a rendition of the room currently and get the impression that she's holding it.
the artifact that we're supposed to be searching for. And I look at it, and that's it.
Seems to be. You get the sense that it is.
I kind of like.
You
look
also get the sense when looking at it that whatever that is, the hole or like the keyhole that you seem to be looking at, if you were to place the tear in it, it would fit in it, I should say.
I kind of want to like look at the pool and like want to think of a way like to keep going, like to keep like to keep like progressing.
To fulfill our mission.
Correct.
You would actually see the same thing. No, you would see something different. Because your idea would be different. So You would also see inside of it, which would effectively would be a ship docked back with all of you on board.
Holding.
with enough gold to pay off your debts. You get the impression that you get
Is
is that the
can't
artifact
leave?
is a price. You would not be able to actually take it with you.
Interesting.
I feel like we got the
So,
black from Pirates of the Caribbean or something. Like
do we just...
they're like pointing to our.
I was trying not to make jokes about that about the coins.
Shh. I didn't even think about that myself.
Dude, I totally was like,
do we
dude, we're
just-
at the Isle de la
what are you guys
Muerta
doing?
paying
What
Cortez.
What are you guys doing? Stop! Stop! What are you doing? What are you doing?
I guess we just want to be able to leave with the...
What?
We just want to take care of our debts, right?
I mean, paying our debts.
Sometimes I almost talked like you. Sometimes I can hardly understand what he's saying. He's talking so quietly.
Paying our debts would be nice, but people have died for this.
People
Safety
die
first,
in life.
for sure.
True, but
Life is better than death, for sure. But what about the mysteries of the cavern? I look at that, then what do I see?
How did
I want
we...
to understand the mysteries of this.
How did they figure out about this anyways?
So for the sake of this, because this is in the same world that you play in, I'm effectively going to say that you see a path to learning them by using the artifact. In fact, you even get a hint of what they are. I'm not going to tell you,
My character knows, but, like my
yes.
other, so so
Paddle
Kayla doesn't
knows
know.
that if you were to
I got
use
you.
the artifact, you could gain the knowledge that you were seeking.
I wish to find the trial. The path.
Ooh.
ooh, yeah,
As
because
you think about finding,
trial was mentioned.
as you think about the
Which one
trial,
was mentioned.
you see a picture of all of you standing in front of the board, in front of the current well that you're in, holding the
Damn
artifact.
it! This trial is hard. What is the answer?
I believe this is our trial. There has to be an answer.
I mean,
Okay.
I look
the
into
answer be,
pool
are,
and I
are we
think
willing to
about
give up?
Question.
all of the
question.
souls being free.
Okay. What? How did they figure out about this artifact?
Oh, you mean how did the
As you think about freeing all the souls, you
Ooh.
looking in again, you get the
Clever.
impression that if you were to use the key to free all the souls, that it effectively would come to pass.
Including ours, being free from this place.
That you're unsure of. You know that this place would no longer contain souls, so you're confident your soul would not be trapped here. That's what I was saying.
I don't know about being stuck down here,
Also,
guys.
I will also say that you are not 100% sure what the souls not being trapped here means.
Okay, back to the same thing. How did they learn about the artifact?
Do we wish
I mean,
so?
the first
Metagaming this a little bit.
the first crew. Well, no, like we do know that the first
Do we
crew
wish that
came
the
here.
artifact no longer exists?
Somebody did escape.
Like giving up
You're
the
one
artifact?
who left the ship.
Draven.
Do we wish
being
the artifact out of existence?
Draven kind of, as you kind of ask that, and he comes up and he says, "What if we've been encountering those who seem to be lost here, dealing with, past regrets. And I don't dislike your idea, Shay. I think our trial might be what we wish for."
I think that's what we all agree on.
What?
Yeah.
What? And at this point, he seems a little bit confused. He says, "But I don't know if is there a correct wish? What?" Again, seeming a bit confused.
Ultimately,
I am
I think this place is a
confident
trap.
from what I've heard.
Drag souls
I want
to
to
it.
find the artifact. Like, is there more than one? Do we all get the wish?
You do not seem to get an answer. It seems.
Can I
there was
wish for more
another.
wishes?
It does not answer questions. It effectively shows you possibilities.
Think of it like the mirror from Harry Potter.
Guys.
I get that, but I was trying to wish for
Guys.
more.
I think this place is a trap for souls. It baits people here.
I want to look at the pool and I want to
Is
see.
it a gigantic creature? We're already in the creature this
I
whole time.
want to see like if it can show me what is keeping the souls trapped here.
Ooh.
You also see the ice prison.
Is this supposed
It's
to
powering the
represent-
elementals. There's the shield.
The ice
Ice
prison with
and
the
the dead.
elemental, right?
You see, so you would just see that ice elemental. You technically wouldn't see the prison.
And the ice elemental is like imprisoned.
Is the ice elemental consuming the souls,
It could be that it's,
or is it being trapped by the souls?
or could it be that
Ooh,
it?
is the prison being fed by souls to keep it like as a prison?
Or is
that's
the ice elemental stuck and it's dragging souls to eat?
I personally want to open the prison
I mean, I'm
if we
totally down
stop-
for that option. To be
because
totally
if we
honest.
stopped what is keeping the souls here, it would be
well,
doing
does
two
he
birds
just
with one
take the souls
stone.
with him though? and
I'll let
he
you
leaves?
smart people figure that one out.
I try and picture the guardian. And
You
what it
again
might
see
be.
the ice elemental.
I picture where the ice elemental is.
You do not see anything.
So it doesn't want to give us all the information.
I picture the ice elemental free.
You also do not see anything.
Oh dang it! I thought that was clever.
It was clever. But I actually thought of that already.
Do we free a potential world ending? I picture, is there other king elementals or like other elementals of other elements like this?
You do see what appears to be a giant elemental of fire. Seems to be living in a volcano. A giant volcano.
Trapped or no?
It does seem to be trapped.
Also trapped. Is the wind, is there like a wind or a water, wind, earth?
As you think about Earth, you see a mountain.
Do I recognize this mountain?
Nope.
Is it in an orb?
You are suddenly very curious to know, though.
I draw the mountain, and then I say, and then I think, is it in an orb?
As you look at it, there definitely could be. With the design of the mountain, it is definitely bulbous in
Bulbous
certain
in
points.
a way?
I want to see what trapped the elementals.
Holy
You
shit!
do not see anything.
I didn't think I'd get an answer.
What about wind or clouds
As you think
or
about
sky?
We're on a fishing expedition right now, guys.
as,
He's 100% on a fishing expedition.
as you think about a air elemental, you just see the sky.
You know, it's bulbous cloud of storms.
You do not.
You do not see
the
Lapida, Killa. It is not there.
I wish to see the trials for other elementals.
You again,
Whoa.
you just see a picture of the volcano, but then you also see a picture of a cave system, an entrance into a mountain, and then lastly, funnily enough, you see a cloud that you get the impression that you can enter. You just saw the cloud, but you were not able to pick out what it was.
What it was, a elemental. Holy shit! There's multiple. Do you guys? So sad note. Totally relevant for. We're gonna totally solve this. Yeah. Do you guys want to go find these other ones
No.
after this? Like next adventure?
I think we should let the elemental free.
I picture
all
if
of them are
putting the key in
trapped.
one of
Fine.
them
True.
All
But
the
will unlock
elementals are
the other
trapped.
ones.
You do see a freed elemental, but then you see others imprisoned.
So we'd only unleash one.
I want to see all the remaining dead who have not paid their debt.
You see fields of thousands.
Oh.
Any conscious and
Ooh.
malicious.
Many of which seem trapped and almost looking like. You see some with unfinished business. You see some that have unfinished regrets that they want to resolve. You see some individuals that seem just trapped, one might say unable to pay.
I wish to find my way there.
To
See a path
to the
To the souls?
to the souls.
you see a picture of yourself dead.
Dead.
Alrighty, let's move on
Found
to him.
I mean, that is the way to get
Are all of those souls attached to the Glacier Isles, or is
one-
this like...
Or is
Sorry,
this
one
across
other thing
all
rolled.
of the elemental planes? That's good. That's a good question. Or all the elemental planes?
It is in multiple different fields.
Okay, multiple different.
One thing that I will say is, as you look through these different ones, different areas of what effectively you get the idea of. You get the idea that it's the elemental plane or some version of. It's definitely not the material plane that you're looking at. But as you look at it, the one thing you do see is you do see the same purple hooded figure in each area.
Okay,
seems
that's
to be
supposed-
standing.
relates to
That
my
almost seems to be like standing, watching the fields.
I picture
that-
where the
that
coins
goes
came
in-
from.
That goes into my.
How are we paying for the dead?
Okay, I have one too, but Trinity also has one, so we gotta go in turns.
Okay, what's the shape of the artifact again?
So it's
A tier,
effectively
like a
looks
tier, but a spinning tier.
Well,
Like
no. Okay, so I mentioned it, but then we started talking a little bit. So it's like a hollowed out tier that goes up to a spiral.
Yeah.
Does it look anything like the prison?
No, the prison's an orb.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, never mind. Holy shit! Are we gonna imprison ourselves by using this?
No. This is the prison.
Well, she's holding it, but
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So,
So you're saying we
Where
shatter
do the coins come from? I want to know the origin of the coins.
That's clever, actually. I see you.
You see the same purple in the purple hooded individual. He seems to have the face of a human, and as he kind of holds his hands out, they are currently just full of coins. Worth noting, coins in the right hand seem to be normal gold coins. The coins in his left seem to be engraved.
And then he just like pours them out into the material plane.
It seems that someone you're right. What you see, you basically see the process of what appears to be, quite literally looks to be like reapers that bring him coins. As soon as they bring him the coins, place them in one of his hands, he seems to grab them and place it in the other hand. And as he places it in the other hand, they're engraved, and he hands it off to a different reaper. So there quite literally seem to be reapers that are delivering him gold coins. He is marking and then giving to other
so
reapers.
it's kind of like the act.
Is there
like an
one
actual
for
fairy
every
now.
soul,
Like
or
the
is
god
there a
of death
finite
has a-
amount by definition?
Sorry, one more time.
Is there one for like every soul, or is there a finite amount by definition? So you could never.
So,
save
like, is
every
it
soul.
trading like 2 coins for 1 kind of thing?
No, I was actually saying like a person is born, another coin gets made, or is there like I process
You're
100
in-
coins every day?
Your impression is that. So I'll say that as you think about it and as you see it, you get the impression that each soul has a coin. But as you see the reapers kind of bringing them in, you then see a picture of a reaper collecting a coin from an individual who you get the impression of would be like a black soul, an evil person, and the coin is blank. It almost looks like it's been sanded, in fact.
But they could still use a different coin if they found it.
He's the evil Santa Claus,
No,
giving them coal. But then the kids are stealing the coal from the
they're
other
stealing presents from other kids.
kids.
My vote is to destroy the artifact. Just
But
saying.
why? Okay, so this being imprisoned all the elementals.
Presuming that there are 4 giant, freaking huge elementals imprisoned around the world, they're probably doing something
Yeah.
important.
But
Why
do
are
we?
they
Well, no.
imprisoned?
Why would you
We
kill
don't
one?
know if those elementals are bad. Okay.
Well, killing
seems-
it. I don't think we're.
That's what I
even
said.
Killing it, free.
Killing it would probably
Oh.
break as much
Oh,
as letting
yeah.
it loose would.
No, I'm not
I
saying
wish
kill
to
it.
see the past of them.
Then we're killing it.
If you
We-
break
not
the
seen
We
it.
tried that
you
one.
either
Yeah,
release
we
it
tried
or
that
kill
one.
it.
Set
I mean,
free.
if I'm
I wanted to
releasing
see
it,
them before they
Then
were
one of
gone.
them would be released
So-
and the others they wouldn't.
Oh, like prior to
Okay.
their imprisonment, if there is such a thing.
Sorry, one more time. Explain your question to me.
I wanted to see the past before they were enslaved or captured.
History. He wants to see the history.
He's in,
Okay, you actually do see something for this. You see the ice elemental specifically that seems to be just roaming in the elemental plane, and then in a moment, you almost more so see a sequence, and you see him roaming freely in the elemental plane in just like what is effectively a frozen wasteland. Everything around it is frozen, and then you find yourself back on what you would consider Cantafar, which is the name of this world.
Okay.
And it's empty. There's, it almost just like is a core of rock. The places where it would be empty, there's like no water. There doesn't really seem to be anything. And then you see someone you would actually recognize and respect a lot, as you see Bahamut. And you see other gods that seem to be working in tandem with him, that seem to take the ice elemental from its plane and trap it on Cantifar and start to landscape Cantifar, seemingly using the power of this elemental. And you start to see subsequent events of effectively different gods, some of which you recognize, some of which you don't, that seem to be taking and trapping portions or elementals entirely, so like portions of their power or elementals entirely, and trapping them on the material plane, which seems to have given way and with given enough time, effectively created Cantifar, actually landscaped it, made the continents. Not only that, but you also noticed that they didn't make them all simultaneously. New continents, new islands have actually appeared.
Did the world grow, or are they just adding to it?
They seem to
I'm
be
assuming
adding
we're
to
all
it.
talking about what we're seeing, right? Or are we like...
I am under.
I was.
I'm to the point that the way that I would say this is you guys are like narrating what you see. They're like,
okay.
I
Just
want
making
to
sure.
see this and look at it and
Yeah.
kind of narrate it
Okay,
for the
okay.
sake of that,
Just
so that
making
we can all have discussion.
Because Paddle is taking notes furiously.
So,
Well, that's kind of fucked up.
looking at the puddle, like, if we release them, does any part of the world go back to, like, being
like
blank?
die. Yeah.
You don't see anything.
I still think we do it.
Effectively, you get the impression that future possibilities
So things that haven't happened yet.
that are specifically related to these elementals almost seem blocked.
We're being divinely.
In fact, many of the different
Divinely
things, the things that you guys have been trying to figure out that directly pertain to these elementals, there's portions of it that seem doesn't work. Whether it doesn't have the power, there's divine intervention, unclear.
Is the storm around this place tied to the elemental?
As you look towards it, you again get at
Around
this.
this direct island, yeah. Are we in the right
As-
prison? Yeah. Are we in...
So you see what appears to be a. This looks to be a human individual. He's got almost like a bit of a pointed jaw, kind of a little bit of a gruff mustache. He has long red hair that is kind of like pushes back to the point where it's like almost to where it'd be a ponytail, but it unnaturally kind of goes back and then falls down. Goes down just below his waist. Seems to be holding what is a trident on his right shoulder. Kind of bare-chested with like a green shirt kind of rolled up to each sleeve. Based on... Make a religion check.
Hey, Mr. Dude, who saw Bahamut creating elementals? Think about offering up a divine prayer?
I was thinking about that myself.
I wish to
So-
communicate with Bahamut.
17?
Not wish, but
17
I am
is
going
enough
to communicate with
for you to
Bahamut.
recognize the visage of Talos.
Wait, that's Talos? He has red hair! Sorry. This is my nerding out of regular
Very red
campiness.
hair for what it's worth. Like
Okay, so it looks
blood
like he's
red
kind
for
of
what
like
it's worth. Like
protecting the
darker.
place.
Blood red.
Yeah. Hey, dude, who saw Bahamut with all the elementals? Wanna offer up a divine prayer? A little bit of
I'm
divine guidance going on here?
As you pray, you immediately get the firm verification that your prayer is unheard. You feel, in fact, you feel
I'm gonna-
trapped and
I'm gonna
isolated.
try channeling divinity.
Absolutely no effect.
We are...
We are isolated
off.
from the gods.
Okay, I still want to break the
I
thing.
picture the gods' reactions to the elementals being free.
Okay,
Hey,
can't see anything.
No, it's still the elemental.
Does
Can't
the
do
storm
that.
go away if we free the elementals?
Can't see anything.
Can't see anything.
I
It's still
wish
the
to
elemental.
keep
Yeah.
them
Hold on,
contained.
impatient fairy. What do you want to even do?
destroy the artifact.
You want to free the elemental on the plane.
I picture.
I mean, we don't know
the
if destroying it
artifact
frees it,
being
because you saw a key to a door to the
You
elemental.
do not see anything.
Ooh.
I don't
I
trust
gone.
this
wish
thing.
never
to see
existed.
the true cage.
Is this artifact
mean, true
radiating
cage?
divine energy?
What is the true prison, or what it's holding?
Okay, Trinity is piecing out of this conversation. We're going in circles.
You would again see that same cage covering the elemental.
So that's
The
the
orb.
true prison.
So effectively, what you guys would be able to determine is again things that would relate to freeing the elementals or shattering the
Future,
cage.
yeah.
The future possibilities of it
Are unavailable.
are not something you can see. Not only that, but as you continue to explore possibilities,
I picture the correct wish that will allow the safety of the most sentient beings on Cantivar.
You would again not be able to say anything. So to finish this, the idea behind this is you can't see what the future wish would bring as it impacts the world. The only future that you can seem to see is quite literally, as you guys will say, continue to explore this, is if you were to use it selfishly, you're confident you could firmly gain from it for whatever you want, to the point that you're pretty sure it could give you whatever you want selfishly. But when it comes to affecting the world, you wouldn't be able to see futures.
Okay. Can we see
like
how
that.
the god of death would react if we freed all the souls?
You cannot.
Better
Again,
yet.
future outcomes.
I thought it was just future outcomes around.
Can I
around
make
the
a
elemental.
wish
I didn't realize
so that
you couldn't do it
every
around a
coin
god
is
either.
tied to the specific soul?
Which specific soul?
The soul it was intended for. So if they take away a black person's coin, they cannot get it back.
I mean, it doesn't answer questions.
You and
You would picture the coins being bound to the souls.
So you can't use a coin for any soul.
So you can't. Yeah.
Each
so
soul
that the
is
coins aren't for any
branded, yeah.
soul. Each coin is
wish
for an individual soul.
soul coins to be branded and only usable by the original soul.
you see a picture of a war.
A divinity war?
Hard to say. Grand scale.
a
Worldwide.
world war, effectively.
So not a good outcome.
Well, that's debatable, actually. Because you have literally souls that are passing into the afterlife that are stealing good people's coins. And these good people can never...
But by that logic, that good person could also just take the bad person's coin before it's branded. Before it's unbranded.
But the whole point is that they can't use the coin.
So I will tell you, as we are kind of circling, and it's just been a little bit late. You guys have, I feel like you've kind of pieced this together a little bit already. The idea behind this is that you guys can make
A wish.
effectively a wish.
Single wish.
And it gives you hints at possible outcomes for what you would wish would be as you look into it.
Which makes sense why whoever this buyer was wanted the artifact, because they wanted to make a wish. They wanted to wish effectively.
I picture how many times the artifact has been used in the past.
You see hundreds of different individuals that seem to come to this pool and place it in the center. And as it does, the ice seems to shatter, but the results of their wishes you do not see as it seems to end.
But it doesn't destroy the artifact, and they have happened recently throughout time, obviously.
In fact, you even see an image of Sophia placing it and trying a wish.
Really?
She obviously died.
Whatever she wished for didn't work out.
That's a good question. I wonder what she would have wished for.
Can I see the proctor of the trial? Who is judging it?
You again see the ice elemental.
Did we find out if the souls are powering the prison or not? We didn't, right?
I don't
No.
believe so.
Or if the souls are being eaten by the elemental. Do they eat souls?
You did not see anything in that regard.
Can I figure out if they eat souls?
You do not see anything in that regard.
Are the souls going to the prison, or are the souls going
Did the
in
gods
prison?
give the
souls that
prison
seem
the
to
elementals,
leave
but then tell them
Seem
they
to
could
go to
eat
the plane
souls?
where the purple-garbed individual is watching.
But the souls that stay.
Seem trapped. Like they can't progress to the fields.
So this is more like a dead zone of reception to the fields.
Effectively, yeah.
Can I see if it's the storm or the ice elemental causing that?
Nope.
No?
I
Okay.
did not see anything in that regard.
Damn. This is rough. Okay, so Attica.
I will also tell you,
There
as just like a quick hint to you guys, there isn't exactly a right answer.
Yeah.
There also isn't
Yeah.
exactly a wrong.
It's definitely a
answer.
do you want to be selfish or do you want to help?
That
Right.
is effectively the baseline of this.
My vote is still the same.
You want money?
No?
He wants to break the prison.
He wants to break the prison.
Who wants to break the artifact?
Yeah.
Do we wish that the artifact no longer exists? Do we destroy the wish?
I mean, I
So,
might
yeah,
just try.
I look at- I
I
look
might
at
try
we
to
have,
first
like, kind of-
physically destroy it.
I look at we have 3 wishes, right? That we can choose between.
I
We-
have a magic scimitar. I like.
We could
Try
wish,
whacking it a few times.
wish to destroy it or try to physically destroy it. We can wish to free all the souls, or we can wish for more money and basically freedom, be selfish, and wish
Or
for our
free the
party to get
elementals.
freedom.
Yeah, I think that's a trap.
I think choosing the selfish option is the wrong option, personally.
I agree.
It's a trap.
Because even if we had to go back and deal with our debts ourselves, better than dooming, for all we know, millions of people.
Or I guess, and then I guess the fourth option would be to free the elemental.
I also, like, if it's kind of a fake thing, it's probably gonna double cross us.
The
True.
artifact?
We don't know if there's a double meaning to our
I know there's a whole bunch of shit that doesn't, like, just don't trust weird shit like this.
So here's what is to destroy the artifact, either physically or via a wish. Does anybody still want to free the elemental?
I mean, I kind of want to free the elemental.
Okay,
I do
so we
not
have one.
want to free the elemental.
We have one will free the elemental.
I mean, we don't know if his does the same thing mine does, so.
It's true. It might if you physically destroy the artifact. Who wants to free all the souls?
I'm kind of tempted to free all the souls. At least all the good souls. All the bad souls can stay.
For what it's worth, again, take this in the light of him. Draven would be in favor of freeing the souls,
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
especially after narrating that Sophia made a wish.
What do you think, Justin?
So what we got effectively
got
destroy the artifact
prison.
by either wish or not.
Destroy the artifact, free the
Free the elemental.
elemental,
Free the elemental.
Free the elemental, free the souls is what I
free
think I
the
heard.
souls.
Or wish for us to have a bunch of gold, pay off for debts,
Yeah,
and just
pay
leave.
the selfish one. I don't think any of
I
us
don't think
voted
any of
for
us
the
are taking
selfish
that one.
They're also in
Like the
favor
pay trap.
of, he's also in favor of breaking the prison.
Breaking the prison. You want to break the prison? Oh, damn.
I wish to free all the good souls, and I begin to place the.
No.
Try and intercept.
Yeah, I will 100% intercept that
you
too.
guys are able to stop her.
Yeah, we stop it. Like, nobody can wake it individually, right? All the others would stop it.
We're not breaking the prison. We're not releasing the elementals. It's not happening.
Okay, I'm down to physically try to break it. If that doesn't
At
work,
this point, as
I wanna free the
players,
souls.
this is just a vote thing.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
like
So-
debate here. It's just a vote.
I'm okay to physically try to break the thing. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm okay to physically try. If that doesn't work, I want to wish to free the souls.
I mean, me and him are already on breaking it. So unless we get unless like
that
the other
means-
three of you vote for.
No, well, Draven's
souls.
on the side of technically, but
Yeah,
I get that
yeah,
Draven. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
As a
you'd still be
player,
at
it
two.
doesn't count.
That's
We have
free
5
souls,
players,
free
we can
souls,
break
free
the
souls.
tie.
Or
Then PC doesn't count as a vote.
no, I know. Free souls,
Yeah.
free souls.
It would basically be,
That
do
means
I
that
want to change
You
my
would
mind?
have to
Do-
change your vote to
You have
to vote
choose
break.
yourself- you basically
For,
get to
so I
decide
get
if
the
you
in the
wanna free
in the sense of the
souls.
game,
Yeah.
usually you'd be going about, but in the sense of you now have a tied vote, you got to vote
You
break.
gotta
Yeah,
break.
I gotta
Do you
take-
want to destroy the artifact or do you want to free the souls?
I think destroying it.
All right, we're gonna. I guess
This
that's
is me in
the
hopes that it also
tiebreaker.
frees them.
That's the tiebreaker. So he wants
The
to
artifact
break it.
isn't tied to the souls. The souls are tied to the coin and the reapers.
No.
But if we
I'm referring
destroy
to
the
freeing the ice
artifact,
elemental.
nobody
He
else
wants
destroying
to
it.
free the ice
souls.
elemental.
Because that was something we couldn't see.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
I hope so. For the sake of this, as you guys try to break the artifact,
Physically, I would assume.
via hitting it with your blades and like smashing it using strength,
Yeah, I just assume it doesn't work.
Shooting
seems
magic at it.
fairly indestructible.
Yeah. I assumed.
I figured as much on that part.
Surprise,
All right.
surprise.
Yeah, because I definitely think it's the wish we like.
All right. Do you want to wish to destroy the artifact
Yes.
then, or
Yeah.
do you want to wish to
That's-
free the souls?
No.
This
Destroy
is
the artifact.
Skylar's vote, right? He's the tie still.
Yeah, I mean, I wishing to destroy it because
Okay, he wants to wish to destroy the artifact.
Okay, so as you guys continued, as what would effectively be continued Discord for a while, you guys are
Yeah.
you guys are
Bowser a
eventually
while.
able to land. Whether or not that is individuals that are stronger restraining others so that a wish can be made, you guys eventually land on effectively wishing to.
I also bring up that we could all leave and have our wishes separated. because Sophia
That's
was able to wish before.
Too late. The wish has been made.
Too late.
I don't think Hiram
Would have been a great point
not
to bring up, though.
necessarily.
Also,
I don't think
will tell you that
Hiram
that's
wouldn't
not-
let that
that's not an
happen.
option.
Yeah, I was like, as a DM, he wouldn't.
We
let
all
that
walked in.
happen.
Well, also,
At the same
if you
time, so.
recall with what Eric was doing, you get trapped in loops.
Oh,
You
yeah.
literally couldn't leave.
You
I
have
didn't
to
think
gain
about it.
permission to do that.
Um,
Like after you gain it once, you probably can't gain it again.
As you were the one that kind of proffered up this wish, as you take it and you place it in the middle of the pool, as soon as you
little
do,
fairy,
it
yes.
touches it and the ice just like cracks, and almost like immediately the image is gone. Kind of confused in it for a moment.
Destroy the key. We destroyed the key.
Each of you in turn just seem like you look around waiting for something to change, and then realize you're feeling slightly drowsy. It's getting extremely cold. It
Oh, shit.
continues to drop rapidly.
We all bust
Those
out all
with
our
lower-
tortures,
Those with lower constitution are the first to just,
and we
You
tried
guys-
to
I
escape.
still got 7 torches.
as you start to fall
No, 5
unconscious.
torches.
It's quickly enough that like as soon as you start to realize it, you go
Yeah.
for your torch. So this is like seconds apart.
Oh,
As
okay.
like you pass out within like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, I have like 0 con.
And then within a few seconds, each of you start to pass
We
out
descended
in
the
turn.
world, guys.
or at least his portion.
As you guys all fall unconscious, you guys see a depiction, or effectively you see an image. There is a individual who's a little bit bulkier, but also looks deteriorated. Not too unlike some of the undead that you'd seen, where it seems that his right arm is a little bit more lengthy. His cheeks are a little bit sunken in. He effectively looks a little bit like an undead. He's wearing a jacket. He's a little bit taller, and has a shovel at his side. As you guys see this individual standing at a, he seems to almost be standing at a door, looking out at the world. And in this moment, you guys suddenly find yourselves behind him as he talks to you, and he says, "Thank you. He kind of turns back and looks, and at this point, you find yourselves looking into a graveyard.
Oh shit, we died.
As you kind of say that, and you think to yourself, you guys actually can't hear each other, but as you say that, you actually do see a grave with your name on it. It's currently emptied out. In a similar fashion, all of you see graves with your names on them.
I
They're
toss
currently
in the coin.
hold that thought for 1 second.
I didn't hear what Justin said.
Toss the
As-
void.
Oh.
As you look towards the
Survival-
graves,
survival
and you
instinct.
each see your own names. We'll get to that in a second. You kind of find yourselves looking towards what is a crypt in the middle of this graveyard. There's a stone on the front of the crypt with 5 separate holes that are kind of evenly spaced out on them. One of them seems to fill with ice, and then the stone slot seems to. And almost seems to like turn and moves to 4 slots. As it moves to those 4 slots, you watch as this individual that you were with, his arm seems to almost like slightly reconnect. His cheeks almost like fill out slightly more. He effectively seems to become more human. He kind of he looks back to each of you guys and says,
I told you, we should bring souls.
Holy hell, we
We
were
are
so
in a
off,
freaking
man.
graveyard.
Okay, well, we'll talk in a minute. Sorry.
Actually, listen, you have
I'm
no
dying
idea.
right now. No, this is some.
wait. Shush.
I'm dying, but we have to wait.
As he turns and says, "Order," in a much more clear voice than before, is on the correct path. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
But
Paddle takes out a little notebook if she has it still, and sketching the sky, and sketching the door.
Correct.
what?
Get dropped off at home.
Your time is not yet past.
Oh, good.
And in this moment, you guys all come to consciousness.
So I
Where
can
are
toss
we?
in the coin.
No,
Where am I?
Oh yeah, what
you
happened?
guys are on a boat.
with shit tons of money.
As you guys are on a boat, as you guys are now on this boat, this is a familiar boat. You guys are back out at sea, but as you quickly take an assessment, Draven's with you. All the other members of the crew seem gone, except Arella, who is currently leaning over the steering wheel. So,
Hello?
you're going to have to tell me about your journey. And that is actually where we are going to end.
Do we never trigger the combat in the cave? Is that just what happened?
The one thing I will give you as a quick finish, because I was going to do a little bit more of a sequence here, but how we are going to quick finish this, Arella, after explaining to her your journey and what had happened, as you guys return back to the Plazit Plains, Arella pays off all of your debts, settling everything with Xander and working with you guys.
Okay, can I
to
sense that
advance
she has
on your-
divine presence?
Make a
Who the
religion
hell
check.
is this girl? What god do you follow? I have to know!
Make a religion check.
Natural 1.
Oh, screw your natural ones.
Was it an actual 1?
No.
Okay.
No. But I have +0. This is fantastic. 16.
16.
Just the roll.
Paddle is
Paladin.
confident that she is divine.
Oh.
But with your debts now being paid by Arella, and now being a little bit confused of the events that happened and kind of where you guys are going to go from here, again, that is
So-
where we are going to stop. Is Arella
No, the last line.
agrees
So
to
Paddle
pay off
says-
your debts.
Paddle says, so, who's down for the next one?
You know.
And that is where we are going to end. We might talk a little bit more after this, but yeah, if anyone tuned in, thanks for tuning in for our random one shot that we did. It went a little bit longer than intended, but that is fine. For anyone that actually carries with story, just so you know, I make all my one shots canon, so this actually is a canon event. I will not say when in our actual story this takes place, but yeah, thanks anyone tuned in, and I hope you have yourselves a wonderful night. Goodbye.